Bad AF by Tyla Walker.
Ever dated someone your parents would absolutely hate? Try falling for the one person you're supposed to destroy.
That sounds scandalous. Tell me more.
Sorry, sweetheart. YouTube's too tame for the juiciest parts.
But I need to know what happens.
Then head to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off the full unabridged audiobook.
Make sure you subscribe to the channel to show your support and keep these steamy and free audiobooks rolling out.
You're listening to Tyla Walker's Bad AF.
Chapter 1. Lillian. The clock ticks away as I sit here waiting, looking at the name plaque on the desk before me that makes my stomach clench. It stares back, taunting me, as it has for so many years now. Senator Donnelly. My father has summoned me here to his office, not telling me why or even seeming bothered by the fact he hasn't been in touch in months. But that's him all over cold, distant, and always keen to keep our relationship on the outskirts of his life. Come on, I whisper to myself, tapping my foot on the floor with a mixture of nerves and frustration. Looking around the office, there's no reminder of me. No photos that signal to the world he has another daughter that he loves and is proud of. I swallow and try not to engage in these thoughts. Of course, he wouldn't have these things. Up until I was 8 years old, he didn't even realize I existed. After that, my mom and I were just his dirty little secret that he kept from the rest of the world, in a paid-up apartment bought with the knowledge that I'd come in handy one day. Maybe now is that time. If it is, then I'll do his bidding, not because I want to, but because I'm driven to. All I ever wanted was for him to take notice of me. That never happened. I'm the outsider, not worthy of being in the inner circle. My presence alone would destroy his hard-earned reputation, and that's what counts when it comes to his priorities. There's no sign of him, and it irks me a little given the way he tracked me down, even though I was working at a lab on a private island. He can bring me here, but he can't show up. It makes no sense unless it's just another one of his games designed to make me feel smaller and less important to him than I already do. My stomach swirls with both nerves and anticipation. It's been a long time since we spoke privately, and the part of me that always emerges when he comes into the picture does just that, breaking the surface like a monster from below the ocean. I'm well aware that he'll want something from me. He doesn't choose to meet up for any other reason, neither concern nor interest. I shift in my chair for what feels like the 50th time, unable to keep still. I jump when the door is eventually thrown open, and in walks my father, his face the picture of fury. His brow is furrowed so deep, I wonder if it can ever go back to a normal position, and his hands are balled into fists. When he slams down a file on the table, I jump again, my nerves now well and truly shredded. Useless people? How can they not do anything right? He yells, spit landing on the desk. That better not go for you too, he shouts. You better do things my way. He's pointing at me, and I flinch from the shock of his anger. I never expected a warm welcome, but not quite this either. What do you mean? I ask, my voice so small I wonder if he can even hear me. You need to spy on Anthony St. Clair. I need the core company secrets of the AI they're developing. I gasp, surprised that he is asking me to go this far. How could he ever ask me to do that? Anthony St. Clair is a very mysterious character. No one can really get close to him, and most are too scared, including me. He has a majestic aura that is awe-inducing. That man is larger than life. Images fly through my head of the time I saw him from a few meters away, though he didn't notice me. Instead, directing his attention to the leader of the research department. Though I'm part of the core team, I don't have access to the important stuff. How could I even get this information from my father? I don't have that kind of access, I say, a pleading tone to my voice. I'm just one of many people who work under St. Clair. There's nothing special about my role or position with the company. Nothing special, he yells, his anger almost doubling. Then what the hell did I pay for when you went to college? His words cut deep, but they just add to the collection of scars that he's given me over the years. This all sounds so simple to him, and yet it puts me in the most vulnerable position if I do this. Is an ordinary black woman really going to cozy up to a rich white guy and steal his best secrets? The project he's talking about is at the federal level. Am I up to going against the state? As yet, I don't even know what the technology does. All I know is that it's big, with talk in the company being that it's going to take the internet to the next level. If I'm honest, I have a feeling it's more than just that. I need the info on this tech, Lillian, he says through gritted teeth, bracing himself against his desk and looming over me. I have to have it. Once I do, then the limits are boundless. He stops for a second and looks deep into my eyes. I hate St. Clair's guts. Always have. Why should a jumped-up idiot like that have everything? The venom in my father's eyes is wild and destructive, his words withering. I almost want to slide to the floor, partly from the power he displays and partly to avoid his glare. I want everything he has and more. I want Inferno, and I'm just waiting for the right time to get it. He turns from simmering rage to white-hot anger, like some kind of movie villain or psychopath. Meanwhile, I'm asking myself why he's like this and whether he's actually gone crazy, because how can I do this? He must be insane.
Chapter 2. Anthony. It's for the best, my mother declares, a look of pure determination on her face as she glances up at me before slicing delicately into the last of her veal. I run my hand over the back of my head, smoothing down my hair when what I need to do is tell her to stop trying to interfere. I've managed to forge my own life with no intervention from my parents thus far, but the marriage thing is something I just can't seem to escape. I didn't come here today for another lecture on how to live my life, Mother. I've told you before, plenty of times. It's not even on my radar, I reply, glad that lunch is almost over so that I can get out of here. There's not a chance in hell she'll listen to what I'm saying, but even though she might not like it, it's the truth. My business interests span many industries, and my main venture research in advanced technology, including AI and defense weapons and systems, takes any free time I have left. That leaves no room for anyone or anything else, especially a woman, and certainly not the commitment of marriage. Right now, things are heating up with my research, and all of my focus and energy need to go there. Well, it should be, she says, laying down her cutlery and wiping her mouth with a napkin before placing it gracefully back onto the table. Everything she does is as perfectly executed as this, because this is not an average family. The St. Clairs are aristocratic. This is why, despite everything I'm telling her, she still can't help but push the issue. As a countess, it's inconceivable that her son should not go on to marry and produce heirs to carry on the name and fortune of this house. My mother is a countess, my father a powerful army general, and my grandmother an heiress to a conglomerate. This is where I come from, and there are great expectations on my shoulders when it comes to continuing the line. But even though I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, it was ripped out as soon as I was able to make my own way, being encouraged to make decisions and survive on my own. And of course, to be the best at whatever I did. So that's what I've done, forged my own path and created the life that I am happy with living, making the most of my talents and skills and accumulating more wealth than even I thought possible. Most importantly, I get to make my mark in this world, not because of my name, but because of what I will achieve in the tech industry. Invention and discovery are where I want my achievements to lie, not just in appearance and high society. Whoever you decide upon needs to come from the same background as you and, I say, not wanting to interrupt my mother but starting to feel the pressure of her constant interference in this matter. And, she says, throwing me a disdainful look, I think I may have found a very good match. I can arrange a date if you wish. I throw my head back in despair and blow out a breath. Really, Mother? Must you? Even if I was looking for someone to settle down with, the opinions of my parents would be far from welcome. We're civil to each other, but we're not close. I believe I must, she says. It doesn't look like you'll take the initiative after all. Because it's just not for me, I've told you. Well, there is a lovely girl who I think would be a good match. Her name is Amber, and she's from a very good family. Before you go on, I'm not interested, I insist. Anthony, please. I am descended from royalty. Who you marry is very important to me and to all of us. You need to do this for the sake of how things look. Your mother is right, my father says, after sitting silently for the last 15 minutes while my mother has held court. You'll be meeting Amber at your cousin's wedding in a few weeks' time. Great. My chair scrapes against the floor as I stand up and place my napkin on the table. I'm not going to argue about this. Thank you for lunch. Anthony St. Clair, how dare you walk out on us? My mother shouts, becoming more hysterical by the second. This is your future we are talking about. Tell him, Fabio, she pleads, looking across at my father. You will meet Amber at the wedding in 2 weeks, and that's the end of the matter, he says sternly. Anthony, we haven't even had dessert, my mother cries. I'm not coming to the damn wedding. I'm a 33-year-old man, for God's sake. You can't tell me what to do. I'm not spending another minute on this conversation. Goodbye. I turn and walk away, my footfall heavy on the marble floor of the hallway as I storm out of my parents' home. The ancestral home that they no doubt have plans for me and this damn Amber woman to occupy in the future. I press 2 fingers to my throbbing temple and pull open the large, heavy doors before getting into my car and speeding away. Every foot I put between myself and that place feels like freedom, and I press my foot to the metal to get the hell out of there as quickly as I can. Call 1, I say, and my phone dials the number I require. Hello? How's everything going back at the lab? Everything is proceeding as planned. A sigh of relief escapes me. At least something is going right. Good. I'm flying to the island tonight. I'll see you at the lab then.
Chapter 3. Lillian. It's been a week since I left my father's office, and still, his words linger in my head. His face, angry and determined, is etched into my mind. Yet I still haven't been able to reconcile what he's asking of me with my deep, unshakable need for his approval. It's wrong, I say to myself, knowing that his special assignment goes against everything I believe in. I may have his blood flowing through my veins, but I'm nothing like him when it comes to things like this. But the thought of not doing it is even more terrifying. Partly because he's one hell of a scary man, and partly because, even though I know it isn't the case, I still want to feel important to him. You're an idiot, Lillian. I curse myself under my breath. I almost hate myself for being so pathetic. For someone so intelligent, I sure can be a fool where my father is concerned. Maybe I should have taken psych classes instead of math and physics. At least then I might be able to understand why I'm such a pushover. I look out of my window, the familiar darkness beyond the research facility threatening to swallow me. I'm miles from anywhere, on a privately owned island, and my father still somehow managed to get to me and sneak me away. I know he's got people watching me right now. He must. I can't be the only corporate spy in this place. He obviously has eyes everywhere. Who are you? I whisper, wondering who else he's gotten to. It makes me shudder to think about how much power and influence he has. Maybe some people can be trusted with it, but I've come to realize he can't. My lips sting after chewing at them incessantly for days, and the taste of blood fills my damaged mouth. I have no idea how I'm supposed to get close to Anthony St. Clair. Just thinking about approaching him makes my heart thud. He's just so intimidating, like a different species altogether. Besides, he doesn't even know who I am. I pace up and down my room, my hands on my hips as I wonder what the hell I'm going to do. I don't think I've ever felt so clueless in all of my life, but I'm distracted from my thoughts by a small but firm knock at my door. When I open it, I'm surprised to find no one there, but on the floor is a note, which I pick up after looking around to see if there's any sign of who left it. There's no one in the hall, and that realization fills me with trepidation. I can actually feel the blood rush from my face when I open it and see my father's handwriting. As I read his words, I hear his voice in my head, the same furious tone that he had that day at his office. My heart thuds faster, and I place my hand over it as if that will help steady it, but of course it doesn't. The note tells me that I need to approach my target soon, that he's arriving, and I must do it tonight. What the hell? Anthony St. Clair is on his way? I swallow against my now dry throat, and my head spins with this news adding to the pressure that has already been crushing me. How does he have this information? Is it even true? The thought of being locked away in my small room with everything coursing through me is just too much. Even though I have no clue what I'm supposed to do, I decide to check this out for myself. If he's here, then I better start thinking. The staff quarters are dark, the nighttime curfew well underway. There are elements of this place that make it feel more like a prison than a research facility, but discipline is an absolute must. For the first time since being here, I break the curfew, leaving the staff quarters, though it's forbidden, and head to the landing pad. Patrol officers scour the place, and I almost collapse on the spot when a light shines my way and almost catches me. My heart is in my mouth as I carry on, driven by something inside me that I don't even recognize. He was right, I say, almost impressed when I catch sight of St. Clair's helicopter. My stomach churns as I head back toward the main building, thinking about the man that I now have to find. I'm certain if he's anywhere, it'll be there or in his own private quarters. When I get to the conference area where any important briefings are held, I finally see him. His tall frame makes him seem even more godlike in the flesh. Dark hair is swept back from his face perfectly, almost like something from another era. From here, I can hear the rumble of his deep baritone, even if I can't make out what he's saying. I don't recognize the people he speaks with. Are they military? Whatever's going on, I think I've had enough excitement for one night, and at least I've made a start. My head is pounding with all of the stress, and I suddenly feel the need to run. It's as if whatever was spurring me on earlier has left, and once again I feel small and vulnerable. Sneaking back to the staff quarters, I think about what my next move is going to be. I'm just heading around the perimeter when a voice stops me in my tracks, and I freeze like a deer in headlights. "Hey," a patrolling guard calls to me. "Who are you?" I almost can't feel my body for a few seconds as I wait for the guard to come and get me. But then the adrenaline kicks in and I bolt, as fast as I can. I'm wondering why he hasn't caught up with me when a gunshot pierces the night. Oh my God, what's just happened?
Chapter 4. Anthony. I'm talking to my men when I hear a noise. What? Did somebody get in here? Guys, go check it out, right now. How can anybody get in? I have this place guarded so nobody can get in or out easily. Still, no location is completely impenetrable. Secure the data and watch over the researchers. It's then that I hear a gunshot. I turn around, then someone fires shots toward all of us in here. Hey, St. Clair! The shooters are our own guards! What the hell? One of my guards is stunned and swearing as he realizes we are under attack. God damn it! I dodge the bullets and reach for my own gun. My guards hurry to cover me as we figure out what the hell is going on. Did I hire people who want to get to my server? I had them completely vetted, so how did that happen? Who's behind this? I don't need to wonder what they want, or why. That's why I have this remote location in the first place. My invention can be damn dangerous in the wrong hands. I look around. Hey, our people have been shot! I point to where they are, sprawled on the floor. More shots ring out. My guards fire back. This is becoming a real battle. How did these guys find my lab? How many of them are here? No need to worry about how far they'll go to get what they want. They'll kill all of us. I've known for a long time now that bad actors want my developments. If we get out of this, not if, I hastily correct my thoughts, I need to completely reevaluate my preparations. I steal a peek out the window. I see nondescript shapes scurrying around. Others are masses on the ground, lying unnaturally still. Bile rises in my throat and I swallow hard. I pull back as another bullet breaks a window. Gonna have to make a list of everyone and every organization who wants my AI. Hell, I should have done this way before we came out here. Now, I know better. I crouch walk over to one of the people lying on the floor. Hey, you okay? Help! Hurts! The researcher licks his dry lips. I look him over, realizing it's already useless. He took a bullet straight to his abdomen. I puzzle over all of this as I try to figure how to get us to safety. Maybe the bunker? Yeah, but how to get there with bullets flying? Come on, St. Clair, you need to figure something out. Think. I look around. My guards are huddled near windows, trying to stay out of sight. I make sure I have plenty of ammo on me. Guys, the only safe place is the bunker, but we need to get there without those bastards shooting at us. We could cover you on our way down, but we don't know how many of them are out there. And we don't know where it started either. This is my head security guy. It's damn near impossible to rattle this guy. He's rattled now. I'm going out to the hall. I want to see if we can get into the bunker. Sir, wait! One of the guards hollers at me. It's too late. I'm out, and the door is locked behind me. I hear a gunshot from down the hall. Almost immediately, I feel something hit me on my side. I feel the sting of the gunshot. Who in the hell is behind this? Nobody knows the coordinates of this building but me and the top guys. My technology is dangerous, and it's also really important. I know that different countries, organizations, the government, and hell, even terrorists would like to know more about my invention. I look down at my wound. There's blood on my white shirt, and I feel the warmth trickling down into my pants. Maybe I should just delete everything stored on the main server. Delete the prototype too. That's how desperate I am to keep this from getting into the wrong hands. If terrorists get this, I would feel fully responsible. I developed a new technology involving a highly advanced internet. I also developed an AI to be used for governmental and military purposes. Nobody knows about it. At least they aren't supposed to know about it. I was pretty sure we had it handled until right now. Obviously, the secret has been leaked. If I survive this, I have some decisions to make. Hell. I'm starting to feel weak from the loss of blood. Damn it, I whisper, not wanting anyone to know where I am. I need to get to safety before I collapse. I move slowly to the server room. I could be safe there. If I can, I'll delete everything. I hear stealthy steps. That won't be my guys. I wheel around as someone jumps at me, knocking me down. Damn! I grunt against the pain. I have my gun in my hand. I aim at my assailant and shoot. He goes down. More steps run in my direction. I aim at 3 other guys and shoot. 1, 2, 3. All down. I struggle into a sitting position. I'm about to stand up when I see a 4th attacker. He rushes me and I can't stand up. I'm too weak. Instead, I raise my legs at the last minute. With a clean, surprisingly powerful kick, he goes down. Now, I have the perfect angle and dispose of him as well with a well-placed bullet. Anyone else? I don't hear anything. I sigh, then strain my hearing for any sound. Nothing. I scoot to the door. Too late, I realize I am a wounded animal laying right in plain sight should anyone come by. Sounds of more fighting fill the air, drawing closer. It's a matter of time before they find me here. My clammy hands rummage frantically for my ID card so that I can escape behind the heavy door before they find me. Sanctuary is so close, yet so far. Can I make it in time?
Chapter 5. Lillian. I hear more gunshots. My heart is pounding and I feel it in my throat. I hide because I don't want to die, and it seems the only prudent thing to do. What's going on? We're being attacked, but by who? Thoughts of my father rise in my mind. I shake my head hard. No way. It couldn't be him. Could it? Would my own father really send people in, knowing I'd be caught in the crossfire? I wish I could deny the thought more firmly than I can. Looking around, I run back to the staff dormitory. I stop when I hear screams from inside the dorm and more gunshots. I duck quickly before I am noticed, spying several armed men who have tattoos on their faces. With them, I recognize some of the security guards who should be working for Mr. St. Clair. This is an insider job. Oh my God. The realization grips me with a nauseating force. My vision sways when I notice some of our security guards are on the ground, already dead. I look around, trying to find a way out of here. I can't think of any place where I would be safe. I cover my mouth, trembling. I try not to make any sound, but I do, accidentally. It draws the enemy leader's attention, and my blood runs cold as he walks toward me. Then someone shouts that he's captured the head of the research team. He turns away from me, finding this more interesting than some cowardly girl, and goes to where his partner is. When I see Mr. Jameson beaten up, I cry. Mr. Jameson is a good man. He's in his 50s. It's clear that they're trying to intimidate him for information, and my stomach clenches at the thought. But there's nothing I can do about it for now. I need to get out of here, but how? I begin to creep away from the dorm, hiding when I spot more of the enemy. It takes a lot longer to get to the main building this way. How many of them are there? How did they all get in like this? And how long have they been waiting? And who sent them here? It can't be my father. Or could it? I take a few more stealthy steps, then hide yet again when I hear footsteps running nearby. It's then that I remember that the main building here has a secret bunker. Anyone who's in there can stay for months. It's underground, and it's also stocked with everything people would need. Mr. Jameson told me this once in confidentiality. He also told me that it has a special communication line that jammers can't affect. When he mentioned it, I doubt he was picturing a scene like this one. I never knew I'd be so grateful for this information. The server is also in the main building where the supposed bunker can be found. If my father is behind this in any way, that's where the information they're searching for will be. I move slowly, carefully in that direction, taking time to hide as needed. My heart is in my throat the entire time, and it feels like I may never make it. Finally, I'm at the door. Mr. Jameson gave me his password to get into the server room. He always trusted me more than the other staff because he's my teacher. When I first started working here as a researcher, he worked with me, showing me where everything is and how important it is. He showed me how to do my job, always fair and kind. Now, he's captive to these horrible men. I hope he's able to get away somehow. Another tear slides down my cheek as I picture my last sight of him, and I stifle a sob. I look around, hoping no one else is around. I'm hidden as well as I can be, tucked in between two tall cabinets. I keep my eyes peeled, listening for footsteps, whispers, or those men talking. The space around me is silent. Have they gotten what they obviously came for? Is it over? God, I hope so. I creep slowly into the room a bit further, emboldened by how quiet and empty it seems. And then my eyes land on a terrible sight. It washes over me like cold water. Blood. Whose is it? Are those bastards still here? Are they torturing someone else now? I listen intently, my ears finally pricking up when I just barely hear someone moan over by the corner of the main server. Looking around again to make sure I am not being watched, I take silent steps over to the sound. I find a man lying on the ground, then freeze when I see he is holding a gun pointed directly at me. Anthony St. Clair. Is he behind the takeover of his own lab? It can't be.
Chapter 6. Anthony. With great difficulty, as my right arm is throbbing and losing a lot of blood from the gunshot wound, I finally managed to pull out my access card. I don't often use the ID as I'm rarely in here doing the actual AI work. Thank God I carry the thing. I groan. So much pain. My left hand holds up my right arm so the reader identifies my ID. Green light. Thank God. As soon as I step in, the secure doors close. Good. This'll buy me some time. I can't stand the constriction anymore. I carefully remove my jacket and my belt. I tie my belt above the arm wound to slow down the bleeding. It's numbing my arm and the pain is thankfully less. I grab a blank USB from the supply cabinet and download all the data. On the screen, I click on Select All. Then I hit Delete. I hear the door seal opening. I jerk my head. Somebody's coming. I duck down behind the LAN mainframe. Footsteps. Light ones. Enter. Damn, I can't see through all this crap to the door. Who the hell is it? Whoever it is, they have access. I pull my gun out of its holster again with my left hand. I put it in my right, but my hand muscles are numb and weak from the belt tourniquet and from blood loss. I can barely hold the grip. Damn. I see stars. I'm passing out. Reflexively, I moan. Light footsteps still, coming closer. I have nowhere else to hide. I aim the gun. It's shaking in my hand. I point the barrel towards the intruder who is mere footsteps and seconds from discovering me. I look up. It's too late. She's standing right over me. The gun pointing in her direction makes her eyes go wide, but it doesn't scare her off. Anthony St. Clair! The gun clatters out of my hand, falling limply to the ground. Oh my God, Anthony, you're injured, she remarks. Let me help you up. She squats down, trying to find the right way to pull me to my feet without hurting me. Who the hell are you? And how did you get access to this room? This is a restricted area. Answers later. You're really bleeding. If I don't pack and tape your wound, you'll pass out. She shoves me in a chair. I lean back and my eyes see stars again. I back down from the interrogation. I know she's right. Okay, look. I think I saw a first aid kit in that supply cabinet. Good. The unknown woman runs over and retrieves it. She sets it on the computer table and begins her first aid work. She rips off my sleeve to reveal my arm muscles, covered in blood. She pours rubbing alcohol over the wound and wipes it with a sterile bandage. I can see the bullet. If I can grab it with these tweezers and pack the hole, you'll be a lot better than if we leave it in there. Are you up for some pain? How quick and how painful? I don't think we have much time till the attackers break the door. Look around for something to bite on. Cover your mouth with your jacket to muffle your screams. Screams? Listen, you want to bleed out or not? Okay, do your thing. Find something for me to bite on. We both look around the room. I see nothing. She comes back with a wooden ruler. It's not ideal, but it'll have to do. Wrap it with your ripped sleeve and put it between your teeth. Why wrap it? You want your teeth to break? Wrap the damn thing. On it. Ready? I nod. Sweat is pouring down my face. I'm not hot. I'm scared about so many things. I'm not a fan of pain or armed infiltrators. I'm not a fan of anything that's happening here. I'm going in. I scream into my jacket as the tweezers enter the flesh. In seconds, which feel like forever, abject pain fills me. Then there is the sensation of suction and pop. The intact bullet comes free. Blood pours out. She packs it with gauze and wraps surgical tape around the wound. This won't be enough. I need duct tape. I blink my eyes repeatedly, trying not to pass out. I mumble out a response, which takes an unbearable amount of energy. Supply cab or desk drawer. In between waves of blacking out and coming to, I see her rummage around. Got it. She wraps the tape around my arm tightly. No blood loss anymore. I lean back, catch my breath, and mumble. Damn, you're good. Now who the hell are you? Okay, fine. I'm a researcher here. Good enough? Mr. St. Clair, we can't stay here. They'll find us here. Right, but how did you get in here? A researcher doesn't have access. Mr. Jameson mentored me. I had his access code. He trusted me. I can't believe he's probably dead. She sucks back tears. I grit my teeth. Pain pangs through my whole body, throbbing and hot. Okay, look, you're right. We need to get out of here. There's the bunker. She helps me up. We hear the door unseal again. Leave me. You go. I try to hand the USB over to her. She shakes her head. No. Do you have a lighter? You smoke, right? I've seen you smoking before. I nod my head. Pants pocket. Hang on. I retrieve the lighter clumsily, handing it over. The woman gathers all the loose papers in the room, piles them on a desk under a smoke detector, and lights up the bundle. First a slow flame, then smoke. More smoke. The alarm sounds. Next comes a bang and a clunk as the fireproof emergency door seals. She comes back and through the blaring siren she speaks. The gunmen are probably in the control room right now. They've probably gained access through Mr. Jameson's ID card, but they won't be able to get through the fireproof door at least. It'll give us a few minutes to figure something out. Any ideas? I nod. I'm slowly regaining my strength. Yes, the underground passageway. Hit the button under the desk. Left side. It'll open the secret door behind the supply cabinet. She heads for the desk and feels around underneath. Got it. She pushes the button. Sure enough, the supply cabinet raises up on small wheels and arcs open, revealing a secret passageway. Light. We'll need it. If they are in the control room, they could cut the electricity, and that means lights out, even in the tunnel. Where? She asks. Dunno, look. She rummages around again and finds a Maglite pen flashlight in a toolbox inside the supply cabinet. She raises her eyebrows. I can tell she's impressed with the well-stocked nature of the cabinet. Okay, you up for walking? I don't know. My sight goes in and out. Okay. Is there a bar fridge in here, or a snack cupboard or something? I inhale, trying to stay alert. I point. Ante-room in the back there. She runs in, and I hear the noise of doors and drawers and cupboards opening. Here, drink this and eat this, she calls as she returns. She hands me a bottle of orange juice and a sleeve of digestive cookies. As I swallow and chew, she stuffs another 2 bottles of juice and another sleeve of cookies in her pant pockets. Then she stores what's left of the first aid gauze and tape in her blazer pocket. She looks lumpy. I don't laugh. I'm too weak for gratuitous emotions. No, I said, drink it all and eat all those cookies now. All? She flashes me a dagger look. Fine, geez, you're bossy. Whatever. You want to remain conscious or pass out in the tunnel? Your choice. I nod and finish my forced snack. I know it's to enrich my blood and keep me energized so I don't lose consciousness, but the juice is unsweetened and the cookies taste stale. Whatever. I mimic her nonchalance and down it all. Okay, are you ready? As I'll ever be. I use my left arm to pry myself out of the chair. I see stars. I'm passing out. I quickly lower my head to have better blood flow. The stars disappear. Okay, I'm good. Help me in. You got the flashlight? Yep. Extra AAs, too. Good. Let me guess. Girl Scouts? Eagle Scout. First class. Figures. Okay, let's head in, I declare. Heading. Hey? What? She asks. Heading into a tunnel together. Don't you think we should be formally introduced? Sure, why not? She shrugs indifferently. Okay, You're Anthony St. Clair, I know. Now let's go. We step into the tunnel and turn around. Together, we pull the supply cabinet back into place, sealing entry to the passageway from the server room. I know it won't prevent the attackers from opening it again, but they'll have to find the button or know where it is to reopen the secret door. She pulls my good arm. I still wince from the pain which has taken over much of my body. I groan, but I keep conscious. I don't have a lot of energy to speak of, so even though I notice she skirted around our formal introductions, I don't bother to pursue it for now. With the stranger leading the way, the maglite illuminating a small circle of the cement tunnel, we walk along. Pipes and wires and zip ties frame both sides of the ceiling. Here and there, water seepage is visible, but nothing major. "Hey, do you hear that?" she asks. "Yeah, sounds like muffled voices." "How can we hear voices so far underground?" "Vents, probably. Keep talking to a minimum and always at a whisper, in case it's a two-way vent." She nods. We move forward. "You sure this takes us to the bunker?" she asks. "Yep." I put my head down again, seeing stars. "Pass me that OJ." She hands me a bottle. I stop and guzzle it all. "I helped construct this facility. I oversaw the blueprints. We're headed to the bunker." "Hey, that sound." It stopped. I sigh. I know the gunman reached the control room and doused the fire alarm. I don't say it out loud, but I know it's just a matter of time before they're on our tracks again.
Chapter 7. Lillian. Lillian? Huh? I told you why I'm a researcher here, but I didn't tell you my name. It's Lillian. I point my mag light towards Anthony, and I catch him smiling. He reaches out his hand and I shake it. "Nice to finally make your acquaintance. Terribly sorry it has to be in a tunnel." "Meh, there are worse places to meet." I point my flashlight ahead. "Are we getting close?" "Yep, I'd say another 50 feet or so. Then there'll be a curve in the tunnel. Once we round the curve, it's only 20 feet after that." "Please tell me we have access when we get there." "A little late to be asking me that, Lillian, but yes, I have the code." With my arm around Anthony, we shuffle on. The flashlight beam bounces as we walk, but it gives us enough light to see where we're going. The tunnel is cold and damp. Anthony and I both start to shiver, and I doubt it's all from the cold. I know it's the beginning of shock. I stop and unscrew the top on one of the orange juice bottles, and I take a swig to ward off the effects. I see Anthony struggling too. I hand him the OJ, and I fish around in my pockets for the cookies. "Drink, eat. You're waning." We're both suffering from shock too. Anthony nods and takes the supplies. I munch on a cookie while I wait for him to finish. I relish the delay. It's not because I like the tunnel, but because I'm not sure I want to leave the security of the cinder block passageway. It's all a facade, though. I know at any time the attackers could enter the server room and be on us in minutes. The fact spurs me on. "Okay, are you feeling a bit better? Less dizzy?" "Yep, a bit." "Thank you, Lillian." "Sure, we better go." I look behind me in the coffin darkness. The black void is comforting. If I saw light, we'd have to run for it. And I know Anthony can't run. Then it would be a decision I'd have to make. We both stay and be caught, or I leave Anthony and run. I do not want to have that choice on my shoulders. "Okay, let's go." He nods, and arm, we continue along. The flashlight beam bounces once again. I perk my ears for any signs of the attackers, voices, pounding. Nothing. Our steps loudly echo in the cement space. It's my imagination, of course, but I fear the attackers can hear our footfalls. I shake off the hysterics. No time for wallowing, Lillian. Anthony needs you, and you need him. Get with the program. The tunnel seems to go on forever, only because we are walking so slow. I know that. With every step, I hear Anthony puff or moan. He's not voicing it, but I know he's in terrible pain. My first aid had been crude at best. I pray I poured enough alcohol on the wound to slow down infection. I voiced none of this to him. Why make things worse? Soon the straightaway begins to curve. 20 more feet. That's what Anthony said. We round the curve, and sure enough, the bunker door is in sight. "Anthony, we're here. Just another few feet. Can you make it?" A raspy voice answers. "Yep, keep going." We hobble along. My mag light brings the all-steel hatch into sight. It looks like a hatchway you'd find in a ship, like an airtight doorway with a cast iron wheel to open and close. I lean Anthony against the way, and I use his code to gain access. With his help, I turn the wheel to open the door. Lefty-loosey, we enter. We close the door behind us and turn the wheel again to lock it. Righty-tighty. Looking around, the place is fairly bare. Still, it has the necessities of life, including food and water. I see chairs and help Anthony sit. I slide down the wall, sit on the floor, and look up at him. We're effectively cut off from the outside world. Even with an explosive device, they won't be able to crack this door open. I exhale. I'd been waiting to hear those words. I turn off my flashlight to conserve the batteries. So there is no access outside, only inside, and satellite communications, correct? Anthony nods. I have something to say. Right. I'm scared. Right back at you. No, I'm afraid this might be my father's doing. To my knowledge, only a few people know about the bunker. True. Only the most top-level researchers had the need to know. My mind thinks of all those researchers. They killed the rest of them, you know? The researchers. They were all my friends. I burst into tears. I can't hold back my emotions anymore. Once my mind and body register that we are safe, at least for now, I feel the steel wall I put up to hold myself together start to melt. Grief for all my dead friends comes in a huge wave. It's amazing what you can hold back in survival mode. I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm generally good at holding my emotions in check. I'm a far more rational than emotional being. It's just... No need to explain. I'm praying there are others aside from Jameson out there who can help. Anthony grabs my arm, half to get my attention, half as a crutch. I can tell he's leaning on me for physical support again. Lillian, I am so sorry for all of this. It's my fault. I shake my head. You can't underestimate human greed and diabolical doings in some people. A loud thump is my only response. I flick the flashlight back on, quickly realizing the source of the noise. Anthony fell to the floor. Mr. St. Clair.
Chapter 8. Anthony. I blink my eyes, slowly coming to as the fog in my brain dissipates. I look around, realizing I can see as the lights in the bunker are now on. Lillian sleeps on the sofa, and I'm in a cot. She must have got me into it. Quite the feat. I try to move, and every muscle movement makes me moan in pain. My moans wake her. Anthony, don't try to move. Stay. I set up the comm system here and tried to get a message out. I can't tell if anyone's received it, but there's nothing else we can do for now. Whether it's going through or not, we just have to wait. I look over at the console. The white noise of the machine hums, and I see lights flickering. She got it working. Nice. How long have I been out? For maybe an hour. Keep resting. No, I don't think I can sleep anymore. My mind is reeling, but thank you. Thank you for what? Well, it looks like for everything. Lillian smiles meekly. I struggle to sit up and she helps me, putting pillows up against the wall for me to lean against. In an upright position, my mind gets into gear. Any signs? Sounds from outside since I've been out? I haven't heard a thing, so I don't know. I see Lillian trembling. I can tell she's holding it together, but only just. Hey, listen. Calm down, Lillian. Like you said, help is on the way. Save your strength for when we get out. Worrying will only sap it, right? Lillian offers another meek smile, but her sorrowful eyes say it all. Silence. Lillian sits beside me, and all we can do is think. And I'm not doing an incredibly decent job of even that. My mind spirals in a new direction, and I fish inside my pocket to pull out the USB. What's that? I downloaded all the mainframe data before I deleted it. Important data, I gather. Very. I heard the rumors, of course, but as a low-level researcher, I'm definitely not on the need-to-know list. Well, the less you know, the better, I think. In case... well, all I will say is it's an upper-level technology people have obviously demonstrated they'll kill to have. I see Lillian's face drain of color, and I kick myself for saying as much. Hey, there are MREs in here. Meals ready to eat. All I need to do is put on the kettle over there and we can have a meal. You up for it? There's quite a selection, too. I'm starving, actually. Been hungry for a while now. What's on offer? Chicken cacciatore, pork medallions with rice pilaf, or a lovely beef stroganoff. Pork and rice, please. I have a kettle and know how to use it. Coming right up. In 15 minutes, dinner is served. Lillian helps me eat, as every move I make pain stabs through my body. I eat slowly, but it tastes divine. If I get out of this mess, I'll never make fun of MREs again. In between bites, I try to get to know Lillian better. I feel guilt, thinking I have never tried to get to know the staff as I should. I wouldn't have even recognized her as an employee of mine. What did we have you doing here? Oh, I mainly assist Mr. Jameson with his innovative work. I have a double degree in mathematics and physics. Mr. Jameson calls me his kid genius. We laugh every time he says it. I was mentored by Jameson for quite a while, and over time he came to trust me. Say, do you think there's any hope Mr. Jameson is still alive? My hope is they won't do him harm, being he's so high up in this facility. You know, like Banks. Too big to fail. Too informed to kill. The hopeful statements I give are an act, of course. I see how fearful Lillian looks when Jameson's name comes up. I need to change the subject. She and I have to hold it together until help arrives. I sit up more, but with great pain, and slap on as cheerful a face as I can muster. What work did you do for Jameson, then? I'll get her thinking rationally. That's the best remedy. Oh, usually confirmation calculations, spreadsheets, percentage probabilities, data analysis, that sort of thing. I do the more time-consuming, mundane tasks for Mr. Jameson, so he could be free to do the crucial work. I never knew the ins and outs, of course, but these last few days, Mr. Jameson has been lit up more than usual. I'd been with the man long enough to read his emotions. I think he's close to a breakthrough. Really? Yeah. I was dying to ask him questions, but he hates when I do that. He comes to me with breakthroughs, but on his time. I simply have to wait and live in hope. To wait and live in hope. Good. She knows how, and that's exactly what we need to do now. I won't tell her any more than she needs to know. And I don't know everything now, anyway. I need more time and more information about what's going on outside. Static sparks over the communication system. Lillian and I stop cold in our conversation, and both of us jerk our heads towards the console. The comms button lights up. Lillian runs over to the console, slides into a chair, and grabs the mic. Before she can call out, a voice breaks through the crackling signal. It's weak and rather garbled, but clear enough and makes my hair stand up. It's the last person on my mind, but the voice is more than familiar. Anthony, it's Killian. Are you there? Come in, Anthony.
Chapter 9. Lillian. Poundings on the bunker door follow the call on the comm system. We learned later that, unbeknownst to us, Killian's army had already fought their way onto the beach. They got the upper hand tactically and set up perimeters around the island, at least to the bunker facility. Killian placed guards at all waypoints. His last duty was to retrieve us from the bomb-proof structure. It's his fists pounding on the bunker door. We let him in with relief at the promise of safety. Killian, Anthony's friend and a general in the army, exchanges safe status codes over the comms. They're legit. Anthony inputs the code, and the seal on the bunker door unlocks. We pull hard on the heavy door to get it to open. As it does, my eyes meet with the general's. He's sporting laughing eyes and a big toothy smile. Am I ever glad to see you in one piece, pal? Anthony offers a smile back, though his face is flagged with pain. Glad to see your ugly mug, too, Killian. Killian laughs and rushes in to give Anthony a bear hug. He stops in his tracks when he sees the arm wound. Despite my first aid, blood is seeping through the gauze and the edges are red, showing hints of infection. Instead, Killian and Anthony shake left hands. Even that effort makes Anthony wince. I watch the men greet, and I feel their ease. Now I know we're rescued and are safe. The tension in my shoulders subsides too. I feel elated and exhausted all at the same time. I feel like jumping for joy and passing out. As two riflemen stand guard outside the door, the general and Anthony sit down at the console to talk. I feel the urge to run, to break free, but I know that's a foolish move. Instead, I sit still and listen. "What got you here, man? As far as we knew, the attackers killed the outside comms." "She tried calling for help, but the lines were down," Anthony asks. "It was the comms being dead. I knew the facility had a backup line, and it wasn't working either. My men tried calling you too. The above-ground and underground lines were both dead. Then the facility security perimeter alarm started sounding. I knew you guys were being attacked, no doubt in my mind, so I sent in my troops." I listen to the back and forth. I clap eyes on the general, and I see how many stars are on his epaulet. 4 big, shiny ones. I need no more convincing of how important this place is to bring this level of rescue. My mind goes to a D-Day type landing, yet I wonder if the island is completely secure. The men talk on the facility's main project and discuss who would want the information enough to kill. It piques my curiosity about Mr. Jameson's work and the invention, but I keep my thoughts to myself, knowing if I ask, nobody will tell me anything. I'm a know-nothing scientist, unlike Jameson and the other high-level inventors. Then an awful thought comes to my mind. The entire time Anthony and I fled, we never heard sounds from others within the facility. At the beginning, there were gunshots, but the clamor had disappeared. There were no longer yells or cries or running footsteps. Nothing. I don't want to ask, but I have to. "General, are there any survivors?" Killian exhales and answers in a flat tone. "No, ma'am. Sad to say, none of the researchers survived but yourself." I tremble. My knees feel weak. I can't take it in. That can't be right. There are hundreds here at least. We can't all be dead. "They can't all be dead." I inquire again, hoping this time the general will say what I want to hear. He'll correct his answer, saying he misunderstood me. There are survivors, sure there are. "What? No, General. That can't be right. Everyone hasn't died. This facility is large. Maybe pockets of scientists are in lockdown somewhere on the island, ones you haven't reached. And you surely don't mean Mr. Jameson, too." The general looks into my eyes and says not a word. Then he lowers his gaze as if he can no longer face mine. I crumble up like an accordion and fall to the ground. Anthony and the general come to my aid and get me into a chair. "Lillian, calm yourself. Everything will be okay." "Ma'am, we need to get you into safe custody right away, as you're the only one alive who can decipher the data." "General, it's true I work with Mr. Jameson, but I'm more of a number cruncher. I didn't have a big role in creating the data." "Right now, ma'am, that's moot. The attackers don't know that. From this point forward, you will have to be in protective custody." "Killian, listen. How about I take personal responsibility for Lillian until we neutralize this situation? She saved my life. I think it's about time I saved hers. She's coming with me." Did I hear that right? Am I still in shock? Anthony is going to protect me. As I sit there, my head swimming, nothing is making sense. Why would a low-level inputter like me be so valuable at this point? I get the Army coming in to protect the facility, but why me? What do I know about this invention? I think back to all the spreadsheets and all the number crunching. Most of it made little sense to me then, same as now. I don't think I could inform anyone if I wanted to, as I truly know nothing about Jameson's work. Certainly not about the intricacies of the invention. No way. Yet everyone is determined to sequester me under glass, like I'm the Hope Diamond or something.
Chapter 10. Anthony. The only thing my mind seems to focus on now is the fact that Lillian and I need to lay low. Hell, even Killian says that hiding Lillian and staying out of sight is our best option. I quickly rack my brain with ideas of places to hide, and suddenly the perfect solution to our dilemma crosses my mind. I glance at Lillian carefully, still deep in thought. I have an idea of where we can lay low, I say, and notice her gaze quickly snaps to mine. I have an estate in France. How is that laying low if it's your estate? Lillian responds quickly. I notice her hands are still trembling slightly as I form the explanation in my mind. It's a long story, but my family bought it under an anonymous name. It can't be traced back to me, I say. That's where we are going. It's perfect for us to lay low and hide. Lillian seems to think this over for a second. After a brief pause, she sharply inhales. Okay, I'll go. I need some time to collect my things before we leave, though, she says. No, absolutely not. There's no time, Killian interrupts. You need to go with Anthony right now if you hope to be safe, he says bluntly. Lillian looks at me, her chocolate brown eyes meeting mine. It's quiet for a moment before she finally responds. Okay, I understand. I'm briefly looked over by a military doctor and treated, but he wastes no time in sending me on my way once the barest medical interventions are complete. Someone scrounges up a fresh shirt so that I at least don't have to wander in public in a bloody garment. Once that is done, we immediately leave and head for the airport. I feel a headache coming on, more than likely from my jaw tensing with stress. My injuries may play part in it as well. It doesn't take long before we are in the air. The flight is a blur of phone calls and emails to trusted associates. It seems like only minutes pass before we touch down in France. I call ahead, alerting the servants at the France estate that we are coming. We have some people who are on call to get things ready whenever we'll be using the property. As a result, when we land at the airport, we're met by a black Mercedes. A driver opens the back door, and Lillian slides into the comfortable leather seats ahead of me. Within seconds, we are gliding down a road in the small town. I'm sure this car is low profile in this town, I sarcastically think as the sleek black car darts down the road before finally pulling into the long driveway of my vacation home. When the car finally comes to a rest, the driver quickly gets out to open the door. Sir, a meal is being prepared for you and your guest. I'm sure it was a long flight, he says as I slide out of the seat, helping Lillian do the same. Thank you, it certainly was, I reply. Lillian glances at me, a look of shock on her face. Right. I forgot to tell her about the butler and servants I hired to maintain the place. It's been so long since I have been here. I feel as if I have forgotten everything. The servants won't be here the whole time, I explained quickly. We have some staff that will make sure everything is ready for us. Dust the place, fluff the towels, that sort of thing. Once we get in and settled, I'll dismiss them. We'll have some privacy after that, except for security. Let me show you your room, I say quickly, wanting to move ahead. The truth is that the home is under an assumed name as something of a family estate, a place for members of my wealthy family to hide out and escape the public eye. As such, it is always ready to go at a moment's notice. When you have enough money, anything is possible. But the shocked look on her face tells me that might be a bit much for her to take, and I want to change the subject to something more natural. I lead her to the room right next to mine and shut the door behind me. We need to be careful. I know these people work for me, but it is a small town, so the word will travel fast about our arrival. I know people in this town will be curious about us. We will introduce you to everyone as my fiancé to reduce suspicion, I say bluntly. Lillian covers her mouth with her hand, which I notice is trembling slightly again. A look of shock reappears on her face. I know this is all strange, but we are in hiding. It's imperative that no one knows who we are and why we are really here, I say, as I hand her a piece of paper lined out with information. I had this all done during the flight. It's your new alias and information, I say. Lillian takes a deep breath before meeting my gaze, her soft chocolate eyes peering into mine. I understand. Can I at least call my family? She asks. Yes, but use this burner phone. Keep your conversation short and absolutely do not tell them where you are, I say, an edge of seriousness in my voice. You need to ask me to make any phone calls from here on out. No exceptions. I'm sorry, but for our safety, that's just the way it is. Okay, I understand. When can I go back to being my old self, though? She asks carefully. I think about this for a moment, trying to figure out how to word my next statement. I don't want to seem harsh, but it's for the best. I point at the piece of paper I handed to her. Until the threat is past, that is who you are. I know it isn't ideal, but this is what we have to do. Lillian shifts her gaze to her feet, and disappointment spreads across her face. I will leave you to rest for a bit. The servants will call you when dinner is ready, I say, trying to make my voice gentler than normal. I can't help but feel like something feels off as I leave her room, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I quickly make my way to my own large room, shutting and locking the door behind me. I allow myself to sink into the high-back chair behind the desk, pulling out my cell phone in one fluid motion. I quickly dial the number for Ethan. Maybe he can put my mind at ease with this, I think to myself. What's going on, sir? My most trusted subordinate's voice rings into my ear after one ring. Listen to me closely, Ethan. Investigate Lillian Smith. I want full details about her, even things she doesn't know about herself. Got it? I say, my voice steely. Yes, sir. It'll be done ASAP, he responds. I quickly shut the phone, closing my eyes. If Lillian has any secrets she's hiding from me, I'll know soon enough.
Chapter 11. Lillian. I latch the bedroom door that is supposedly mine now quietly, guaranteeing myself a moment of privacy. I need a minute alone. Everything's been going too fast, and now I have to pretend to be someone else. My eyes wander to notice the room is put together nicely, with a perfect mixture of delicate lighting and soft white walls. I sit on the corner of the bed, noticing the comforter is the same rose pattern as the strip of wallpaper running around the room. I glance at the light gray pine hardwood on the floor, and the corner of my mouth raises slightly. It's a beautiful room, but not quite pretty enough to distract from earlier events. I can't shake the horrible feeling that I must call my father. My hands won't stop trembling, but the thoughts won't leave my head. Should I call him? What will I even say to him? I don't remember ever feeling this scared in my entire life. I'm anxious, and it feels like my heart will explode. What if my father really is the one who ordered the attack? What if he wants me dead too? Is he capable of it? Can he be so evil and willing to do anything to get what he wants, that he'd hurt his own daughter? My thoughts are bouncing around in my brain at a pace that's nearly giving me a migraine until I finally decide to give in and call him. I grab the burner phone that Anthony gave me and dial his number. It's a burner phone, and it's untraceable. There's nothing wrong with making a quick call. I take a deep breath as it rings, and finally he picks up. Senator Donnelly speaking. Who is this? He asks in his formal business tone. My voice is shaky, and I'm trying my hardest to whisper so Anthony doesn't hear me as I respond. It's me. It's Lillian, your daughter, I say, unsure of what his answer will be and uncertain if I want to hear the answer at all. His voice changes immediately to anger. Christ, Lillian. Where the hell are you? What happened on the island? I jump at his sudden outburst, but for a moment, I'm relieved. If he's asking me what happened, that means he isn't a part of the events. He didn't send those people, even though it's terrifying that an unknown source is after me. I can't help being thankful it's not my father. I can't help but hope his questions could mean he's worried about me. I begin to explain every detail I can muster up through the cloudiness of my fear. It was terrifying. Men out of nowhere came with guns. They were covered in masks and tattoos and didn't have an ounce of sympathy for anyone in the room. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen. Almost everyone died there today. I'm the only one of them that made it out alive, and I don't even know how I did. It's like I'm in the middle of ranting about my traumatic experience when he cuts me off. Lillian, what about the data? Did you save the data? Do you have the prototype I sent you there for? He asks. My blood runs cold at how heartless and indifferent he sounds. There it is. The real reason for his questioning. The response I expected all along. I should have known there was no chance he was actually a worried father for once. I pause momentarily, unsure of what will happen when I speak again, when I admit there is a prototype they saved, but it's not in my hands. The only trace still left of what he's looking for is in the hands of the man I was sent to spy on. I take a deep breath, knowing he's about to yell before I even answer. No, not exactly. What do you mean, not exactly? Lillian, you are the worst daughter. How could you be so stupid? Why are you so useless to me? I only leave you in charge of minor things, and you still seem to always screw it up. You're not getting any results from a single task I've handed you, and I'm so sick of it, he screams. He uses a few more derogatory names in the sentences to follow. My ears are ringing, drowning out his anger as I think of what to say to calm him down. Please just listen to me for a moment, I say hesitantly, waiting for him to stop talking before continuing. Anthony St. Clair has the data. What do you mean he has it? He asked angrily. I mean, he got to it first. We're kind of in a situation here together, but I'll keep working on it. You better, he screams again. I don't care what you have to do. You get me that information, and I mean as quickly as possible. You don't want to see what happens when someone doesn't deliver. I absolutely hate myself because I can't say no to my father. Anything he says or asks of me, no matter how ridiculous or dangerous, I follow along like a little puppy. Suddenly, he asks where I am. After hearing Killian's reasoning for why Anthony and I are here, and how important it was to get us out secretly, I am hesitant to tell him. I ponder the pros and cons for a moment, before deciding not to give the name. I don't know, actually. I'm under protective custody for now, until they figure out who's behind this. No idea where or for how long, I say, hanging up immediately without waiting for a response. I don't want to listen to him anymore. I sit back on the bed staring at the wall, wondering what I should do now. There doesn't seem to be an easy solution out of my predicament. I can upset my father again by bailing and returning with nothing. Or I possibly get hurt trying to get him what he wants. And even if I do get my hands on Anthony's secrets, I'm not sure I want to. If it's important enough people were willing to kill over it, I can't help fearing what my father would do if he had it.
Chapter 12. Anthony. Lillian and I have been in France for 5 days now, and it doesn't feel like it at all. In some ways, it feels shorter because the events that brought us here are so traumatic. I can feel them sticking into my brain, and it takes several days before I even begin to think normally again. Days in which the passage of time has little meaning at all. But then, in some ways, it feels longer. We're in a small town. Despite how badly I want to keep our presence here low-key, the townspeople are definitely noticing and taking an interest in us. The house we're staying in is an old family home that isn't used very much anymore, so any arrival draws eyes. It's been a few years since we have seen anyone here. Somehow, word started getting around that I'm not Anthony. Several times over the last few days, people keep mistaking me for my cousin, Aaron. All I can imagine is that one person made a mistake, and then the rumor mill went to work with the wrong information. Whenever someone sees me around town, they'll greet me as though they're certain I am Aaron. I don't even try to correct them because everyone thinking that I'm someone else is the perfect disguise. It's purely coincidental, not the identity I originally planned to hide under. But if it isn't broke, why fix it? I don't have to keep a secret and lay low if everyone thinks I'm not Anthony. So why not let them think I'm Aaron? Where's the harm in it? The people looking for me will never know I'm here if the town doesn't even realize I'm Anthony. On top of all the weirdness with the townsfolk and their inability to tell me and my cousin apart, one of the things making these 5 days seem even longer is how badly I want to talk to Lillian. She dodges me like we're playing tackle football and she doesn't want to get hurt. It's a very rare occasion I even see her out of her room. Is she actively avoiding me? Do I scare her or something? We can't seem suspicious to anyone, or it will give us away. The fewer eyes we draw, the better. She needs to work with me and not blow our cover. Every night at the same time, the chef has dinner ready for us. It's always sitting perfectly at the table made up for us. The silverware is neatly placed, and there's always a bottle of wine in the center of the table, ready to be paired with whatever chef's choice is for the night. The last few nights have been nothing but awkward with Lillian. She eats with me, but she barely looks up from her plate long enough to grab her glass or switch her utensil. It's making me anxious. I don't enjoy the silent treatment and want to know what's happening. Tonight, she doesn't even seem to be arriving at the table. I've been sitting here for a while, hoping we can have a much-needed conversation over a meal and wine. But the longer I wait, the more irritated I become. If we're going to be stuck together like this, she doesn't have to make it intolerable. Sir, are you sure you don't want to eat without her? I can feed you, and then I can reheat it for her if she comes down. Or run a plate up to her room, the chef suggests, as he comes out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of steaming food in his hands. I think about it momentarily, pondering why it bothers me to eat without her. She just sits there silently the whole time. In the end, I decide the chef is right. Yes, I think I'll eat now. I can take her a plate when I'm finished. Thank you, I respond as he carefully sets my plate before me. He nods and walks back into the kitchen. After a few minutes, I finish my meal. Then I collect her own plated dinner from the kitchen and head to her room. It's as good an excuse as any to have the conversation she's been avoiding. I knock on her door gently, and it slides open. Lillian is sprawled out in the middle of the mattress like a starfish and jumps to a seated position as soon as the door opens. Oh, I must have lost track of time, she says nervously. Thank you for bringing me a plate. I set it down on her nightstand. There was something I needed to talk to you about anyway, I admit. She's staring at me with wide eyes, looking anxious. I take a deep breath before explaining our situation and why I'm letting the Aaron identity mishap slide. I tell her to use the identity I constructed for her, and from now on she will be Aaron's fiancée. She nods, seeming unbothered by the change. If we're lying about who we are anyway, I suppose there's no reason to care which lie we lean into. At least this way, we're letting the rest of the town do the work of spreading our fake identities for us. Then I come to the part I expect her to balk at. And Aaron and his fiancée have been invited to a party. It's in 4 days' time. The mayor here is loosely acquainted with our family, and I think it's important we be seen there. Lillian's brow raises. But isn't that risky? She asks. We're hiding by going to a party? Actually, I think it'll be the best thing for us. We can blend in because everyone will see me there as Aaron. It will seal our fake identities in everyone's mind. Besides, it's a private party. No cameras or pictures are allowed, so it's perfectly fine for us to go, make an appearance, and get in good with the townspeople. I pause, waiting for a response from her. She frowns, pursing her lips as she thinks it over. Well, okay, she finally agrees. I don't have anything to wear, though. You sent the servants out for clothes for us both, but it wasn't exactly party wear. You don't worry about that, I assure her. I'll take care of everything.
Chapter 13. Lillian. The feeling in the pit of my stomach after Anthony leaves the room is pure nausea. I can't believe we're in this together so deep that he has to pretend to be someone else to keep us safe. And now he wants us to attend a party where we're not ourselves. I'm unsure how to just go along with what he's telling me to do. I can't say no to him, but the party is in 3 damn days. How am I supposed to handle this on top of everything else? He makes it sound so simple, like we'll just walk around the room and magically become someone else. I eat the dinner he left on my nightstand before drifting off to sleep, thinking about all the ways this plan has the opportunity to fail and ruin us both. The next morning, I wake at a knock on the bedroom door. It's a quiet, hushed sound, as if someone's consciously trying not to awaken me rudely. "You can come in if you'd like." "I'm in bed, but I'm decent," I call out, pulling up the blanket a little and rubbing my sleepy eyes. The door slides open slowly, revealing Anthony's perfectly sculpted jaw and neatly spiked black hair, which brings out the gray of his eyes. Damn, why does he look so good today? I wonder momentarily, before nearly smacking myself for noticing his appearance. You have no room to be looking at him. You came here in a life or death situation. This is not the time. Get yourself together. Anthony sits on the edge of the bed, resting his hand on the comforter. "Good morning. Sorry to have woken you, but I had a perfect idea," he says excitedly. "Okay, what's your idea?" I ask, confused. He hands me a small hardcover notebook and a few pens. "I was thinking since the party is in 3 days, we have some studying to do. We really need this to work and be believable to everyone there, and we know nothing about each other. Hard to pass as fiancés that way. So let's take some time to write down some things about ourselves. Then once we're done, we can exchange lists." I nod and flip through the empty notebook, pleased with the crispness of the pages. It shocks me how much thought he's putting into this. Maybe he's not as confident as he's been pretending to be. "That's a good idea," I remark. "What do you think will be good information for the other one to know?" I think no amount of information is too small. If we're playing it off like we're a couple, and we want people to believe it, we need to know the small things couples know about each other. No detail is too cheesy when it comes to real relationships. We should write down things like our favorite colors, books, and movies. Our defining mannerisms, everything. I can't help but smile at him. Most men I've tried being in actual relationships with didn't even care to know these things. But here Anthony is, wanting me to write down a list for him. You'll have to give me some time to think, I admit. I don't get asked to make a cheat sheet on my personality every day, you know. He nods. That's fair. Let's split up and both work on them. I'll bring mine up to you along with your lunch later, and we'll go over them then, he says, walking out the door. I spend the next few hours trying to think over the details he wants about me, and I'm almost embarrassed by how little I know about myself. If we make it out of this, I need to spend serious time doing some soul searching. Spending 20 minutes trying to think of your favorite color is absolutely ridiculous and a severe call for help. Time flies by. Before I know it, there's a knock on the door. Anthony enters with 2 plates of food and his own notebook. Holy crap, it's been 2 hours already? I ask, feeling mortified at how I lost track of time. He laughs and sits beside me, handing me a plate with a sandwich and chips. Here, now let's get started, he says, taking a bite of his food and switching our lists. We sit silently for a few moments, reading over each other's notes. It surprises me to see how much we don't have in common. We clash like oil and water, complete polar opposites of each other. It should bother me, but I kind of admire him for his strong, decisive answers. His voice jolts me out of my thoughts. "Can you dance?" he asks. I shoot him a confused expression. "What kind of dance?" "Ballroom? Do you know anything about ballroom dancing?" I laugh, nearly choking on my sandwich. I'm not a dancer at all. In fact, I'm horrible at it. Well, we're going to have to fix that because you're going to have to know at least the fundamentals of the waltz, My heart races at the idea of my two left feet on the dance floor, attempting something as graceful as the waltz in front of a room full of strangers. The mayor has royal blood in him, he continues. Parties like this always end up way more formal than I'd like them to be, but it's better to be prepared. We won't be dancing to pop music anytime soon, especially if one of my family members shows up. What? What do you mean? Why didn't you say that's a possibility? How are we supposed to blend in and you be someone else if your family shows up? He grabs my shoulders. It's going to be okay. I'll take care of you. His words of affirmation should be comforting, but they only make me more anxious. What does he mean he'll protect me? Is his family that bad? Why does this situation only seem to get worse? Chapter 14. Lillian. No, I'm going to step on your feet, I exclaim, stepping away from Anthony. His arms are reaching out for me, trying to pull me in, but I know myself well enough to know that if I let him attempt this, we will both fall flat on our faces and potentially get hurt. No, you won't. Come on. I'm good at this. And I promise I won't let you fall. Hell, I'll even try not to laugh at you. Anthony chuckles. His smile shows through just enough to trick me into it. How do you say no to a face as handsome as his? Fine, I say, nodding my head and stepping toward him. I'm warning you right now. You're going to regret this. He laughs again and takes my hands, pulling me closer. The distance shortening between us excites me more than it should, and I can't help noticing how good he smells. I shake off my feelings and listen to his instructions the best I can. After a few moments of teaching, he pulls the phone out of his pocket and connects it to the Bluetooth speaker in the corner of the room. Music echoes around us, and my heartbeat quickens as he walks back toward me. The feeling of his hands in mine is oddly satisfying. I miss the feeling of a man. My job makes it so hard to connect with anyone, so I don't even try anymore. His skin makes mine tingle as he starts to move slowly. I follow his actions the best I can and try to remember his instructions as the music continues to echo. Suddenly, he smirks, and our eyes meet. The way he's staring at me intensely catches me off guard, and I lose focus. Damn it, I yell as I accidentally step on the toe of his shoe. Anthony chuckles. I was just about to compliment how well you were doing, and then you had to go and ruin it, he says teasingly. I playfully push his shoulder, and he smiles again. Damn it. Why is his grin getting to me today? I've been around him for days. Why is he getting such a grip on me? Get it together, Lillian. This is an assignment. Hey, I think I'll take a break. I'm getting pretty tired, but I'll watch some videos tonight, and maybe that will help me keep your toes out of my stomping grounds, I say, walking toward the door. I need some space to collect myself. Plus, I honestly can use this time to do some research. Okay. I'll see you here around the same time tomorrow. We only have a few days until the party, so I think we can spend as much time here as possible. Plus, it'll distract us from being stuck here anyways. I nod and walk out the door, heading down the hall to my room. I spend the next few hours in bed, watching endless videos and dummy tutorials about the waltz. I drift off to sleep during the middle of my 10th video, dancing in my dreams all night. For the next couple of days, Anthony is my personal teacher. We're laughing and joking, getting to know each other the entire time. We're getting along so nicely, and the man has the patience of a saint. Even if I step on his toes from time to time, he seems to be happy. We're having fun together. Every time we get close, I can't help feeling giddy. He's such a handsome man, with his perfectly chiseled jawline and his intense gray eyes. There are undeniable sparks between us, but I can't pinpoint if they're desire or just pure admiration for him on my part. You're doing so much better. It hasn't taken you hardly any time at all to catch on to this. Anthony remarks proudly. Well, you're a good teacher. I flirt, just a little. What the hell are you doing? Are his lessons teaching me to be more confident as well? Because the typical Lillian would not be talking to him like this. What's he doing to me? He keeps staring into my eyes, making my heart melt every time he does it. It pounds so hard it feels like it might fall straight out of my chest. I turn away, breaking the contact to grab a drink from my water bottle. Hey, if you don't have anything planned tonight, could you meet me in the garden at 8 o'clock? He asks. I raise my brow in confusion, but agree to his meeting. I spend a few hours doing nothing, waiting for 8 to come, wondering why he wants to see me in the garden. The closer it gets to the meeting, I primp myself a little, fixing my hair and touching up my makeup. I even put on a bit of perfume, hoping the dancing doesn't make me smell sweaty. Finally, it's almost 8, and I head outside toward the garden area. To my surprise, it's lit up with rows and rows of string lights. I notice the picnic table is covered in a tablecloth, and a fancy meal sits in the middle. There are 2 place settings and, of course, a bottle of wine. My heart skips a beat. Did he do this for me? Thank you for joining me, he says as I sit across from him. I nod as he pours wine into our glasses. I figured since your lessons went so well, and we're so close to the party, we should have a night of celebration. That's really sweet of you. It looks gorgeous out here, and the food smells amazing, I say, taking a sip from my wine glass. We start devouring the pot roast and potatoes in front of us, and I realize how hungry I am. We talk throughout dinner, eating comfortably and leisurely. I take my last bite under the stars and rope lights when suddenly he stands up. I look at him questioningly until he outstretches his hand. What do you say? Should we test out your new lessons on a night like tonight? He smiles, and my heart swells. I grab his hand, and he pulls me in closer. Our fingers entangle, and it feels so normal and safe now. I'm so comfortable with him, and I don't know why. It's like my body and soul are gravitating toward him. Something is pulling me toward him with force so strong I can't stop or slow it down. Right now, I can't decide if I want to.
Chapter 15. Anthony. The last few days of lessons with Lillian have been rather enjoyable, much to my surprise. She's even getting pretty good at dancing, despite her occasional meeting with my toes. But even with both factors coming into play, I can't help getting more and more nervous about bringing her to the party with me. I'm only invited because they think I'm my cousin Aaron, and going along with it establishes an alter ego for me. I'm letting people think whatever they want because it's taking the heat off of me as Anthony, and I do not have to do anything for it to happen. They already think I'm him, so why not let them? The only thing making me nervous is the off chance that some of my family members could show up. What if someone recognizes me for the real me? Or what if my mom hears about this? This plan can blow up in my face, leaving smithereens of me all over the walls. The doorbell rings, bringing me out of my thoughts. I look down at my watch and see the time. Damn, it's already time for the stylists, I think, and head to open the door. Alfie and his stylist stand before me as the door swings open. They're holding bags and boxes and smiling excitedly when I greet them. "Show me our canvas," Alfie says, stepping around me. I lead them to a room, introducing them as she shyly peeks around the door. "It's so lovely to meet you," he tells her. "I promise we'll have you feeling ballroom ready in no time." "Oh, perfect," she says hesitantly, stepping out from behind the door. Alfie grabs her hand and leads her into the master bedroom with a bigger mirror and more outlets for their tools. I watch momentarily as they get her settled in a chair. "I have a few errands to run in town, but I'll be back in time to change and pick you up. You're in good hands, I promise," I say, and step out. I grab my keys and head into town. I may as well buy her something pretty to wear since she saved my life. After a short drive, I pull into the lot of the jewelry store and park in the closest spot. A bell dings as I walk in, grabbing everyone's attention. "Hey there! What can I help you with today, sir?" A tall, dark-haired man asks. "I'm looking to buy an engagement ring," I say, getting straight to the point. The man smiles and gleefully puts a hand on his clean-shaven face. She can't be my fiancée without a ring, after all. "Yay! How exciting! Congratulations! Okay, my name is Ray, and I'll be the one helping you today. Let's see if we can find you the perfect ring," he says, stepping toward the end of the counter. "Hey, Ray. I want to see some special edition ones, not these out on display for everyone. The price range isn't an issue. I want something special. One of a kind, just like her," I say, thinking of our unique situation. Ray excitedly leads me to the back, and I can't help envisioning Lillian's face when I show her the ring I choose. He opens a large metal safe door and leads me inside, shutting it behind us. He walks to another small safe in the corner and throws in the combination. It clicks, and a green light appears as the door swings open. He pulls out a slab of pine holding 10 rings and sets it on the glass tabletop before me. They're all exquisite and unique, but it only takes a moment for one to catch my eye. "This one," I say. "This is it." I grab the ring out of the slab and hand it to him. "Whoa, that was fast. Are you sure?" Ray asks. "Yes, that's the one. Does it have a matching wedding band?" I ask before I can rethink the words leaving my lips. He nods and fetches it for me. I hold them both together and watch the light glisten off the rare pink sapphire stone. He walks me back up front, asking how I'd like to pay. He's hesitant to tell me the price as I hand him my matte black credit card. As soon as the approved noise sounds on the machine, a large smile appears on his face. "Thank you so much," he says, after I complete the paperwork. I thank him as well and walk to the car. I speed home, feeling happy with my purchase and impressed by my quick decision-making. I pull into the driveway as Alfie and his crew are loading their things back into their car. "She's all yours. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised," he says, climbing in his car. I thank him and head up the steps, wondering why my heart is pounding nearly out of my chest. I open the door and walk inside, heading straight to the spare bathroom to shower and get ready. I rush through my shower, gelling my hair and throwing on my brand new black suit. There's an unfamiliar black tie with gold flakes on the bed. I put it on, wondering why Alfie was picking a tie for me. After the finishing touches, I step out and walk into the living room. I sit patiently, waiting for her to come and join me, eager to see how she looks. I'm only sitting for a few moments when high heels echo down the hall. I sit up straighter, eager to see her appear around the corner. When she finally does, my heart nearly stops. She's so stunning my palms get sweaty just looking at her. She's wearing slightly more makeup than usual, adding to her natural beauty, and a gold dress that sparkles in the lighting. She's biting her nails nervously, and I can't stop staring. The dress fits her perfectly, flattering every curve of her body, and my heart races at the sight. Holy crap. I've seen a lot of beautiful women in my day, but no one matches the one in front of me. She's the most stunning woman I've ever laid eyes on. She's the perfect combination. Beautiful, accomplished, and focused, but with the perfect amount of innocence. Do I look okay? I didn't want to go with gold, but they insisted that it brought out my eyes and that they had the perfect tie for you to match. I figured they knew best and let them dress me. But if you hate it, they left a few other options. I can change, she says, already starting to turn around. No, it's perfect. You look stunning, I say, trying to dull down my true feelings about her appearance. Should we get going? She nods, whispering words of encouragement to herself on the way to the car. You can do this. The words are so soft, barely a breath of air, but I can't help smiling. It's so simple yet adorable. Warmth spreads over my core, but I pretend I didn't hear her. I grab her hand as I help her into the passenger seat. I bring her hand to my lips, kissing it gently. As soon as my lips touch her skin, a burst of electricity crackles between us. It startles me and I jump back. I shut the door and walk to my side, trying desperately to ignore the sparks between us. Driving to the party, All I can think about is her setting my nerves on fire. Our lives are on the line. How can I even think about sleeping with her? We're in no position to be together when there's more important things to focus on. Still, how will I get through tonight when she's already making me feel like this? Chapter 16. Anthony. I speed into the parking lot and my heart races. Despite my nervousness, I'm excited to dance with Lillian. I park in the closest space available, trying to avoid making her walk further than she has to in her heels. "Are you ready?" I ask, looking at her for a response. She takes a deep breath and nods. Opening the door, I help her climb out. She wraps her arm around me and we walk inside. The doorman asks for my name and I give him Aaron's and a +1. He gestures for us to go inside. As soon as we enter, I can tell it's exactly the type of party I knew it would be. It's a highly formal occasion and very exclusive. There are maybe 20 attendees who glance at us as we walk in. Lillian squeezes my arm tighter as we reach the refreshment table. A few people are at the end of it, whispering about us, but I don't let it worry me. We grab a glass of champagne and turn to face the room again. She's sipping from her glass as I scan the room, looking for familiar faces. Fortunately, I don't see any of my family members, so no one here will point out the mistaken identity that I'm not bothering to fix myself. As soon as the couple at the end of the table walks away, Lillian turns to me and gets close to my ear. "Do you recognize anyone?" she asks. Her breath on my neck sends a wave of goosebumps across my skin, but I try my hardest to ignore them and answer her. "No, fortunately, I don't see anyone. Yet, anyways. There might be more arrivals later. Who knows?" "Good. I hoped our cover wouldn't be blown the second we walked in. When the doorman asked for your name, I nearly turned around and walked out." She laughs. I laugh with her. It's a sound I'm starting to love. I make my appearance known and walk around speaking with the few people surrounding us. Lillian is playing the role of Aaron's fiancée, Elizabeth Elias. As the evening goes on, we both begin to relax into our new personas. Lillian's nerves abate, and she begins laughing and joking with other guests. I occasionally have to strain to think of the answer Aaron would give to various questions, just in case the person asking would notice a discrepancy. Even though I don't recognize anyone here, I don't want anyone to doubt my story. The details must be perfect, which is harder than I thought. Still, it is an overall enjoyable evening. We spend most of our time sipping champagne and making idle chit-chat. Occasionally, we snatch one of the hors d'oeuvres that pass by us on the trays of waiters. We really should have eaten first. I'm not the kind of girl that can live off the tiny food on these expensive trays, especially when they only come out nearly every half hour. I'm going to wilt away. Lillian laughs, sliding a crab cake into her mouth. "I promise I'll get you food after this, okay?" I say. She nods and is about to speak when suddenly the mayor interrupts our conversation. I was too engulfed in Lillian's presence to notice his approach. "Glad you could make it," he says, shaking my hand. "I see you've brought a date." He looks at Lillian and smiles warmly. "Not just a date," I lie easily. "This is my fiancée, Elizabeth Elias. She's the only reason I came out tonight, you know. Without her, I'd have stayed home in my sweatpants," I say, trying to maintain my cousin's mannerisms. "How about you come and have a cigar with us?" he asks, gesturing to a group of men behind him. I notice one of them gawking at Lillian. It unleashes a burning inside me, a feeling I rarely have. Am I jealous about another man admiring her? What's going on, Anthony? She's not yours, and you have no right to be jealous. I appreciate the offer, but I promised the lady I'd spend the night dancing with her, I respond, grabbing Lillian's hand. You know how to throw one hell of a party, though, Mayor. He laughs, rejoining the men standing around behind him. The group walks off. If you want to go have a cigar with them, it's not a big deal, Lillian offers. I can entertain myself at the snack table. She laughs, the sound that's slowly starting to melt my heart. How about we do this instead? Would you care to dance with me? I say, reaching a hand out to her. Are you sure? She asks. I'm sure. Let's show off your lessons, I say, dragging her onto the dance floor. I want to spend the entire evening focusing my sole attention on her. I want everyone to know she's here with me. I tell myself it's all part of our disguise, and not just because I'm an embarrassingly jealous man. We spend the rest of the evening entangling our fingers and letting our bodies gracefully sway together. Her lessons are proving worth it as I watch her in awe. I can't help wondering what else her body can do. There's a lull in the music. We're both panting, so we step to the drink table for a refill on our champagne, when suddenly a man I don't recognize approaches Lillian. "Hey there. You look absolutely stunning tonight. I wondered if you'd care to dance," the tall blonde skeleton asks. She smiles nervously, and I'm instantly irritated. I can't stop myself from cutting into the conversation. She's here with her fiancé, but thanks for the compliment. She's very stunning. I'm a lucky man, I say, wrapping my arm around her waist and bringing her into me. "Anthony, what the hell are you doing? She's not your real fiancé, and she can dance with someone else. It's not your place to stop her." The man nods meekly and walks away. Realizing I've overstepped, I'm nervous to look at Lillian. I'm unsure how she will react to my sudden outburst, and I don't want it to ruin our evening. Finally, I decide to know and force myself to meet her eyes. Surprisingly, she has a huge grin, and I'm instantly relieved. I'm showing possessiveness toward her, and she could be understandably angry. But I'm glad it's not scaring her away. I reach for her hand again and we start dancing. I can tell she's a bit tense now, so I do a few spins to lighten the mood and ease the tension. It works perfectly and she's back to being her regular self. We spend the rest of the party inches from one another, staring into each other's eyes and enjoying the perfect evening. Chapter 17. Anthony. I twirl Lillian around the dance floor and we're having so much fun together that time passes quickly. I don't even notice as the guests start leaving until there's only a smattering of people left in the room. Feeling like I've spent hours in another world, I look at Lillian in shock. "We're one of the last ones here," I point out. She giggles. We bid our host goodbye and soon I am pulling Lillian out the door behind me. We laugh and joke the entire way to the car, and I make no hurry to let go of her hand. I help her into the passenger seat. Then I get behind the wheel, heading toward home. She turns the radio up and sings as I drive. God, her voice is angelic, I think as she sings out loud. My heart feels warm, and it's unfamiliar to me. I can't remember the last time I thought about someone like this. She's so easy to talk to and be myself around. I haven't been this carefree in years. Finally, after a long drive home, we pull into the driveway and walk hand in hand up the sidewalk. "Hey, do you want to stretch this night out a little longer?" I ask, not wanting the night to end at all. She raises a brow at me. "What did you have in mind?" I smile and lead her off the sidewalk. We walk to the backyard and down to the garden in the back. "I appreciate your company tonight," I admit quietly. I usually hate going to parties like that. They usually bore the hell out of me. Plus, people usually only come and talk to me because they're trying to get close to the man who holds the most power. I just really enjoyed tonight, I say, glancing down. She laughs, pulling me out of my nervous haze. My eyes meet hers again. Everything fades away the second I see them, and I'm melting before her. I'm glad I could go. It wasn't as scary as I thought it would be either. I was extremely nervous, and huge ballroom parties are not my thing. But I wanted to help you keep up our image. I'm really glad I went. You made it a lot more fun than I expected. She giggles and playfully nudges my shoulder. I'm glad I could be of assistance, I joke. She makes me so giddy that I can hardly control what's coming out of my mouth. When did big, scary Anthony St. Clair become playful? She grabs the sides of her dress and shyly walks away from me. I watch her every step admiringly, watching the dress grip her butt and trying not to let my mind wander. I make my mind shift back to the original purpose of this evening, solidifying my cover as Aaron. It seems like everyone believes me, but who knows what goes on behind closed doors? Hopefully no one has any reason to notice I'm not who they think I am. If for any reason my mom hears about this party and realizes I was there, not Aaron, I'll never hear the end of it. And I'm sure she'll blab to the whole world too. Hey, are you going to join me or just stand there staring like a weirdo? Lillian's voice echoes through the garden, yanking me from my thoughts. I chuckled at her attitude and jogged toward her. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. Lost in my own mind, I guess, I say once I'm next to her. She smiles and nudges my shoulder. Well, why don't you tell me some of the things you're always lost in your head about? Maybe I can help sort it, or at least saying it aloud might benefit you somehow. Let's talk about you instead. I want to get to know you better. We did the questions before, like our favorite color or candy bar. But I want to know something personal. She stares at the ground for a moment. Fine, but you first. Tell me about the travel you do for work. I'm sure you've been all over the place. I laugh and start describing a few of my recent trips. Places I've been to explore new buildings or new setup ideas. I have a few favorites, but I only share enough to satisfy her. I'm eager to skip ahead to the part where she tells me more about herself. She's becoming the most intriguing woman I've ever been around, and I have to know more. We continue strolling through the garden, talking and laughing, getting to know intimate details of each other's lives. Somehow, we get on to the topic of college. She vents to me regarding how complicated it was. I sit on the swing at the garden's gate and just listen. She perches beside me and we're quiet for a moment. It's the first silence of the night, and I look around us. The stars are shining brightly, and the string lights from my dinner the other night still dangle in the trees above us. It's the perfect romantic movie scene. Suddenly, out of the blue, a feeling arises inside me. A tingling feeling appears on my lips, and it reminds me of the hand kiss from earlier. The way my lips sparked against the top of her hand, I can't imagine what it would feel like touching her lips. I can't help myself and turn toward her slowly. My eyes trace the length of her face until they find themselves plastered on her lips. Lip gloss glistens across them, showing off how kissable they are. I bite my lip, trying to stop myself. Every fiber of my being concentrates on trying to tell me no. But nothing seems able to stop me now. I lean forward, never letting my eyes leave her lips, and slowly inch closer to her. The tension between us is building until they finally meet, and it feels like a finale-size fireworks show must be going off around us.
Chapter 18. Lillian. A bolt of electricity courses through my veins the second Anthony's lips meet mine. We seem to fit together perfectly. Our eyes meet as he pulls away, and I'm breathless. The feeling of our kiss is magical, and I can't wrap my brain around what it means. We stare at each other for a moment, and my heart's racing. I can almost hear his beating just as hard, just inches from mine. I can't help myself from glancing down at his lips again, mystified by their magical touch. They're glossy from my lip gloss, and I bite my lip, craving more. My mind races with thoughts of where the kiss might lead. If his mouth feels this good on my lips, what other parts of me could it feel even better on? Well, that was... Anthony stammers to speak, running his fingers nervously through his hair. I'm too distracted to even hear what he's saying. The urge to do it again overtakes me, and I can't help myself. I lunge toward him, meeting his lips again and grabbing his face in my hands. He's pressing into me, and I feel his hands on my back. His fingers trail up and down my spine as our kisses intensify. Our makeout gets steamier by the minute. I'm losing myself in him, and the feeling of his hands all over me. All I want to do is jump on him, take it one step further. But I know I can't. I have to behave. Be strong, Lillian, no matter how badly you want him. He's not yours. This is an assignment, and he's not the prize. Control yourself before it gets out of hand, and you make a mistake. I feel Anthony's hands start inching closer to my ass, and my heartbeat starts to quicken again. Every cell in my body wants him to continue. I want to feel every inch of him and feel him trace my skin with his fingertips. I lose myself again and let him grab a firm hold of my ass. As he starts lifting me, trying to pull me onto his lap, the only functioning part of my brain orders me to stop him. Lillian, you can't do this. Stop. Despite loving every second of our connection, I quickly pull away. I slide away from him and stare at the ground, not wanting to meet his eyes. I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong? Anthony asks. I shake my head, unable to speak. The struggle to not continue is almost too much to handle, and knowing he's concerned about my well-being isn't helping matters. I'm really sorry if I did. I thought you seemed into it. Or I would have stopped. I apologize if I overstepped or something. He continues when I remain silent. I clear my throat, pulling myself together enough to at least answer his question. No, you didn't. Not at all. We just can't do this. I sprint toward the house, as best I can in a tight-fitting dress and heels, and head for my bedroom. I want to get far away from him before I see his sad face again, and my urges take over. I throw open my door and slam it shut behind me. What the hell are you doing? I think as I take a seat on the firm mattress. I chew my nails, trying to work out the details in my head. My heart is still pounding, and I keep telling myself how stupid it is to share an intimate moment with him. But the more I try to tell myself how bad it is, the more it reminds me of the pleasure, too. The feeling of his lips on mine, his hands trailing my spine. I can almost feel his warmth still on my skin as I press my fingers to my lips. I get up and walk to the full-length mirror in the corner of the room, staring at myself. Why does he make me feel so good? Why do our lips fit together perfectly, like they're made to be one? What am I supposed to do? I stare into the mirror for a few moments, letting my mind race in whatever direction it wants to go. Everything about our arrangement has been confusing for me, but up until now, I thought it was something I'd be able to handle. Spending time with him is only another part of the job, and I'll be home before long. With how complicated things are and how weirdly everything is playing out, we seem to be stuck together longer than I thought. There isn't anything I can do to distance myself. He's proving to be much more of a gentleman than I ever imagined he'd be, and he's weakening my defenses. My fingers trail the parts of my face he touched, and my spine tingles where his fingertips had been. Why the hell do I like him so much? What is going to happen if I can't keep my feelings for him in check? My father still expects me to steal the flash drive of information Anthony has and then get the hell out of here. But can I even go through with it now that I've fallen for him? What the hell am I going to do?
Chapter 19. Anthony. Lillian walks past the living room and into the kitchen for the 4th time today. She won't look in my direction or even acknowledge my presence, and it's driving me insane. I don't understand why she's avoiding me again, and it's annoying the hell out of me. Why does she always go back to this? What's her reasoning behind it this time? Is it because of our kiss? I thought it was an amazing moment between us, but did she hate it that much? I don't understand why she won't sit down and talk to me. It's been 4 days since the kiss, and it's been silent. I go out of my way to say hi to her. She barely answers and scampers off as quickly as she can. My phone rings, interrupting my thoughts. I pull it out of my pocket and look at the screen. When I see Killian's name, I instantly feel a pit in my stomach. What's this about? Is he calling to tell me we're free to go? Or is he calling to tell me they aren't any closer to figuring it out? Hello? I say as I swipe to answer. I have some news, he says sternly. Good or bad? What do you think? Okay, what's the bad news? I ask, knowing the correct answer by his tone. The USB that you have. I learned recently that there are some seriously dangerous people out there looking for it. Somehow, word got out and everybody knows, so our suspect list is limitless. The Russians, Arabians, and a few unidentified mercenaries have been hired by several different countries, and they're hot on your tails. We need to figure out a plan. Should I just get rid of it? I ask, playfully tossing the tiny treasure in my hand. This stupid thing is the entire reason we're here. It's like a ticking time bomb. When I came up with the idea behind this, I saw the potential in it, but I never knew how far this would go. I'm not stupid, of course. I knew it was a big deal, hence all the fancy security that was meant to keep me safe. I even partnered with the government to develop the technology, thinking we'd have the best resources available that way. Turns out greed trumps everything else, I guess. Killian tries to convince me not to get rid of it just yet. The technology on this stupid USB is too damn valuable to just throw away, he says. As long as I'm safe and in hiding, I should keep the USB with me. He'll take care of the rest. I'm not sure I believe it, but I do put the damn thing back in my pocket for now. Maybe I'll smash it later. With my lab destroyed, this is the last place the AI exists. If this USB should accidentally disappear, it will be gone forever. And so will years of effort. I'll be safe theoretically, but it'll be like I never accomplished anything at all. My biggest claim to fame will be wasted, and no one will ever even know what almost was. I hang up with Killian as Lillian walks by my bedroom door, looking at me out of the corner of her eye as she passes. I scoff for a minute before the need to know overtakes me. I have to get to the bottom of why she's so upset with me. "Lillian!" I shout as she rounds the corner. I stop in my doorway for a moment, wanting her to come to me. She doesn't appear, so I call a bit louder. "Lillian!" Her brunette hair peeks around the corner again. "Jesus, what?" she asks. I step toward her, feeling the energy building between us with every step I take. I'm unsure just what it is I'm feeling. Is it my anger? Or is my brain remembering the passion between us and all the dirty thoughts racing through it when we kiss? "What is going on?" I ask, only inches from her face. She stares at me, not saying a word and trying to look away. "Lillian, what is going on with you?" "What do you mean? Nothing's going on with me. I'm fine," she says. "Then why have you been avoiding me? Did I do something wrong? Because if I did, I would want to fix it. I can't stand the silent treatment or the thought of you being angry at me. If I did something that upset you, please tell me so we can talk about it and move on," I exclaim, fed up and demanding an explanation. She still doesn't say a word. Her eyes focus on the bare wall behind me. I place a hand on her shoulder. "Please, Lillian, I can see something's wrong. Just tell me what it is so we can talk about it." "Nothing's wrong," she yells and turns to walk away from me. I grab her, turning her to face me again. The anger inside me is boiling at this point, and I need an answer. She deserves to give me one after the way she's been treating me, and I don't understand why her solution is to always run away from me. Why do you do that? Why do you always run away from me? Am I really that awful? Or am I too intimidating to talk to? Seriously, I want to know what it is because it's driving me crazy, Q. Our eyes meet, and I see tears building in her eyes. It's not something you did. It's something I did. I'm starting to feel things I shouldn't, and I need to stop it. I've been distancing myself because I can't be close to you and control myself, she yells. As soon as the words escape her lips, the depth of what she means sparks something in me. The idea that she doesn't hate me, in fact, she's too attracted to me, is a temptation that is hard to resist. I smile mischievously and spin her around, gently pushing her against the wall behind me. She lets out a soft moan, leaning back. I lunge for her lips like they're the world's last tank of oxygen, and I'm deprived.
Chapter 20. Lillian. As soon as Anthony pushes me back against the wall, I know I'm in trouble. My brain is screaming at me to stop him, telling me how pissed my father will be. He isn't waiting for me to meet men, and I need to stop him. But the magnetic pull is too strong, and I can't take it any longer. Our lips fit together as one. I feel him bite my lower lip, raking his teeth across it like he's trying to claim alpha. A wave of goosebumps rushes across my skin, and my head falls back against the wall. He pauses for a moment, staring deeply into my eyes, I bite my lip in the exact spot where I'm sure there's an indent from him. He smiles deviously and grabs my wrists in his hand, sliding my arms up the wall until they're above my head. My heart pounds as he stares at me, holding my wrists and breathing heavily. The smell of his cologne and the feeling of his skin touching mine is almost too much to handle. I want him so badly. He lunges for my neck. The second his lips touch the soft skin above my collarbone, I let out a small moan. Oh my God. How'd he know my favorite spot? My eyes close as he kisses across my collarbone, trailing up my neck and my jawline until his lips are back on mine. My body takes over. I press myself into him as hard as I can, wanting as much of him as I can get. His free hand clutches the edge of my face, and he rubs his thumb across my lips. I seductively bite the tip of it, looking up at him while I do it. You better be careful. You don't know what that does to me. And I'm trying really hard not to pick you up and carry you to bed right now, Anthony says. The words escaping his lips excite me, and the thought of being in his bed sends a shock of pleasure through my body. My brain screams at me to stop, but I ignore it. Every cell in my body is on fire with lust, and my father only wants me for his errand girl. Why am I caring so much about what he wants when it's never what I want? He never gives a damn about my feelings. So why can't I allow myself this one pleasure? To hell with him. I'm going to do what I want. And right now what I want is Anthony. So I should do it again? I ask flirtatiously. He raises a brow at my statement and it turns me on. God, why is he so freaking hot? Only if you're ready for bed. I lean forward, softly nibbling his finger again. He releases my hands and grabs my thighs. Lifting me up, he walks us both to the doorway of his room. My heart pounds as he kisses my neck. He sets me on the edge of his mattress and bites his lip as he reaches for the bottom of his shirt. I watch him slide it over his head, exposing his rock-hard abs, and I melt. My hands lunge for the button on his jeans, undoing them as fast as possible and yanking them to the floor. Thanks for joining us on our journey thus far. Unfortunately, this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube. Find all the juicy details over at TylaWalker.com. Use code SAVE40 for a fantastic deal on the unabridged content. Back to our lovers.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 21. Anthony. Sunlight peeks through the partially drawn curtain, flooding into my closed eyes. I stir uncomfortably, trying to get away from its blinding beam. After a moment, I finally decide it's useless. I pry my eyes open, shaking the tiredness away. I realize my arm is trapped and glance down to find Lillian still fast asleep. Damn, I almost forgot. I smile, remembering why she's beside me. She has to be the best thing to happen to me after everything. In so much tragedy, meeting her is the one good outcome. I allow myself to lay in bed for a bit longer, enjoying the warmth of Lillian's body against mine. After a while, I sneak out and groggily stand to get dressed. As soon as I find my clothes, I wander to the kitchen. I brew some coffee, taking a few minutes to enjoy a cup. Then I find my way to the fridge and grab ingredients, setting them on the massive butcher block behind me. 30 minutes later, I carry a silver tray loaded with eggs, hash browns, and bacon up the stairs toward my room. I maneuver the tray to open the door and set it on the dresser before shutting the door behind me. I sit down on the edge of the bed and carefully rub Lillian's back to wake her. After a few moments, she opens her eyes, a smile jumping to her lips. "Good morning," she says softly, her voice thick with exhaustion. I continue rubbing her back, enjoying the sweet feeling of doing something to take care of her. "Good morning, Lillian. I hope you slept well," I answer, smiling wholeheartedly. I watch Lillian and notice her eyes settling on the large food tray. Surprise covers her face as she sits up. I glide across the room to grab the food, placing it on her lap. "I made you some breakfast." She gives me a look of amazement, seeming speechless for a moment. "Thank you," she finally replies. We begin chatting, picking at the food on the tray. Before long, we have eaten it all, though I barely notice at first. I'm too preoccupied with enjoying the conversation. She rests her hand on my thigh. "That was very delicious. Thank you. I can't believe you actually cooked for yourself," she jokes. I return her banter. "I know, right? Weird that I can fend for myself. But it was my pleasure," I say before leaning in for a kiss, which she reciprocates. My heart almost beats out of my chest when her lips meet mine. Our kiss lingers longer than the average good morning kiss, and leads to another round of passionate lovemaking. Knowing I can give her so much pleasure is almost addicting, and I can't get enough. The day quickly gets lost between sessions of making love and learning more about each other. Before I know it, the sun disappears again. I stare at the ceiling later that night, lost in thought. Our physical fitness makes for a great day, but if today's conversations taught me anything, it's how smart she is. I glance over at the large clock on the wall, which tells me it's a little after 11. Lillian fell asleep a little over an hour ago. I absent-mindedly trace a finger across her back. She makes me feel giddy, like a little kid. I can't help but feel I'm going soft, as my actions are at odds with my upbringing. My life has always been so structured that it's made me beyond independent and wary of others. I'm not the type to have a fling or let a complete stranger in. Yet for the first time, I am enjoying what is basically a relaxing getaway. No structure or bullcrap, just Lillian. I shake my head, reminding myself it isn't a getaway. I have enemies, and they are likely closing in on me any minute. The severity of the situation threatens to consume me again, but I quickly brush aside the nervousness. "Come and get me, assholes." Until then, I'm going to enjoy my time here with Lillian. "What are you smiling about?" Lillian asks in a clear voice, cutting through the thoughts in my head. I glance down at her before planting a tender kiss on her forehead. Lillian smiles warmly at me, and I feel a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, I have an idea. "Would you like to go skiing with me tomorrow?" I ask. Lillian's soft chocolate eyes meet mine, and I can't help but adore the way the black seems to wrap around them. Her mouth curves into a gentle smile. "I would love to," she says.
Chapter 22. Lillian. There are so many rumors about Anthony that make him sound like a horrible, heartless human being. Someone who cares about nothing but himself and the money he makes. I imagine I heard all of them, working under him as the mysterious leader of a big, secretive operation. Contrary to my initial impression of him, it turns out he's the nicest man I've ever met. He's fun, exciting, caring, and thoughtful. So when he invites me to go skiing with him tomorrow, I can't help but ponder the question for a moment. Am I special? Or are people just misunderstanding him? Then I realize I don't care either way. "I would love to," I say genuinely. He pulls the covers up, kisses me on the forehead, and we drift off to sleep in each other's arms. I wake up to the smell of coffee under my nose and slowly open my eyes. "Good morning, gorgeous." Anthony says, holding 2 cups of coffee. He sets mine on my nightstand table and helps me sit up. I figured we'd head out early, so we have an entire day. I sip my coffee, nodding. Perfect. We're going to need a lot of time because I have no idea what I'm doing. I would love to teach you. It gives me all the more reason to put my hands on you. He laughs flirtatiously, then leaves the room to let me get ready. I take my coffee into the bathroom, sipping it as I fix my makeup, brush my teeth, and throw on some deodorant. I get dressed in warm clothes, grab my jacket, and head out to the car. Anthony smiles when I open the door and climb in beside him. Anthony is quiet. He smiles and stares out the window, holding my hand on his knee. I decide to do the same, watching the scenery passing by. I notice the route is becoming increasingly rural, and after a while, we don't even pass any other cars on the road. We round the corner, and a beautiful log lodge comes into view. I notice there are no cars out front, which seems curious. Anthony hops out, holding the door for me and grabbing my hand as he leads me inside. It turns out this is not a commercial ski lodge. It is a private property owned by his family. But as they use it for winter recreation, it has everything we need. We get ourselves sorted out, finding the correct equipment and gear. Then we head outside. I follow closely behind him, watching how he maneuvers the skis. He's graceful, but I am tripping over myself with every move. He keeps glancing back at me, laughing and joking about how he doesn't want to teach me to do it the right way. It's too cute watching me try to handle it my own way. Throughout the day, he's so kind and patient as he shows me the tips and tricks of how to ski successfully. We're laughing and joking. It feels so good until finally, I fall flat on my butt for nearly the 100th time in a row. This time, I lie flat on my back, enjoying the scenery and the coldness underneath me. I take a deep breath of the mountain air around me and feel so free. "Are you glad you came with me?" he asks, sitting next to me in the snow. All of me wants to agree vehemently, but I keep my thoughts in my head for now. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, because I never take time off of work. I'm so focused on my father and feeling obligated to be at his every beck and call that I don't take a break. But I can't explain any of that without him asking questions. He can't know who my father is. It'll blow everything up, and that's the last thing I want. I nod at him instead, pushing the senator to the back of my mind the best I can. He's half a world away and has no idea where I am. As long as I stay strong and don't contact him, he can't reach me. "Let's head home. The sun is starting to set," Anthony points out. We walk back to the lodge, put our gear away, and climb back into the car. Before I know it, we're back at home, and Anthony lets me out of the car. Instead of going to the front door, he leads me around the back. There's a cute cabin behind the mansion that I haven't noticed until now. He opens the door and reveals the space is really an indoor pool, much to my surprise. "Want to take a dip?" he asks, already tugging off his pants. My heart races, and I hate the way he has this effect on me. "Damn, I didn't pack a swimsuit," I exclaim, trying to distract myself. Then I feel his hands on the bottom seam of my shirt. "What makes you think you need one? It'll save me time later if you're not wearing anything anyways." He kisses the side of my neck and pulls my shirt over my head. My whole body is tingling. We kiss passionately for a moment, until he pauses, pulling off his boxers. Then he dodges around me and cannonballs into the pool behind me, sending water all over the floor. I laugh as his head bobs back out of the water, and I start walking toward him. "Come on, the water feels amazing," he says, reaching his hand out. I finish undressing and climb in, stopping when I'm inches from his face. His hands wrap around me. "God, you're so sexy. I've been waiting for this moment all day," he exclaims as he pulls me in, kissing me. His lips feel so good on mine, and his hands dance along my spine, sliding further and further down every time. My body tingles as he picks me up. I can feel him between my legs. I lean my head back, letting him kiss my neck. Just as we're about to succumb to another round of passion, I get a strange feeling we're being watched. Wait, stop! I panic and climb out of his arms, stepping away from him. What's wrong? What happened? He asks. It feels like someone's watching us. He stands up straighter, covering me as he glances around for a moment. After a long silent search, he speaks. I don't see anything. You're probably just tired after a long day, and we are under a lot of stress. I don't think there's anything out there to worry about. He smiles gently. If anyone was out there, my guard staff would know. But I promise, I'll have them check the whole mansion for your peace of mind. He kisses me, easing my mind a bit. Chapter 23. Lillian. The hot pool water only intensifies the passion between us, heating things up. I try to shake the feeling of being watched out of my mind and focus on Anthony's lips on my neck. They're so soft. And as soon as I feel the tip of his tongue dragging along my collarbone, every other thought washes away. Can't get enough of these two? Find the delicious details over at TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for all the unabridged, juicy content. Now back to it. His head hits the pillow, and he wraps his arms around me, almost instantly falling asleep. I lie beside him, staring at the ceiling for a while. There's a nagging feeling inside of me that I just can't seem to shake. It's telling me that time is running out, and I'm unsure why or what to do with it. After a while, I finally drift off to sleep in his arms. Something frightens me awake. My heart races as I look around the room, trying to remember where I am. I see Anthony sleeping deeply beside me, and it calms my nerves. I must have had a bad dream. I think and get up. I slide into my robe, wanting a drink of water, but as I walk to the door, the feeling of being watched returns. It feels like we're not alone in here, and it freaks me out. But I try to remind myself of my and Anthony's conversation from earlier. I'm just being paranoid. Guards surround this place at all times. No one can come in or out without Anthony knowing. You're safe. Stop overthinking it, I tell myself. Just as I'm about to open the door, I spot a piece of paper stuck under it. What the hell is this? I wonder. Picking it up, and my nerves fire up again. I feel my face pale as I turn the paper over and realize it's a picture of me in my college days with my dead professor, Jameson. How the hell is this here? I keep this picture at home where no one can see it. Suddenly, my father comes to mind. I study the picture, looking for a clue. My core body temperature drops when I see his initials signing the bottom. Oh my God. He knows where I am. What's he going to do? I nearly fall over in shock, and my strength nearly escapes me all at once. I lean against the wall with my eyes closed, wondering what I'm going to do. How am I going to handle this? I know what this picture means. It's a threat. He wants to make sure I haven't forgotten him. If I don't do what he sent me to do, I'm going to end up like Jameson. What's wrong? Anthony asked an hour. Sleepily, causing me to nearly jump out of my skin. I hide the picture behind me. I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. I just wanted a drink of water, I say, trying to hide the shakiness in my voice. He smiles, rubbing his eyes. I'll get you some water. Lay back down, he says. You don't need to do that. I'll go get it, I say, trying to walk around him. I want to leave the room so I can hide this somewhere, but he gently nudges me toward the bed. I promise I want to get you some water. Stay here. He kisses my forehead, and I sit on the edge of the bed, hiding the picture underneath my thighs. I hear his footsteps move down the hall and quickly stash the picture in a drawer where he won't find it. I return to the bed, heart racing and tears in my eyes. If I don't betray him and help my father, I'll end up dead. But if I betray him and help my father, I'll lose him forever. The thought of leaving here without him and never seeing him again is almost too much to bear. But I don't have another choice. What am I going to do?
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 24. Anthony. I watched Lillian put on her snowsuit for the first time today, knowing that it will happen several more times if she continues being a woman of routine. Our day of skiing brought out a new side of her, and it's adorable. Are you coming with me? She asks sweetly. Maybe in a bit, I say, before kissing her cheek and opening the door for her. These 2 weeks with Lillian have been pure bliss. We're growing together so much, and I think our relationship, or whatever we want to call what we are, is getting stronger. I watch her out the window, practicing making snowballs and acting like a little kid as the flakes fall around her. I can't help but chuckle at her enjoyment of life's simple things. It's rare to find a woman so completely mesmerized by the little things, and it's extraordinary. She's the prettiest thing I've ever seen, and her personality is unmatched. I never thought I'd find someone like her, let alone under these circumstances. But I shouldn't be letting myself get so attached. This is an arrangement. We're only here together for our safety. I have to remember that. The longer I argue with my own thoughts, the more I think about how things don't always happen accidentally. What if we were meant to meet each other? Does she feel the same way I do? There's obviously an attraction between us, but what if it could be more? What happens when we can return to our normal lives? Is there any way I can stay with her? Will she even want me to try? I don't want to scare her off, but I also don't want to make a promise I can't keep. We don't know what will happen here or how long it will take. So until then, we'll be intimate friends. The thoughts of what being a friend means run through my mind, and I'm surprised by how uncomfortable it is. I don't want to label anything or put unnecessary pressure on what's blooming between us, not knowing the future. But the thought of another man enjoying her company or touching her skin makes me sick. I stare at her lovingly, pondering my feelings when my pocket starts to buzz. I pull out my phone and see that Killian is calling me. Hello, Killian, I greet. It's been a while since we've talked, and I'm curious if he has any new information. I wave at Lillian, stepping away from the glass momentarily so I can pace like I always do on a phone call. Hey, Anthony, how are things going up there? He asks. My heart flutters at the question, but I keep my silly crush to myself. No incidents, I report simply. That's all he's asking, of course. Killian clears his throat. Well, we've made significant progress, he begins. We've identified the men behind the attack. At this point, we've involved both the CIA and Interpol because of the scope of it. It's going to be taken care of. So, you're saying we're going to be able to go home soon? I ask. Well, some of you, he says uneasily. I can tell there's more behind his words. What do you mean? We've already gotten rid of Lillian Smith. She can no longer exist. The thing is, if she isn't seen with you, no one has any reason to think she even survived the attack on the lab. We've rewritten everything so that she's dead on any official records. She can go wherever she wants with a new identity. He clears his throat again. Of course, it wasn't that easy with you. There's no way to just erase your involvement with the project. Everyone knows who you are, and they know they're looking for you. We'll work at getting you safe, but it would be in her best interest to cut all ties with you. Now that we've erased her connection to you, any future link is just going to put her in danger all over again. My heart drops, the meaning of his words sinking in. Right now, I am wanted by my enemies. The only way to keep Lillian safe is to let her go, to have her pretend like she never met me at all. Sounds like you have it all figured out, I say numbly, trying to keep my voice from betraying my emotions. We talk for a few moments about my options and what he thinks should happen. It barely sinks in, and I can't make any decisions yet. I hang up, heartbroken and scared, with his words ringing in my ears. It's unsafe for her to be with me. What should I do? I don't want to lose her, but is risking her life worth it for us to be together? How can I even ask a question like this? I slip on my snowsuit as I watch her make a snowman. I join her, and she nearly tackles me in the snow playfully. We enjoy ourselves, and I'm peaceful in her presence. But Killian's words still linger in my head. She runs through the snow, throwing snowballs at me and laughing. I watch her run, smiling and enjoying herself. That's when I know for certain. I can't risk it. I'm not willing to chance her well-being for my own selfish happiness. It's time to end things between us. In the end, I know I'm not in love with her. I refuse to be. I've never had time for love, and I don't plan to start now. So why does letting her go hurt so much?
Chapter 25. Lillian, 50. The number of days that have passed since my father summoned me to his office, placing me in the hands and, inadvertently, the bed of Anthony St. Clair. In a million years, I could never have dreamt of what has happened since. Anthony St. Clair. I breathe out his name as I lay back in the hot water, the tub full to the brim with rose oil-infused water. So many moments that we've shared over the last few days dance through my mind, each of them bringing nothing but warmth, joy, and desire for the man that has me in his masculine grasp. I run my hand down the inside of my thigh as I think of his lips against my neck, his fingers gently teasing at my peaks before he pushes inside me, his gray, soulful eyes boring into me with each movement before he calls my name and spills into me. "Oh, Anthony," I whisper. How could any man be so perfect? But I'm ripped from these glorious thoughts by the other events that have thrown us together. While being here in France in this snow-tipped heaven is like something from a fairy tale, there's still the fear and the trauma that weaves its way around the most beautiful of moments. 5. The number of weeks since I could have died at the island research facility, enduring the single most terrifying time of my life, and I shared it with him. The person whose life could have so easily slipped away when the bullet ripped through his skin. Sleeping in the arms of Anthony has made me feel safer. But I can't deny the nightmares that have still come, complete with armed guards, gunshots, and the soul-destroying images of him bleeding out in front of me. "Lillian," he calls out from the bedroom. "In here," I say, "just taking a bath." "Should I join you?" he asks, and I can hear how close he is to the bathroom door. I pause before answering as the guilt and confusion sweeps through me. "If you like." The door opens and he appears at my side, completely naked. But there's something different in his eyes, a sadness, similar to the one that was there when we first met, though maybe it's even deeper. I scoot forward, sending water over the lip over the tub. He climbs in behind me, his legs engulfing me as he stretches out. Leaning back against him, I feel at home, safe and secure. I never want to leave. He takes my hand, and kisses it gently. We lay there in silence, partly enjoying the experience, but also because something else lingers there between us, a gulf of sorts that has started to form. A numbness creeps in as our short history swirls about in my awareness. 15. The number of days since we attended the party, assuming our fake identities and the relationship between us. Since then, despite everything that happened before and since, they have been the happiest of my life. Laughter, adventures, the chance to experience an enchanting new country, and all with the man I've come to adore. A man who I never thought I would even get to speak with, and yet here we are. 5. The number of days since we'd first made love. Since then, I've lost count of how many times we've enjoyed each other, and if I could live this way for the rest of my days, then I'd choose it. I'd take it over the need to accomplish, the desire to win in a crazy world that has done nothing but eat me up and spit me out. Even though I've done nothing but try. Swallowing hard, I try not to let the tears that are building up escape from inside. Because on the other side of this fairy tale, or maybe embedded deep within it, is the monster. The ogre that is my father. A man that would do anything to win, even threaten to take out his own daughter. Just like always, he has me in his powerful grip. Now, I need to betray the man that has brought me such happiness, all because of the greed and insanity of another. The happiest days of my life. The only time I've ever felt as if there was more to my life than working, achieving, and doing the bidding of my father, all to win his approval. Now I know it was never even worth winning. But now it's too late. Because even though I've finally come to my senses when it comes to my father, he's now made it clear that my need for his approval isn't the thing I need to be concerned about. It's staying alive. But then what else should I expect? I got myself into this position by being weak, by lying to the man that now lies behind me stroking my arm, though he says nothing. Time has a funny way of playing with you. The moments of pleasure, the days filled with joy, the days, weeks, and hours that make up our lives. And yet it goes on. 24. The number of hours since I realized that this is going to be over soon. I can already feel the distance between us, and I sense he can too. But I don't ask, and neither does he. Instead, we lie here, shrouded in mist, letting the unspoken words pull us further apart, even though our naked bodies are tangled together, as if making the most of our time we have left. This can't last. Unlike many of the fairy tales, it seems this one, my one, does not end with a happily ever after.
Chapter 26. Anthony. Lillian and I have dinner together. I know I'm being unusually quiet and it's worrying her. I look at her and smile, trying to reassure her, but I'm afraid it's not a natural smile. I just don't know how to say what has to be said. It's getting dangerous for her to be here, and I have to send her somewhere where she'll be safe. I know she's not going to be happy about that. Crap. If I hadn't brought her here to France, she might have been safer after all. The only drawback is, I wouldn't have memories of the best time of my life either. I look at my steak knife, musing that I could use it to cut the tension between us. I pick the knife up and turn it over and over on the cloth napkin, fidgeting restlessly. Have you enjoyed your time here in France? Oh, yes, it's been wonderful. This is the first time I've been here. She falls silent and looks straight at me. Anthony, what's the problem? What's going on? Her face is sad, and she's hunched instead of sitting straight. We were so happy when we got here, and now... Her voice trails off. Now it feels like you regret bringing me here. I heave out a very long sigh. Lillian, you're going to have to leave. We need to be in separate places right now. Bad people are going to be looking for me, and being here at all is putting you and your life in danger. I look at her face. Her dark eyes are not happy. Her hands are two small fists sitting on the table, and her beautiful eyebrows are drawn low. Wait. What the hell are you talking about? Aren't you protecting me right now? I drop my head back so it touches the back of my chair. I open my mouth and shut it again. I feel like I'm losing my best friend in the entire world. Lillian, I thought this was the best solution at first. We need to recognize that your life will never go back to what you know as normal again. My enemies are not going away, and it's me they're after. Well, didn't we change our identities? That has limits. The best thing is to leave them searching for me while you disappear. You can start over completely unnoticed if you aren't by my side. And just leave you? You won't be safe either. I nod at Lillian, and that's why it's a mistake to keep you here. I need to send you somewhere, where you won't be exposed to the danger that I'm facing. Listen, Lillian, I'm not happy that I have to do this. I stop abruptly when she throws down her napkin and leaves the table. I sit there a bit longer, alone with my thoughts, wishing there was some way to sort this mess out. I want her to stay here, but at the same time, I know it's too dangerous for both of us. I enjoy having her here. Am I making a mistake by sending her away? I leave the table. My appetite is ruined. No point staring at a full plate. In a way, she's right. I am protecting her now. If I were to send her away, I wouldn't be able to see what's happening to her, I think, moving to the living room and flopping down on the couch. I get a twinge in my heart thinking of this, but I refuse to call it anything it isn't. My concern is just that, and it certainly isn't love. I can't help feeling guilty that I've upset her. I decide to try to talk it out with her one more time and go from room to room looking for her. I eventually find her in the privacy of her bedroom. What? Are you okay? Yeah, I want to be alone. I raise my eyebrows at that and back away from the door. Instead, I pace nervously around the house, looking for any signs that anything is amiss. Ever since Killian pointed out that her connection to me is currently the only thing keeping her in danger, there's been a welling guilt that I've made everything worse for her, rather than better. How can I question whether sending her away is the right choice? It has to be. It's the only one I can live with in the end.
Chapter 27. Lillian. I wander through Anthony's huge home. It remains as impressive as the first day we got here, but it's always felt almost too large. Foreboding, somehow. I thought it was just because of my traumatic experience, but I'm beginning to think this house really is just creepy as hell. Or maybe I'm just saying that because he's made it clear he wants me out soon. I can't help wonder what's really going on there. Am I really in danger, as Anthony seems to think? Or is Anthony using this as an excuse to get me away from him? We're both so different from each other. He's really rich, and he's created a place for himself in our society. He's handsome and white. Me? I'm black and poor compared to him. Fine to have a fling with a black girl, sure. But I'm not someone he's going to keep in his life for long. Is he tired of taking care of me? Protecting me? He's the one who decided to bring me here. He's the one who said I'd be safe with him. And then a horrible thought occurs to me. Maybe he knows who I am. Maybe he knows it's my father after his information. I'd certainly send me away for that. But if that's the case, why is he being so kind about it? I struggle with this one for a while. When I'm stressed and my mind is heavy, I like to walk barefoot in the park. It helps me to freshen my mind. It's an odd quirk, but it helps me. Of course, I can't do that here. I sigh. Can I go walking in the backyard in the morning? Then I remember all the snow here. Guess that's out too. I pace in my room, back and forth, from door to window and back. Soon, I have walked almost 500 steps. I flop down on the chair in my room. I don't want to leave, no matter whether it's dangerous for me or not. I love him. This might be my only chance to stay here with him. I think back through my life. I've never really fought for anything I wanted before, ever. Well, now I want something. I want to stay here and I want Anthony. I love him. With that, my mind is made up. I'm going to tell him how I feel. I'm going to put myself on the line and accept the danger and see what he says. I leave my room, determined to find him and make myself heard. I walk through the house in search of him, thinking over what I'm going to say. The more that I rehearse, I feel my courage starting to flag. Is this a stupid idea? Is there any chance he's going to be happy to hear any of this? Or am I walking into a broken heart? Losing my nerve, I go to the kitchen instead and pour myself a glass of water. My nerves have left my mouth feeling like it is full of sand. I finish my drink, and then I find myself hesitating in the doorway. One direction to Anthony, the other goes back to my room, and I pretend this never happened. I lose my nerve and run back upstairs to seclude myself. I close the door and pace the floor again. What if I don't tell him about my feelings of love? Just that I want to stay here? I could save face until I know how he feels. But if I don't admit everything, why would he agree to let me stay at all? It's time to face the music and just get this out in the open. I have to know either way. I take a deep breath and resolve myself, heading out of the room again to find him. I finally locate him in one of the many living rooms. "Can we talk?" I asked quietly. He looks surprised to see me, but just nods. "Of course. Sit down." I do, forcing myself to look him in the eye. "Look, danger or not, I'm not going anywhere." I begin. "I want to stay here with you, no matter how bad it gets. There's no way of telling they're ever going to find you anyway. And you have your guards. I want to take my chances." "But Lillian," he sighs, "it seems like an unnecessary risk. Why, when you can go wherever you want and start over, free from all this?" My voice quivers. "I love you." I wait for what seems like hours for him to say anything. I wring my hands, waiting for any reaction at all. I don't know if he's going to laugh, get angry, or send me away. I see a look of shock on his face. I press forward, trying to convince him. "It's too late to give up on me now. You brought me here so we could face this together, and that's what we're going to do." Anthony reaches for me and pulls me tightly into his arms. He kisses me. "I want to be with you too. I never really wanted you to leave," he admits. "But I can't ask you to stay either." "Then I guess it's a good thing you didn't have to," I respond. I can't help noticing, though, that he never said he loved me back.
Chapter 28. Anthony. With Lillian in my arms, I carry her through the doorway into my room, setting her on the large oak desk. Our kissing grows passionate as my lips refuse to leave hers. My hand quickly finds the back of her head, and I allow my fingers to grasp her hair. A soft moan escapes Lillian's lips as I pull her hair slightly. The sound of her moan fuels the fire burning in my core, and I instantly want her more. I part Lillian's lips with my tongue until it meets hers, and they dance together happily. Her fingers are now working on the button of my jeans. I pull away from her kisses. Lillian looks at me confused, but the look disappears as I pull her shirt over her head, revealing a red lace bra. I can't help smiling, happy that her perfect body is all mine to enjoy. I eagerly find the button on her jeans, undoing it, and the zipper in a single fluid motion. Lillian's soft eyes meet mine. Without hesitation, I all but rip her pants off her legs while flashing her a seductive smile. I take a moment to appreciate how her matching panties complement her firm ass. My eyes run over her from head to toe, fully taking the time to adore how beautiful she is. Oh no, not again. Not to worry, friends. Your curiosity will soon be satisfied. Head over to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for all the unabridged, juicy details on our love story. Now back to the goodness. She moves off the desk, turning to kiss me softly. "That was amazing," she says, finally catching her breath. "I couldn't agree more," I reply with a smile.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Lillian. The next thing I know, Anthony and I are on a private jet heading to Las Vegas. I love him, and we are going to face the future together, whatever it has in store. Anthony takes my hand. It's like he's reading my mind. I think this is the best bet, honey. Hiding in plain sight. What better place to meld with the masses than in Vegas? I nod, even though I'm not sure I agree. From Anthony's viewpoint, it might make sense. The people looking for him probably think he's hiding somewhere. At this point, they won't be looking for him right in his own home anymore. What he doesn't realize is that my father is looking for me too. Wondering why I haven't stolen the information from Anthony he sent me after. I like to think he won't find me, but the man has tentacles everywhere. If he could sneak me on and off a private island, I have a hard time thinking he won't hear I'm back in the country. But it doesn't matter. I'm not under my father's thumb anymore. I don't care if my father finds us or not. No matter what I do, where I go, or who I'm with, he'll never be proud of me. He never has been. He never will be. I might as well live my own life. And I like my life with Anthony. The plane lands in Vegas. The plane taxis up to the same area as the White Plains, heading to Area 51. It's a restricted area on the tarmac where clandestine jet-setters can come and go without being near the flying public. A black SUV drives up to the plane, and we disembark. Anthony talks for a few moments with the chauffeur, and we're off. Through the traffic, the SUV weaves in and out until we enter the back way to the Grand Flamingo condos, which overlooks the famed hotel on Las Vegas Boulevard, aka the Strip. We are escorted into a tunnel which has a private elevator and swept up to the penthouse floor. Anthony's condo has a 360-degree view of Vegas through one-way smoke-tinted windows. I stand and look around in awe. Wow, Anthony, what a place. Did you design this? The building? No. The penthouse condo? Yes. I copied the design from the penthouse floor at the old International Hotel Elvis Presley, called home when he entertained here in the 70s. Not the decor, obviously, but the 360 view and the rooftop pool. Zero horizon designed. This will be our home base? Yes, for now. And more of a home base than you think. We can't leave. We can use the deck and pool naturally. The private elevator is locked with guards at the underground access and outside our doors here. Anything we need, we will get from a private security company acting as room service. Even the condo management doesn't know we are here. They only know the condo is occupied by VIPs. I smile. That's okay with me. I'm a homebody. I prefer to stay in. The guards bring in our luggage, and Anthony and I slowly unpack. I don't want to think about the past or the future. The one way I do that is by taking a swim. A pool in the desert sunshine will clear my head. I fish around for my suit and head onto the deck. The view is amazing, but the height gives me butterflies I soon get used to as I dip into the cool water. The street hubbub is muffled, being so far up in the air. The occasional tourist helicopter flies by, but at hundreds of feet away, keeping their route to the Strip and to Fremont Street in the mountains to the west. I lean over the edge of the pool and gaze out on the Strip. Even in midday light, the place is magical. I gaze at all the tourists walking and milling about and wonder what it would be like to be like them again. To not be hunted by killer mercenaries looking for answers I don't have about a tech invention I barely know anything about. As the week goes by, there is not a letter or communication at all from my dad. Maybe he doesn't know I'm back in Vegas after all. Good. That's the way it should be. When Anthony goes out for whatever secret business he has, I wander around the condo, reading magazines or watching the TV, or calming my fears in the pool. I fight off boredom throughout the day, but it soon evaporates once Anthony comes home. With him near, I have everything I need. I'm in the midst of ordering dinner one night when Anthony's mother, Julietta, stops by. She had been cleared by Anthony and the guards as a surprise visitor for me, but it turns out to be anything but a pleasant visit. You know, dear, this isn't how I saw my boy's future. Anthony's mother leans in and gives me a nerve-wracking stare. Oh, is that so? What had you envisioned for Anthony? I assume she means his career. I end up assuming so wrong. Well, I assumed my Anthony would marry advantageously. I had picked out the perfect partner for him, don't you know? It has always been Amber, of course. They are suited in every way. Same likes, same mindset, same everything, really. I nod and smile and stay mum. The emotion of being second fiddle gets stuck in my throat, and I don't try to speak for fear of crying. As I keep my eyes on Anthony's mother and fake paying attention, my mind reels. Oh my God, am I making a mistake? Anthony and I did a personality comparison, and we're exact opposites. I always knew it, of course. She isn't saying anything new. Can such differences in character ever work? The romance is real, but what about everything else? Is this purely a tryst? Am I keeping Anthony from his true soulmate? Well, dear, I had better be off. Nice to chat with you, I'm sure. Before I can get in a choked word, Anthony's mother floats out the door, leaving me at my lowest ever since this caper began. I leave the dinner table and sit on the floor next to the windows. My mind ricochets from feeling like a mere baby someone like Anthony has to babysit, to a fully grown woman who again can't measure up to a parental figure. Oh God, what should I do? There's so much at stake, for the both of us now.
Chapter 30. Anthony. As I get off the elevator, I look at my watch. It's late. I walk through the double doors of our condo, and I see Lillian coming to meet me. She's dressed in her robe. She's obviously been in bed. I hope she doesn't zero in on my bloodshot eyes and slumped shoulders. I know the weight of the world is hanging on me. I just don't want her seeing me like this. Anthony, you're finally home. I was getting so worried. What's wrong? And before you placate me and say nothing, tell me the truth. Lillian mixes me a cocktail and meets me on the sectional couch. I wrench off my tie and unbutton my shirt collar. I exhale like a punctured balloon and flash a meek smile to Lillian in trade for the drink. There's been enormous setbacks at the office with some of the projects. Sweetie, you look so pale. What's going on with you? Oh, I'm fine. Tired after visiting with your mother. I'm not used to socializing anymore, I guess. I know Lillian is hiding the truth from me, dear girl. Lillian, I know what transpired here tonight. The guards overheard my mother's ear-splitting voice. She upset you, I know. I apologize for that, sweetie. I told her to come by and be company for you, not to rail on you and our relationship. I watch Lillian get up and put her around in the kitchen. She comes back with a plate of food, acting as if nothing bad happened with my mother. Anthony, the visit was fine. Probably a typical mother-in-law talk about her boy. Here, eat up, darling. I know it's late, but I also know if you were hard at work, you haven't eaten a bit all day. I gladly take the plate. Spicy shish kebabs with jump shrimp. I devour the meal and wash it down with several martinis. My stomach and my head feel better. Lillian curls up beside me and watches me eat. Has there been any update on our situation? We have feelers out all over the place, but we haven't been able to pinpoint the specific actors yet. Interpol is tracing some people they think were involved, but as of yet they haven't found enough concrete evidence. Lillian makes herself a martini and we sip in silence. Then my cell phone buzzes. I pick up the phone and see my mom's picture. I sigh and reluctantly click on the call. Hello, Mother. How are you? Not very well, as it happens. Her voice is tense, sharp. Why is that? I glance at Lillian, expecting the worst. My visit with your... Lillian, well, it was extremely upsetting. How so? I keep my remarks vague. I don't want Lillian to know it's my mother, and that she's continuing her diatribe. That girl is no good for you, son. Amber was the one. You knew that all along. Listen, I'm not going into this right now, but to say you're dead wrong. Okay, well, I have another woman in mind. How about I set up? You'll do no such thing. Stop with your ridiculous fantasies. I'm hanging up now. You and I are talking about this later, son. This travesty in your love life needs to be ironed out. We're not done, not by half. Fine, we can talk later, okay? There's a dial tone. Mother hung up. I look over at Lillian and she looks very shaken up. I realize she's clued into who was on the other end of the line. And thanks to my mother's bellowing voice, a few choice words were likely picked up. Sweetie, it's nothing, honestly. She's always been like this. Don't give her or her rantings another thought. Lillian gets up without looking me in the eye. I'm tired, Anthony. I'm going back to bed. Her voice is distant, cold. I lean back on the couch, too dejected and too exhausted to chase after Lillian. I have no energy right now to beg her to understand what a fool my mother can be. Not because I don't care, but because my mind is wiped. It's been one hell of a day, and thanks to my mother, it's gotten worse. The love of my life is heartbroken, lying in bed. I realize I'm gritting my teeth. Talking with my mother can have that effect. I placate both my parents simply because they're my parents. But how far and to what end? And when do I put a stop to it when they hurt others in my life? I'll show up to my mother's pathetic meetup, but it had better be worth my time. I need to convince her my life is my own, and who I choose to share it with is under my control, not hers. The double doors to the bedroom close. The meaning can't be clearer. Lillian is blaming me, in part, for my mother's poor taste. I know the way she quietly closed the doors doesn't signal a night on the couch, but there will be chilly air between us in bed. I punch the sofa cushion, get up, and pour myself another drink. I need to find out who these attackers are. That's the solution to all of this. Once they're jailed, Lillian and I can come out of hiding and be free. Free from attack on all sides, mercenary and motherly. I plop back down on the couch and sip at my drink in the dark. I watch the blinking neon lights from the strip, and all I feel is sadness. I should be down there in a posh casino with Lillian right now, laughing and partying up a storm. Instead, I've got her prisoner up here, supposedly for her own good. But what good is that if she's in bed upset right now? The lights twinkle. I hear the odd honking horn. I feel as sad and lonely and trapped as Elvis Presley atop the International all those 50 years ago.
Chapter 31. Lillian. Oh, jeez. I run to the bathroom and hit the toilet in time to throw up. The last few days I've been fighting nausea. I haven't been feeling well at all. I get up, wash my face, and look at myself in the mirror. What's wrong with you, girl? I lower the toilet lid, flush, and sit and think. My period. I'm never late. It comes like clockwork. Oh my God, no way. I can't be pregnant. Although I know I could be. Being alone, I wasn't on birth control before I met Anthony. And condoms can fail. I need to get out to a pharmacy and get a test. But if the guards know where I need to go, they'll tell Anthony. and I want to be sure before I talk to him. Luckily, I know the guard's routine. There's a slight opening where I can take off during their shift change. I wear a hoodie and pocket my oversized sunglasses in the pouch. I sit patiently on the sofa and wait. The minutes tick by like hours. Finally, I get the word. Okay, ma'am, we're off. The next shift will be up soon. Sure, no worries. See you tomorrow. Once the double doors close, I count for 30 seconds, and I race to the door. I put my ear to the wood and listen for sounds. None. I crack open one door and peek down the hall, vacant. I walk out and head for the private elevator. I know only Anthony uses that elevator. It's my guaranteed out. On the way down, I call an Uber. When I reach the underground door, it's waiting for me. With the hoodie up and donning my shades, I enter the Walgreens and buy 5 pregnancy tests. One can't be too careful. I lay the tests on the counter. My hands are shaking when I reach into my wallet to pay. Are you okay, ma'am? The pharmacist asks. I laugh it off. Oh, yeah. I worked a graveyard and I'm full of Red Bull. The pharmacist laughs and bags my tests. I'm in and out of a Walgreens in under 15 minutes flat. The Uber brings me back to the underground garage. I pay the man, get out, and head through the door. I swivel my gaze, checking for people. I see none. I walk towards the elevator and accidentally bump into a man heading for his car. I mumble an apology and, with my head down, run for the lift. I hold my breath the entire way up in the elevator, praying the guards aren't in the hall. The doors open. I hide behind the wall, thinking if they're there, I can always head back down and think of something else. It's not that I'm not allowed to leave at all. It's just that I don't want to deal with their questions. If they see me, they'll ask, and I'm not ready to talk about the fact that I think I might be pregnant. I peek into the hall. Thankfully, no one is there yet. I run to the condo doors, rip one open and get in. Then I quietly close the door. I lean against it, puffing, not from exertions, but from fright. I drop my wallet and hit the couch. I know I should head into the bathroom and test, but I'm chicken. Instead, I pace back and forth until the voice in my head yells at me to go test already. The first test comes back positive. What the hell? I use all 5. All 5 come back positive. I plunk down on the toilet seat, my head down, my shoulders slumped. This is supposed to be a happy time for a woman, right? But this isn't the right time, is it, girl? And tears well and flow and hit like wet, round spots on the bathroom floor. I grab a tissue, wipe my eyes, and blow my nose. I feel awful, helpless. My life is completely out of control. What will Anthony say? He's never told me he loves me. We never planned this. For all I know, he's merely keeping me around until this situation is cleared. No use crying over spilled sperm. I get up, hide the tests in my suitcase, and get my act together. I dress for dinner, putting on clothes which don't scream skulking around. As I'm zipping up my dress, my cell buzzes. It's a text from Anthony. Sorry, darling. I won't be home for dinner tonight. I have something else I have to attend to. Please don't wait up. I sit at the vanity table and stare at my reflection in the mirror. The dress I chose is beautiful, but I look awful, and I feel worse in it. Like Cinderella ready for a ball which doesn't exist. First, I'm thrown to the sidelines by Julietta, Anthony's mother. Now, I've been cast aside by Anthony too. It's clear both of them met and agree. There is no future for Anthony with me in it. Julietta won the argument, and Anthony sees the error of his ways, and hears me pregnant, and he doesn't even know he's going to be a father. Can anything go more wrong? I unzip the dress, take it off, and climb back into the hoodie and sweats. I don't want to be seen by anyone tonight, not even from my reflection. The land phone line rings. It startles me as it never rings. We only use the burner phones. I stare at the set on the nightstand, wondering what to do. Maybe it's Anthony. Maybe there's been an emergency. With a trembling hand, I pick up the receiver. I hear no voice on the other end of the line. The silence gives me no relief. In a wavering tone, I speak. Hello? Chapter 32. Lillian. On the other end, I hear nothing, just dead air. Hello? Is anyone there? I ask. Laughter fills the line. It's chilling, like a threat. So this is where you are, my darling daughter? Oh my God, it's my dad. Father, how did you find me? How did you know I'd be here? You know, little one, you can't hide from me for long. There will be consequences. You playing this game of hide and seek with me. How dare you put me through this trouble? And what's worse is trying to go against my wishes. You're my daughter, Lillian, and my word is law. I'm not your puppet anymore, Father. I'm a grown woman now. I can live my own life. He laughs again. My dear, I brought you into this world to be of use to me, nothing more. That is your purpose in life, Lillian. Has been since day one. I suggest you get back in line and behave, or Anthony will feel my wrath, and I think you know how far and how furious my vengeance can go. Don't you dare lay one finger on... Oh, don't you know, dear? Your Anthony is currently dating the beautiful Miss Prentice. They make quite the cute couple. I'll send you a pic now. My cell phone buzzes. Against my better judgment, I look. It's a photo. It's of Anthony and a woman dining at a chic restaurant in town. They're close together, smiling. Anthony looks pleased with the eye candy on his arm. More laughter comes over the landline. I can tell by the silence you've received the photo. Good. As you can see, Lillian, you don't have a future with that man. Too bad you chose to betray me for the likes of that cad. You're wrong, Father. Anthony is no cad. This is obviously a misunderstanding. More laughter. Misunderstanding or not, if you don't get the specs on that tech prototype, I'll make what is left of your pitiful life a living hell. Fine, I'll do it. I'll get you the specs. Good. And since I'm in the Flamingo, in the restaurant with Anthony right now, I'll stay put with your fellow until you get the job done. You're home with all the time in the world while I keep him busy here. I expect results. No more excuses. Before I can say anything, there's a dial tone. He hangs up on me. I can't believe this. What am I supposed to do now? If I don't do what my father wants, I know where the USB is. Anthony trusts me completely. When we got here, he showed me where he hid it in case he ended up in trouble and I needed to know. It's in the condo vault, and he told me the password as well. I didn't want to know it, but unconsciously memorized it. I've always had this uncanny ability to remember number sequences. I know there's no way around this. I get up and go to Anthony's den, and I open the vault. I grab the USB and decide I will wait for the guard's shift change to sneak out of the condo. In the meantime, I write a letter to Anthony. Something awful to push him away so my father won't hurt him. Something to make sure Anthony never comes looking for me. Anthony, I used you. That's all this has ever been. I took the USB. I'm going to sell it to the highest bidder. Goodbye. I sneak out and flag down a taxi, going the opposite way from where Anthony and my father are. The only way to put a stop to my father is for me and this USB to just disappear. And the only way to save Anthony is to make sure he stays out of it, by never wanting to see me again. I slip into the cab and close the door on whatever future I thought I had. My father is probably right about everything. Anthony and I never had a future, but that fact doesn't mean I have to kowtow to my father's whims. I'm done with him ruling my life. Where to, lady? Do you know of a quiet, private place well off the strip where I can be alone? Yes, ma'am. How about the Las Vegas Memorial Cemetery? There it'll be only you and the ghosts at this time of night. Perfect. Go there. The quicker you drive, the bigger the tip. The cab driver burns rubber out of the condo garage. Soon he squeals tires in front of a wrought iron gate to the cemetery grounds. I pay the guy a hefty tip for his atomic-like speed and get out. I watch his rear lights fade away. I enter the grounds. I stand still for a while to sense if I see or hear anyone. Dead quiet, heavy on the dead. Midway into the cemetery, I spy a mausoleum and head there. By the dates, it's an old one. I figure no one will be visiting relatives from Nevada's gold mining yesteryears. I try the iron gate. It's unlocked simply because the catch is rusted and broken. I step in. Inside the mausoleum, it's black and cold despite the oppressive night heat. I walk up to the marble crypt and place the USB drive on top. Moonlight shafts paint a swath over the crypt. I take one of my shoes off. Thankfully, I'm wearing a chunky high heel. I raise it over my head and come down on the small drive with a mighty force. Over and over again, I strike the drive with my shoe until it's crushed and broken into pieces. I stare at the remnants and smile. If Anthony can't have this technology for good, no one can have it for bad. I may be threatening lives here, mine and Anthony's too, but this nightmare has got to end. I whisper my thoughts into the night. My voice echoes in the marble structure. I pray I won't wake the ghosts, and I pray they heed my prayers. I've had enough, Father. You're not having your way with me anymore. USB? What USB? Good riddance, Father. And goodbye, my dear Anthony. This ends now.
Chapter 33. Anthony. I'm beat. I walk out of the Flamingo and into the night. The condo building is straight ahead. I can't wait to get home to Lillian. I loosen my tie as I walk by the pools and fountains, and already I'm breathing better. A pool drink server comes up to me. Anything I can get for you, sir? Oh no, miss, I'm on my way home. What a night. Bumping into Donnelly, of all people. What an obnoxious sort. He yammered on and on about nothing. And after that forced blind date with Miss Prentice. What a complete waste of time. But I did what my mother wanted, which means I have her off my back. I'd rather be a monk than marry that self-absorbed socialite. I walk by the brass plaque which tells of the tale of the mobster Bugsy Siegel and his deadly quest to build the Flamingo. It has me remembering the restaurant photo Catherine Prentice forced me to take. Stupid pose in the first place, like I'm a mobster and she's my mall. Saying it's for her influencer channel. How bloody embarrassing. All I want is to get through those double doors and into Lillian's arms. I want to show her how much I miss her. I reach the private elevator and get to our floor. The guards nod, and I enter the condo. The lights are on, but the place is silent. Lillian, doll, where are you? Oops, maybe she's asleep. I take off my tie and my shoes and tiptoe into the master bedroom. I find the lights on there too. The bed is made. Lillian is nowhere to be found. I walk up to the bed to feel if the pillows are warm, and I spy a note on my side table. I read it. I drop on the bed, and I read it again. What is she saying here? This can't be right, but it's her handwriting. I run to the den and open the vault. It's true what she said. The USB is gone. She took a fake drive, of course. I destroyed the original a long time ago with no one knowing. But it's the betrayal which hits me the most. I ball my fists and scream out of frustration. I clap my hands over my mouth. I don't want to alert the guards. I slump down on the floor next to the vault. How could she do this to me? How could she betray me like this? There wasn't even a hint of betrayal in her words or deeds. I trusted her completely, and all the while she's playing me for a fool. I jump up. In a blind rage, I run to the bedroom and punch Lillian's vanity mirror. Glass shards rocket through the air and slice through my hand. I grab tissues to quell the bleeding. I look around for the first aid kit and finally find it in the bathroom. As I reach for it, I accidentally tip over the bathroom garbage can. I curse, picking up the trash, when my eyes land on what seems to be a pregnancy stick. There are more in the garbage. I pick up each one, and they all show double red stripes. Positive. I forget about my cut hand. All sense leaves my body. What the hell? What's going on? Lillian is carrying my child, and she didn't even tell me, and instead flees with the USB. That's insane, isn't it? I pry open the first aid kit, slap a bandage on my hand, and race for the door. Guards! Yes, sir, they chorus. Lillian is gone. Find her for me now. Yes, sir. The guards run off in search of help, calling other members of their security team in whatever process it is they have for situations like this. I slowly, softly, close the double doors. There's nowhere I can go. Nothing I can do now but wait. I slide down to the floor and cradle my aching hand. Silent tears flow. From lost love. From betrayal. From everything. How could we have gone through all of this together for Lillian to use me long enough to get her hands on the drive? My heart says it's ridiculous to even think such a thing, but my head knows better. Yet more questions hover in my mind. Why not in France? Why not then? And we've been here for ages. Why now? Why tonight? Has she been having meetings with people when I'm at work? But how? The guards are here day and night. I think back to all our intimate moments. Those moments weren't mere sex, killing time. They were more, much more. I felt it. So did she. I saw it in her eyes. I felt it in her body, hugging mine. I've had my share of affairs. Lillian, what we had, this isn't one of them. My mind flashes back to the pregnancy tests. I get up and walk back into the bathroom, collecting them. Then I carry them into the bedroom and sit down on her side of the bed, holding them in my hands. All positive. Every last one. How long have they been here? Where? When did she get the tests? How long have I been an expectant father? Is it this, being pregnant with my child, which has made her flee? It can't be money fears. She knows I can take care of her for life. And our child. I whisper, thinking out loud to myself like I'm a lunatic. This isn't money-driven. Her spiel about selling the technology to the highest bidder is laughable. That girl worked at the facility out of love for science and nothing else. I saw it in her eyes. They'd sparked every time I got her talking about her work. I dropped the tests on her nightstand, lay back on her pillow, and closed my eyes. I don't believe you, Lillian. Not one bit. I will find you, and when I do, I'll know the truth. Before my eyelids close and I enter a fitful sleep, I pray. Please, God, let me find her. She and our baby, they're my world. Chapter 34. Anthony. It's been months since Lillian wrote that lie of a letter and fled with the fake USB drive. My people are looking everywhere for her, but she's obviously hiding well. No matter, I'm determined to find her and bring her home. There's no place on earth she can hide forever. Whatever it takes, I'll see her lovely face again. I meet at Inferno to talk with some of the men I've had on the search. I haven't told them any of the details. Simply a name and a picture, letting them know that she took something from me. Something I need to get back. Anymore, I don't know if I mean my heart or my child or the USB. Have any of you had any luck tracking Lillian down? Not a hide nor hair, Anthony, says Jaden. And I've dropped projects at work so my people could be on the hunt 24/7. Wherever she is, it's a good safe house if my contacts can't locate it. Thanks, Jaden. Hey, you guys will... My security officers end up finding everyone. You know it, says Bruce. Fly Highways, my company chiefs, are hard at it, Anthony. You'll be the first to know if she tries to take a flight anywhere, says Joseph. Thanks, guys. You don't know what this means to me. There isn't a man at the table who doesn't feel my pain. Each in their own way, with their own staff and personal strengths, is pulling out the stops to find my girl. The men hold up their drinks, and we toast to Lillian's rescue. I leave Inferno feeling bolstered, but my mind still reels with unanswered questions. What's really going on with her? Why did she really leave? I'm not buying for a minute the USB is the reason. Lillian and our baby will have the world at their feet with what she already knows I can provide. As I head back to my car, I stop in my tracks when another thought sparks. My feeler's out on this case. If the prototype data were truly on the market by now, I would have heard about it. Or if Lillian tried to sell the fake USB, I would have heard about that too, and not in a kindly way. Communications are stalled. This means the AI is still up for grabs, and all eyes are still on me. Another complication is Senator Donnelly. I learned about his connection to Lillian after she left, doing a thorough dig into her background for clues. That, coincidentally, also tipped me off to the fact that the woman Jeff started dating, Leslie, must be Lillian's half-sister. But when I went to Leslie hoping she knew where Lillian was, I got a surprise. It seemed Leslie didn't know she was Lillian's sister after all. Dead end. Senator Donnelly has been on the run these days, so I can't look there. When Leslie and Jeff started dating, rumors started flying about him being abusive to his wife and daughter. Apparently that was part of what brought Jeff and Leslie together in the first place, though I never asked many questions about that. In any case, that nasty tidbit seemed to unearth a whole flood of things that a U.S. Senator doesn't exactly want marking his reputation. Affairs, abuse, even hanging out with a woman accused of murder. And now no one seems to know where he is. Killian has some suspicions, but I haven't told him much either. I want to handle this my own way. As long as I keep mum, he'll stay in the dark as well. He knows the USB was stolen, but I've never revealed Lillian as the thief. Technically, she's not. She stole a fake. God, I miss her so much it hurts. With nothing left to go and no one else to rope in to help me in my search, I head back to the condo. I nod at the guards. Once the doors close, I throw off my jacket and head for the wet bar. I decide to try thinking with a glass of wine. Maybe not the brightest idea I've ever had, but it's all I have to quell my nerves. I head out onto the rooftop deck, plunk down into a chair, and gaze out over the desert city. Lillian is out there somewhere. Or has she left town? My investigators surely would have found a paper trail by now if she did. I sit there and start counting the months. Geez, she's 8 months pregnant by now. I realize in shock. Is she okay? What's happening with her right now? Is her pregnancy going okay, or have there been complications? I should have been with her this entire time, and here I am without her by my side, unable to care for her and the baby. God, does she even miss me at all? Out of frustration, I throw my drink in the pool and watch the crystal glass fall to the bottom with a quiet clunk. My cell phone rings. Anthony, Killian here. I have a viable lead on Lillian's whereabouts. Oh my God, really? Where? My men think she's in Los Angeles. A source says they've seen her speaking to a woman there. What woman? Do they know her identity? Here, I'll text you the surveillance photo they got. Hang on. In a minute, my text notification buzzes, and I click on the link. It's a photo of someone I know all too well. It's Lillian's sister, Leslie. When I asked Leslie before, she was shocked to learn Lillian existed at all. Judging by this, they've certainly made each other's acquaintance since then, and Leslie didn't bother to say a word. Killian? Yeah? I got the pic. Leave this with me, okay? Okay, pal. But if you need reinforcements or things go wonky, yeah, you'll be the first general I call. Killian hangs up. I'm left with a zoomed-in photo of Lillian's sister staring back at me. The picture has been cropped, so no image of Lillian to brighten my day. If this is true, why hasn't Leslie called me and let me know how Lillian is doing? She must know by now Lillian is pregnant with our child. After 8 months, she's obviously showing. I head in and pour myself another drink. This time, something stronger. I can't figure out why Lillian headed to L.A. unless she needed to be with someone she trusts. Why L.A.? What is there? Leslie lives here in Vegas. How did the two of them find each other there? And why wouldn't Leslie tell me? I head back out with my bourbon and Coke and take in the setting sun. I'm breathing better. I have actionable information now. How to approach this remains the penultimate question. As the Mojave Desert sun slips closer to the horizon, I devise a plan.
Chapter 35. Lillian. On yet another strange bed in another strange strip motel, I checked the contents of my wallet. Not much of the money I took out as cash the night I left Las Vegas is left. I have to keep my life as paper trail free as I can, so no one finds me. Not Anthony, and certainly not my father. He's done enough damage for 2 lifetimes. I'm not letting him hurt my baby, too. And now I'm on the run with a baby in my arms, and still no concrete plans for the future. I glance at myself in the motel mirror, and all I see is an utterly exhausted, scared, and lonely woman. The only one I can talk to is the pitiful image in the mirror. So, Lillian, this is quite a mess you've gotten yourself into, huh? Reflection says nothing. Fine, stay mum, mirror image girl. But I need advice. Things can't go on like this forever. Buying baby things in secondhand shops just so I'm not spotted on major department store CCTV is nuts. Sebastian deserves better than this. Still, the reflection stays mute. I give up on talking to my image and wonder if I'm also losing the plot. Getting practically no sleep with the baby isn't helping my thinking much either. It's been so difficult being a new mother on my own, and it came a month earlier than I expected, thanks to my father's appearance. He despises me, and the feeling is mutual. But the stress of him stopping by to make a surprise visit was too much. I ended up giving birth prematurely. If it hadn't been for the doctor saving my life and the life of my baby boy, Sebastian, I don't know where we'd be today. Dr. Samuel Johnson is my hero. The one thing I can begrudgingly thank my father for is at least making sure I got medical attention before I died, thanks to his doctor connection. He only did it because letting his secret love child die in labor at a seedy motel wouldn't be a good look for him, I know. But in any case, me and Sebastian lived. What should I do now? It's not only me I have to worry about, but this sweet baby lying asleep on this bed. I can't go on like this, having Sebastian living in derelict motel rooms. Maybe it means I have to give him up and hand him over to Anthony to raise. I turn it over and over in my mind, and I don't see any other option. I simply have no other choice. Then a thought sparks, a far brighter one. I could go see Leslie. Maybe she'd take my baby and raise it as her own. I could at least go and see her and we could talk it over. Leslie isn't anything like Donnelly, from everything I've heard about her. It's going to be awkward. Asking the sister you've never met who doesn't know you exist to take care of your baby. But what else can I do? I search for her and ring her number. Leslie? Yes. Leslie, see, my name is Lillian, and my father? Oh my God, Lillian? It's so good to finally speak with you. I know everything. She cuts me off. You do? I ask in confusion. Yes, not because of our father, of course. He's scum, but, well, it's a long story. Anyway, the point is, I know who you are. I'm glad you called me. Well, I called because I need you, I admit. Yes, of course. How can I help? I tell her about the general points on what happened at the facility and how I've been traveling the globe to stay 1 foot ahead of further trouble. I purposely leave out the details of the tech attack and the bit about Anthony and our little one. I know I've said enough over the phone. Leslie patiently listens. I assume she doesn't believe a word I'm saying. Instead, I hear her cry on the phone as I weep too. I overhear Leslie talking with her husband. I assume it's about my call. To my surprise, Leslie agrees to secretly meet me at a nondescript diner. Later that night, I clap eyes on Leslie for the first time. We immediately hug and cry some more. Leslie looks down and sees the little one asleep in a tiny bassinet in the booth. I can tell by her expression she's elated for me and distressed at the same time. I can't disagree with her feelings. I share them too. Oh, Lillian, What have you got yourself into? Leslie, I only told you the bare bones. I know this is a burner phone, but people I know have billions to overcome tech. I trust nothing these days. I'm confused. Please fill me in. Leslie and I get settled in the booth, and after 2 orders of coffee, waiting patiently until the server leaves and we're alone, I tell her more about the attack, the chase for the prototype, falling for Anthony, and the birth of little Sebastian. After I finish my whispered speech, Leslie's eyes pop. I can tell she's deeply frightened for us. I think her reaction is over the top, but soon realize that she's heard more about Anthony than I figure. Billionaires rarely have private lives, and Anthony is no exception. Lillian, don't you know who Anthony St. Clair is? He's not the kind of man you should have ever gotten involved with, she chides. That's part of the reason I'm on the run from him and our father. Leslie, I seriously need your help. I know this is a lot to ask, but could you take Sebastian, at least for a while? I need to know he's safe and away from these mercenary types until all this gets straightened out. When it's over, I'll come back for him. But I need to be on my own now. Oh, Lillian, Suddenly I see a man approach. It's Leslie's husband. Leslie looks up at her husband in dismay. You promised me you wouldn't do anything like this. You said you wouldn't come. I'm scared stiff. What's all this? What's going on, Leslie? You promised. Lillian, I can't let you leave like this. Why don't you come with us and take care of your baby yourself? We're not intimidated by Anthony. My husband and I can protect you from him and from our father if need be. Leslie, Anthony, and Donnelly aren't my only worries. I have greater enemies after me. I don't think you know what a mess you're getting involved with when you say you can help me. Leslie sighs. Okay, I'll take you at your word, but either you let me try to help you or you have to leave your son. Is that really what you want to do?
Chapter 36, Anthony. Where's Lillian, Leslie? I know you know. I storm into Leslie's office, and I'm not leaving without an answer to where Lillian is. Nothing gets past you, huh, sport? I'm not letting you get within a country mile of my sister. Really, huh? How much do you want to put your protective chops against my brute force, sis? Leslie stands up behind her desk as if that's going to make me pull back. Listen, bud. I'm not scared of you and your infinite bucks and power. You really want to hurt me, huh? I stand back. I'm not that kind of man. But I'm also desperate, and Leslie is my gate to finally seeing Lillian. No, I don't want to hurt you or anyone else. Well then, do you, or don't you love Lillian? I sit down in one of Leslie's office chairs, a defeated man. I can't deny it, my love for her. I've tried and failed already to hide my feelings concerning Lillian. Leslie sits back down too. She exhales and lets some of her defensive ways fall to the floor. I know. You and Jeff have a lot in common that way. You both go weak in the knees for the women you love. I lean forward in my chair and slap on a sincere expression. Then you'll understand why I need to see Lillian, to talk with her, to iron things out. I do appreciate your need, but you have to appreciate Lillian's needs too. You need to give Lillian time to digest all of this. Time? That's all there's been for months now. Just time and space. How much more does she need of both? This has gone beyond the pale. Look at your behavior, though, Anthony. Do you really think she needs to see you like this? All fight and little understanding. The last thing she needs is to be upset, yet again, by a man in her life. I lean back again in the chair. Despite what Leslie accuses me of, I'm nearly out of fight. Listen, it's not just about me or her anymore. I'm worried Lillian is about to give birth to our baby. I've counted the months and days. I know the birth is expected soon. I desperately need to know she's been taken care of well. You can sympathize with my need there, can't you? Anthony, Lillian has already given birth. My eyes pop and I become rigid as a board. Oh my God, no. When? Why? It's a long story, but suffice it to say mother and baby are fine, thanks to Samuel who saved their lives. It was a premature birth, but all's well. Now, knowing they are both safe and sound, can you not see your way to give Lillian a bit more time before you try to woo her back? What did we have? A boy or girl? A lovely baby boy, Anthony. Lillian has called him Sebastian. My mind is exploding. I can't take it all in. What poor Lillian must have been through to give birth to our son without me there to support her every step of the way. I never visualized myself as a father, simply because no one in my family ever taught me how. The St. Clairs have always been too preoccupied with making money and gaining power to think of much else. Even when they had children, they passed them off for someone else to raise. Climb ladders, my parents always said. Network, make political friends, go for the jugular in business. None of those lessons ever included familial love, the term unconditional love. If I were to ask my parents to define it, I think they'd be dumbfounded as to its meaning and purpose in life. I don't have the foggiest notion about how to feed or change a baby's diaper, or how to feed them a bottle or rock them to sleep. A middle-grade babysitter knows more than me. I stare at Leslie, who looks back with a confused expression. She sees the doubt and fright in my eyes, and I'm too ashamed to tell her where the doubt and fear lie. If Lillian and I were back together, could I do this? Could I be a successful husband to her and a loving father to Sebastian? My hands are icy cold, and suddenly, I feel so tired. It's all just too much to take in. Just then, Jeff barges through the door. He sees me talking with his wife, and the look on his face is abject fright. Jeff doesn't know if I come in peace or genuinely want to harm Leslie. I can tell he's up for a fight if I give him one. Jeff, hi. She's... Jeff ignores my entreaty and runs to his wife, putting a protective arm around her. Leslie, are you okay, baby? I sigh. It doesn't matter where I go or who I see. It's obvious I'm on everyone's wanted list, and not in a good way. I've never been popular with the men of Inferno. I've never been popular anywhere. I used to be okay with being cold, calculated St. Clair, the one nobody trusted because they knew how ruthless I could be. It never felt like an insult. It was what made me good at my career. But things are changing lately. I miss Lillian. I want her back. Is this why she doesn't want to be around me? The same reason Jeff doesn't want Leslie around me either. I guess employees heard me threatening Leslie and must have fetched him. But honestly, that was all talk. I guess Jeff doesn't see it like that. And who can blame him? I quietly get up, nod to Leslie, and leave the room. I've more than worn out my welcome. But as I leave the building, one thing is clear. This isn't over, not by a long shot. I get that Lillian and the baby need time, but every day I'm not with them is time lost too. As I walk out the front doors and into the warm Vegas sun, I keep hope alive, for I'm in love with the most beautiful woman in the world and a proud father. And no amount of time or space will change that.
Chapter 37. Lillian. It's been a glorious week staying in one of my sister's safe houses. It's a lovely home built on a hill in a quiet cul-de-sac. The property is fenced off with a high wall, and the wrought iron gate is covered in bougainvillea, so privacy is assured. It has a lovely lush lawn and pool where Sebastian and I can rest and play. I drop all this on the poor woman, but Leslie's been nothing but a complete dear about my circumstances. It turns out that Leslie runs an abused women's shelter, which has several properties designed just for keeping women safe as they get back onto their feet. Not only am I housed for now, but I also have some kind of support system for the first time since Sebastian was born. She brings me food and baby necessities nearly every day. I literally want for nothing. Occasionally, she drops by to see how Sebastian and I are doing, or for a quick chat. But when she's busy, I'll find a parcel at my doorstep in the morning, delivered by a trusted employee. My sister even has her favorite foods delivered to me too, via a restaurant delivery service. And it's funny, her favorite meals are mine too. I guess we have the same taste. It's so comforting being taken care of by a family I trust. Such a foreign feeling for me after the way I grew up, but well cherished. Okay, little one, you're bathed and changed. It's time for Betty Bye. How about I tell you a story and rock you to sleep? Sebastian looks up at me, cooing in reply, flashing me his big smile. He's been such a wonderful baby through all of this, except his need for little sleep. I haven't slept properly for the last 3 days since we came to Leslie's hideaway. Maybe Sebastian senses my tension or my excitement in this strange place, and he feels the emotions too. After 30 minutes of rocking Sebastian and telling him adventure stories of his father and me, my baby boy finally falls to sleep. His long eyelashes and pudgy cheeks melt my heart. I get up slowly and place him in his crib. Then I fall into bed next to him, hitting dreamland before my head hits the pillow. I'm not worried I won't wake if Sebastian cries. My alert system for his voice is on constant alert. I fall to sleep, knowing I'll be up and at it the moment he needs changing or a bottle. 3 times throughout the night, I wake with a start. Each time I look over at Sebastian, and he's sound asleep with his soother still in his mouth. Maybe he's finally outgrowing the 3 middle-of-the-night feedings. Wouldn't that be bliss? Morning dawns, sunlight seeps through my sheer curtains, and my eyes pop open. I realize Sebastian never woke me up, not at all last night. I jerk my head. The crib is empty. Sebastian is gone. Oh my God, no! I rip the covers off and peer under the crib and my bed, thinking my baby had fallen in the night. No Sebastian anywhere. I tear out of the bedroom, looking frantically everywhere for any sign of my boy, knowing my search is silly. No newborn can crawl or get away from his mother this far. I'm at the point of tears and about to call 911 when I hear a baby's laughter coming from outside on the deck. I run to the living room, certain I'll see Sebastian in Leslie's arms. She must have stopped by and heard Sebastian crying. God, how can I have slept through his tears? I must be the worst mother. I unlock the patio door and rip open the curtains to see Sebastian in Anthony's arms. He's bouncing the baby up and down, and Sebastian is loving every minute. I rush out. Anthony! Our eyes meet. Mine are full of fear, I'm sure. Anthony's are full of love. He's the happiest I've ever seen him. It's clear he's madly in love with his son. Hi, Mommy. How are you doing? How did you know I was here? Why do you have to skulk around like this? Stalking me, taking Sebastian from his crib. You know I'd wake with a fright not seeing him there. I'm sorry, darling. I know you just didn't think. Why do you have to act like this? Why? I'm trying so hard to be angry at Anthony for giving me such a fright. It's like he doesn't know how to act like a normal human being. He sees what he wants and he goes for it. The rest of humanity be damned. But I watch him with Sebastian. The baby is so taken with his father, as if they had never been apart. A mix of anger, joy, and pride swirl inside my head, and I don't know what to do with these emotions. I plunk down in a patio chair to catch my breath. I didn't realize how frightened I actually was until the adrenaline wore off. I can't deny it. It's lovely to see Anthony again, but I refuse to let him see me happy at all about this unplanned meeting. If he knew my whereabouts, couldn't he have knocked on the door, dropped a note in the mailbox? Something. Anything less heart-stopping than breaking into my home at dawn and taking our baby from his crib? Part of me wants to slap the man silly. Another part wants to hug Anthony for all eternity. All I do is sit there and take in the sight of father and son, playing and laughing in the bright sunshine, like there's not a care in the world for either soul.
Chapter 38. Anthony. Lillian, please calm down. I didn't mean you or Sebastian any harm. I forced Leslie to tell me where you were. And please don't blame Leslie. She fought long and hard not to tell me, I can assure you. I just simply wouldn't let it go. She saw how desperate I was to see you again and meet our baby boy. But Anthony, you have a reunion with us like this? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought Sebastian had been kidnapped by the mercenaries. It dawns on me how Lillian sees this stunt I pulled. I only thought about how much I needed to see them both, not how she would react. Oh, Lillian, I'm so sorry. I thought I could spend some time with Sebastian, bond with my son while you slept. Leslie tells me you've been sleep-deprived ever since the birth. I figured you needed your rest. I raise my boy high in the air. He gurgles and coos and kicks his legs in glee. I'm over the moon at being a father to such a beautiful baby boy. You have no idea how much I've dreamt of this moment, darling. Seeing you again and meeting my baby boy. It's all I've thought about since you left. I know it was idiotic of me to let myself into your home like this, but all I wanted was to see my child. Can you understand? Lillian lets down her guard some, and her words are softer. I can't blame you for wanting to see Sebastian. No, Anthony. But you can't blame me for hiding him either, considering what we are up against. No, I appreciate that. I acquiesce. I think we're over the worst. Do you really? I've been marked for harm or worse, Anthony, all because of a tech invention your company conjured. And because of my stupidity, I got a target on my back, and by default, so did our son. Then I wake up to find our baby gone. What did you think my reaction would be? I'm beyond furious with you right now. I think you should leave. Sorry, Lillian, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong. This is where I should have been all along. By your side, protecting you and loving and protecting our son. I missed Sebastian's birth. I wasn't there to support you during your pregnancy. I need to be here now with my family. Your family? Yes, goddammit. My family. I love you, Lillian. I have since the moment you found me hiding behind the server. I kept it to myself, maybe too long, but it's been deep love right from the start. And now, with Sebastian's arrival, my love is only growing stronger. Lillian crosses her arms. I can tell she's not so much as defiant as fearful of letting me in and getting hurt by me again. How can I know this isn't some fairy tale you've created to get whatever it is you want? Lillian, my feelings for you have never wavered. How can you love me when I betrayed you so, taking the USB and daring to sell it to the highest bidder? Lillian, you never betrayed me at all. The USB you took from the vault was a fake. I destroyed the original long ago, well before we hit Vegas. But to keep us safe, I kept that mock-up, a decoy in case anyone did come looking for it. So you lied to me. How can there be trust in lies? Lillian, it's that need-to-know basis I mentioned to you in the tunnel, remember? I kept you out of the loop for your own safety. No other reason. Can't you see it? I see Lillian bow her head. Realization of the big picture is coming clearer to her now. I know it. I take the chance to continue talking, hoping I won't say the wrong thing. Darling, technology like that, well, it shouldn't exist in the first place. The world isn't ready yet for that kind of advancement. Sadly, I realized it after the prototype was in place. It's my fault for taking the invention too far and attracting a deadly crowd. Did Killian know about all of this? Well, not all of it. Killian helped me spread the word that I still had the data. We used that as a lure to uncover the traitors in our ranks. I never told him I destroyed the original. No. Lillian breaks down. She buries her head in her lap and sobs uncontrollably. I can tell it's all been too much. Oh, Anthony, you have no idea how guilty I felt about taking the drive. I let you think our relationship was purely a con for money. It racked me inside from the moment I left the condo. I lay Sebastian down on his blanket and I pull Lillian out of her chair to join us on the grass. I wrap my arms around both of them, trying my best to comfort my family. Under the shade of an old oak tree, I kiss Lillian's tears away, and soon her sobbing dies. I swaddle Sebastian and hold him in one arm as I hold Lillian close. We breathe and be, relishing our time together at last. The fight is done. The explanations are over. We are where we should have been all along. I lean in and whisper into Lillian's ear. Sweetheart, from now on, everything's going to be fine. I swear on my life. We're a family, and nobody is going to break this family up again. Chapter 39. Anthony. As I spend time with Lillian and Sebastian, she seems to be warming up. It's taking time, and I understand that she still doesn't completely trust me. I'm still happy and grateful because she's giving me family time with her and the baby. How long does the baby sleep at night? I look closely at her face. Her eyes look tired, like she's had to get up during the night. Maybe 12 hours a night. Hey, that's great, but why do you look tired? Lillian shoots me a look that says it all. What it says is, get a clue, nerd. Anthony, those hours are broken up for his feedings and diaper changes. Very broken up. Oh, wow. I was about to swear within hearing distance of my son's innocent ears. What time does he go to bed for the night? Let's see. About 7 or so, depending on whether he's tired or not. If he is, it's easier to lay him down, turn on the white noise machine, and let him drift off. Does he always sleep in the bassinet? Yes. Next to my bed so I can reach him when he wakes. That's usually between 9 and 10 for a nursing session. I change him and put him back down. Then, 2 hours after that. Because I'm nursing him. He wakes up more often than babies who get formula. I'm surprised to hear even bedtime is this intense. Every 2 hours? Really? That must be rough. It is, she says. We're still getting used to each other. When morning comes, he's raring to go. Me, not so much. Can't you drink coffee? No way! The caffeine would have a bad effect on him. Anthony, I ordered these for you. She hands me a gift bag that feels loaded down. I pull the tissue wrap out and reach in for... books? I look at the titles. Oh, about babies and raising them. Thanks. This really helps. But you know what helps more? Lillian gives me a tired smile. Yes, hands-on experience. Sebastian yawns. He whimpers a little bit. What does that mean? He's tired. Watch while I put him in his bassinet. She takes him over to a changing pad and sets him down. Deftly, she unsnaps the onesie, pulls off the old diaper, wipes him clean, and puts on a new one, all in the matter of about a minute. Wow, you're good at this. I babysat a lot when I was in school. The next one is yours. I'll supervise. I gulp. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be quite as smooth as you. Go easy on me. After dressing the baby again, she picks him up and takes him to his bassinet. She lays him on his back, patting his chest lightly for a minute. Finally, she turns on the white noise machine, which emits the sound of waves on the beach. Moving quietly, she turns the light off and leaves the door ajar. If he does number 2, you'll wipe very carefully. You might need more than one wipe. Get it out of every crease or he'll get diaper rash. Oh, sounds like fun. Lillian laughs. Want some water? Yeah, thanks. I take the chilled bottle of water from her. Do you need to eat a snack? Yeah, that would help. I'll bring it to you. Go sit down. I open the fridge and find fresh fruits. I pull a couple Granny Smith apples out, along with whipped topping. I look through the cabinets until I find a small bag of dried fruit and nuts. Pulling 2 bowls down, I slice the apples and put them in the bowls, scoop whipped topping over them and sprinkle the nuts and berry mix. I add the spoons and take them to the table. Wow, this looks good. Lillian eagerly grabs her spoon and digs in. The green apples will help you stay alert. No caffeine. So will the berry nut mix. Where did you learn this? Watching a morning news show. I get all kinds of info that way. We continue chatting and rebuilding a new relationship based on trust. Sebastian wakes up, crying out to announce himself. Lillian gets up and stretches. Okay, Daddy. Diaper changing lesson. I feel apprehensive. Why does a small baby's crappy diaper scare me? Get over it, Daddy. Okay, I'm coming. I roll my shirt sleeves up, just in case. I lift him up, taking him to the changing pad Lillian used earlier. He's wiggly, so I put my hand on him. Good move. I feel more confident now. I get everything I need and get started. Lillian coaches me as I work. Make sure the diaper is snug around his waist, like this. She repositions the tab so the diaper fits well. He grins up at me when I'm finally done, and it's the first time I feel like a real father.
Chapter 40. Lillian, Anthony has been coming by almost every day. A part of me is glad he's found his way back to our lives. At the same time, I have Sebastian to consider now. I can't let danger come to him. He's certainly trying to sway my feelings toward him anyway. It's like he's trying to romance me, despite the fact that we already have a child together. He likes to bring special surprises and bouquets of flowers. A part of me wants to throw my arms around him and tell him again that I love him. The other part of me is too scared of the danger that comes with him. One morning, Anthony comes by for breakfast. He has the flowers, plus a large paper bag full of food. "Hi, what's all this?" I ask. Anthony comes in and moves past me, giving me a kiss on the forehead. "I'm making breakfast. Is Sebastian up?" "No, he just went down for a nap. I'm sorry." "No problem. If you don't mind, I'll stay here for the day. I can get some work done and help with the baby." He continues taking items out of the bag as I put the fresh flowers into a vase of cool water. With the flowers arranged, I wash my hands and start helping with breakfast. "Oh, wow, this looks good. Also, I wanted to say that I've noticed you toning down some of your dirty words. Sebastian and I both appreciate it." Anthony flushes and shrugs. "We don't need him learning those words before middle school. It's going to happen no matter what, but he doesn't need a potty mouth now." I laugh. "You've been reading those books. I can tell. You're using some of the same phrases." Anthony looks at me and grins. "Hey, I'm in this with you. We made him together. I love him, and you, and he needs both of his parents." Slowly I nod. That's true, he does. Anthony's not a bad man. Then I blink, as the words he so casually dropped in settle over me. Where did that come from? He's never said that before. That's a switch? What is? Loving us. I could admit I loved you months ago, but you never quite found the words to say it back, did you? Anthony drops his eyes and shuffles slightly. Yeah, I learned that I don't know everything, like I thought I did. Sometimes losing the thing you need more than anything teaches you a lesson in how important it was. I need to think about this. Does he mean it? My heart is pounding with the possibilities. No, just think about things. Don't say anything just yet. He puts bacon in the frying pan. As it is cooking, he assembles the omelets he's making. Okay, shall I make the toast? Sure. He removes the bacon and puts it on a bed of paper towels on a plate. He pours the omelet mixture into the frying pan after he removes some of the bacon fat. I take the toast out and put it on a plate, then stick it in the microwave. Next, I pull the butter and jelly out and set them on the table. Finally, we're eating. Wow, you're really good at making breakfast. The omelets almost melt in my mouth. They are popping with flavor. I dig in, knowing I need the energy. Breastfeeding a newborn is not a walk in the park. Is there any chance we could take the baby for a walk? I stop chewing and swallow. Repeat that, please. Take him out for a walk. Isn't it still dangerous? We'd be putting the baby and each other at risk. My eyes are wide open as I try to digest this. No, it's not. I can protect you and Sebastian. Besides, I destroyed every last trace of my technology. Let them come looking for it. They won't find anything. It's all gone. Or they won't believe it's gone. They'll hunt you down and try to drag it out of you. Maybe make you rebuild it for you. He snorts. Let them. If they come out of hiding, Interpol will finally be able to trace it back and close the case. Then we can all put this behind us. I shake my head helplessly. I hope you're right. That's all I can come up with. An official arrest would help me feel that we're finally out of the woods. At the same time, it's starting to become hard to imagine it will ever happen. We finish our breakfast and clean the kitchen. Because Sebastian is still sleeping, we go to the living room and sit down. Anthony takes my hand in his. Lillian, my love, I would do anything I could do to get you back into my life. I love you. I didn't realize that until after you had left. He pulls me closer to him. I find it comfortable, like I belong there. I turn and look into his eyes. They tell me that he is telling the truth. So, no need to bring an army of security with us? I remember the last time we were in public, the guards outside the penthouse that always knew every step we made. None. Just bring Sebastian's diaper bag with everything he might need. Come on. When he wakes up, let's go for a walk. I sigh. Okay. Will we have any security with us? Yes, 2 men. They are always with me when I go out. They're standing guard outside, you know. I rest my head on Anthony's shoulder. And your security people will protect the baby and me as well? Without question. I made it clear what you both mean to me. They protect me. They're going to protect you and my son, too. Anthony pulls me closer to him and kisses me softly. I can't resist. He's met and answered every one of my objections and concerns. I wrap my arms around his neck and return the kiss. Shortly after that, Sebastian cries. Anthony goes to get him. All I can do is sit there, worried I am making a terrible mistake.
Chapter 41. Anthony. I want to go on a family vacation. Lillian, Sebastian, me, Lillian's sister, Leslie, Jeff, and her mother. Since Sebastian's birth, Lillian and Leslie have gotten close. Leslie, Jeff, and her mother, Clara, have all been helping Lillian, welcoming her like she has always belonged in their family. I figure that time away might help Lillian to relax. She needs a change of scenery, and there's no reason we can't go somewhere that can be both comfortable and safe. If anything, the right vacation destination can be more secure than where she currently is. I understand her fears, but I also don't think fixating on her worries and stress is good for her. At the same time, I know the only person who has a chance of convincing her is Leslie. Lillian will never listen to me. So I pick up the phone and dial Leslie's number. It rings a few times before she answers. Hello? Leslie, it's Anthony. How are you? I'm great. How about you? How's life as a new daddy? She laughs softly. It's a big change, that's for sure. But Lillian's starting to come around and trust that I can take good care of our baby. Our baby. I swell with love when I say that. Well, she's been through a lot, St. Clair. More than anyone should. I agree, I reply. In fact, that's the reason I'm calling. I'm thinking we need a family vacation away from everything that happened. Lillian needs to relax, and I think it would be nice to spend some time with the family she's just getting to know. It would be good for her and the baby to just be with everyone, not stressing all the time about what might happen. Oh, that is a good idea. I was just saying to Jeff the other day that she's wound so tight she's going to pop soon. I love the idea of a vacation. I just need to talk to Mom and Jeff and see what they say. Talk to Jeff about what? I hear a familiar voice on the other end and hold my breath. Jeff has never cared much for me. This might be the fly in the ointment. Hey, honey. Anthony's on the other end. Here, let me put you on speaker. He's talking about a family vacation. You, me, Mom, Lillian, Sebastian. What do you think? I like the idea. Lillian needs to get away somewhere she can breathe. Anthony, you have a yes, But if I'm going to spend my vacation time in the same house as you, you better not make me regret it. Promise, I agree, relieved that Jeff isn't giving me a harder time than he is. I know he's doing it for Lillian and Leslie, not me, but still. Do you think you can get Lillian to agree? Leslie asks. She'll hesitate because of the safety thing. She doesn't believe anything I say about it. I was actually hoping you'd try to talk her into it. She'll listen to you. There's a silence, and I can almost picture the look Leslie and Jeff are sharing. I'll try, Leslie finally says uncertainly. Anthony, let me talk to her. Is she able to take a call now? She's feeding Sebastian. Give it, say, another 30 minutes. Thanks, I will. And thank you for suggesting this. I go to find her and see Lillian has finished feeding the baby. He's sleepy, so she just gives him a very soft kiss on his forehead and places him into his bassinet. I turn on the white noise machine, take Lillian's hand and bend over to kiss my son. Then we walk back downstairs. Want a snack? Lillian is supposed to keep her water and food intake up while she nurses the baby. I make a snack of crackers, cheese, and green grapes. I sit with Lillian at the dining room table with our snack and 2 glasses of milk. I had an idea. Oh, what? Lillian eats a cracker with a cheese square. I think we could do with a family vacation. I spoke to Leslie and Jeff. They're all in, and Clara can come too. Imagine how well you would rest having all that help with the baby in one house. You know you trust all of them with Sebastian. I watch her. Lillian's dark brown eyes widen. Anthony. She stops when I jump in. Sweetheart, it's fine. My security chief tells me he hasn't heard or seen any sign that the people who came after us are still trying to get to us. We'll take some people with us for protection, find a nice, secluded spot, and enjoy ourselves. Lillian is silent. She looks down, just thinking. She plays with the fabric of her pullover top, pleating it and unpleating it. She sighs. Just then, her phone rings. She looks at the display. It's Leslie. Go ahead and answer. Talk to her. I stand and walk to the other side of the room. As she is talking, I look at the spines of the books in the built-in bookshelves. It's sparse, just a few titles collected to furnish the home or left by previous tenants. I doubt any of them are Lillian's personal collection. We really need kids' books in here for Sebastian. We could start building his own library now. Just then, my attention is caught by Lillian's side of the conversation. Think it's safe? She pauses, most likely listening to Leslie. Right. Yeah. Well, her voice drops off as she considers whatever Leslie has said now. Well, I guess we can go. We'll have security with us the whole time. Okay then. I'll let you know what we decide. Bye. Love you. I stride back to her side. Sitting down, I place my hand around her shoulders. Well, you heard everything. She's convinced me. She says we'll have the best security money can buy. Having security isn't a scary thing, I reassure her. It just means we'll have nothing to worry about. Stop thinking of it as proof there's a threat, and start thinking of it as a reason to know you don't have to worry. Lillian sighs. I guess that makes sense. She scoots closer, resting against me. When will we leave? As soon as we can, I promise, kissing her forehead.
Chapter 42. Lillian. Within a week, we are all settled into a lovely beach house on our vacation. Clara and Leslie are sitting on my bed with me as I change Sebastian's diaper. Anthony isn't wrong. It is nice, having other women to talk to. Even when I'm doing something as boring as changing a diaper, it just feels better with company. Anthony wants me to go to dinner with him tonight, I say. Just me and him. Leslie tickles Sebastian's belly playfully. Yes, I know. Mom already volunteered to babysit for you. Mom, of course, is referring to Clara. She's a very nice woman, but she isn't my mother. She is Leslie's. I feel a bit strange leaving my child with her, so I can go running off to have a nice dinner. No, that's okay. I'd hate for you to do that. What if he wakes up? Or you need something and don't know where it is? I'll just take a rain check, I reply. Leslie puts her hand on my arm. Look, I know you're nervous, but I really think you should go. Let tonight be your determining factor. The two of you still have a chance to fix things, but you have to spend time with him to know if you can. Go enjoy a night out with your man. She laughs, nudging me gently. Her words make me think. Even if I haven't admitted it to myself before now, I want to fix things. I do want to keep Anthony in my life if possible, and that's going to require some give and take on my part. I stare at the two of them, smiling at me lovingly, and my heart swells. It's so lovely to have a supportive family, or at least a half-sister and her mother, who was once married to the father you share. Maybe it's time to give Anthony a chance, I say, and they cheer. I try to swallow my nerves, knowing they are right. Yay! I'll help you get dolled up. We can do your makeup and pick the perfect outfit. We need you to look at 110% tonight. Let him know what he's working for. Leslie laughs again. Sounds great, I respond, feeling giddy. I soothe Sebastian to sleep for his last nap of the day, then lay him in the bassinet. Clara heads back to the cottage she is staying in with Jeff and Leslie, promising to be back soon. Then Leslie starts on my makeup. Luckily, Sebastian is cooperative and sleeps long enough for us to get a lot done. Soon, everything looks perfect, and we've picked a light pink beach dress. It flows perfectly over my curves, accentuating them enough to tease him. I'm nursing Sebastian one more time before I head out when there's a knock at the door. I'm here for my duties, Clara says, stepping around me. I take a few minutes to show her where Sebastian's things are and give her a rundown. Basically, when he wakes up for a bottle, give him one. Then he usually goes back to sleep if you're lucky. I laugh, handing her his next one. There's another knock on the door. Leslie opens it, nearly squealing when she sees Anthony dressed in a nice short-sleeved button-up and his favorite shorts. Wow, he says, looking me up and down. You look amazing. I feel my cheeks heat. Thank you. You cleaned up pretty good yourself. I thank Leslie and Clara as we step out. Anthony grabs my hand, and it's oddly comforting. I don't know if I'm letting him in too fast or not fast enough, because a part of me feels his skin against mine and wants to skip dinner. Thanks for inviting me, I say, trying to shift my thoughts. Thank you for agreeing to come with me. I know it's hard being away from Sebastian, but I'm thrilled we could find a way to do it with just the two of us. I think we could use a night alone together. We round the corner, and the beach has a beautiful setup. There's a small table with only 2 chairs, lit with candles and surrounded by rope lights. A man in a suit stands patiently beside it, waiting for us. Good evening, you two, he says as Anthony helps me into my chair. We greet him, and he pours us a glass of wine. He sets a picnic basket on the table and pulls out 2 beautiful sandwiches. There are 2 desserts inside as well, and some side salads. This looks so good, I say, grabbing the sandwich and diving in. The first bite tastes like heaven. I didn't realize my stomach was growling at me until the first bite hit. I wanted it just to be the 2 of us, so that doesn't leave many dinner options. But I tried to make them as fancy as possible. He laughs. We talk throughout dinner, and it's strangely easy. It's almost like we're the same couple as before. We're still completely in love and the best of friends. We laugh and talk while eating our dessert, reminiscing on old times. He's such a good man, and how we bounce back like nothing ever happened perfectly indicates that we're meant to be. Maybe Leslie was right. It's time to give him a fair chance. I know we still have some things to work out, but I have enjoyed tonight with you, Anthony says as we stroll back to the cottage. I have too. Talking and laughing with you again was nice. I missed it more than I realized. I reach for his hand, suddenly wanting to feel close to him as we near the door to my bedroom. We stop just before entering. He turns toward me, our faces inches apart. Our eyes lock for several minutes until I see him inching closer. My nerves are on fire, waiting for his lips to touch mine, remembering how good they feel. My senses overtake me as soon as they touch, and my hands fly around his neck. Our kiss is passionate and soulful, the perfect way to end an evening together. But the kiss only makes me want more of him.
Chapter 43. Anthony. Lillian returns my kiss, fueling my confidence about how tonight's going. Her gentle kiss feels like home to me, and immediately my mind begins racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. God, I miss this so much. I miss her. I press my lips into her soft lips again. My left hand settles into the small of her back, pulling her into me softly. I don't ever want to spend another day without her again. Lillian pulls away and smiles, gently biting her lip. That does something to me every single time. A familiar sensation is growing inside me, and it's my passion for her. I crave and want her so badly that it's nearly impossible to behave as we stand before her door. I've missed this a lot, Lillian, I say quietly. Lillian smiles as she grabs my hand, leading me to the hammock behind the cottage. So have I, she says as we reach our destination. I peer into her soft brown eyes and instantly get lost. I pull her into me, our lips meeting again. The gentleness has disappeared, fiery passion taking its place. I fall back into the hammock, taking Lillian in tow. She giggles as we fall into it, and I smile. Music to my ears. My kisses get more fervent the longer we linger, fueled by my happiness to be with her. Lillian kisses me back ferociously, driving me wild. I feel Lillian's tongue part my lips, and I eagerly meet it with mine. Our tongues begin to dance together as our kisses grow more intense. I enjoy her body pressed against mine, our legs knotting together as the tension of our makeout increases. The desire to have her is rising inside of me, and I feel myself harden. I can't help but think of the times I've been in this situation with her before. I want her, but I don't know if it's too soon. She still seems wary toward me, but this is electric. I decide to test my luck and allow my hand to trail down her spine to her firm ass. Lillian continues kissing me, but her hand races to intercept mine. She quickly guides it back to her hip, giving me the answer to the questions in my mind. Well, that was stupid. I should have known. Lillian pulls away, the spell broken as she stares at her feet. Damn it. I really messed this up. Tonight was going so well, too. What the hell was I thinking? The silence in the cool outside air is almost deafening as the battle in my head rages on. Then Lillian breaks the silence. I'm sorry, Anthony. I just need a bit more time. It's still too soon, she says quietly. I can't help but notice that she still avoids my gaze, which is heartbreaking. Before the silence can take over again, I quickly reply. You don't need to be sorry, Lillian. I'm the one who should be sorry. I understand that it's too soon, and I'm sorry if I pressured you, I say as I wrap my arms around her, pulling her into me tightly. Take all the time that you need. Lillian finally meets my gaze, and I melt into her beautiful eyes. Thank you for understanding, she says after a brief pause. I try to find a suitable reply, ultimately failing. I continue to hold her close instead, hoping to bring her comfort. Actions speak louder than words after all. Lillian smiles, warming my heart. Her smile is a welcoming sight, and I want nothing more than for her to be genuinely happy. Half an hour passes by in the blink of an eye as we lay in the warm breeze. The hammock is more comfortable than expected, and I feel myself starting to relax. I feel my breathing deepen, and my eyelids grow heavy. As I'm beginning to fall asleep, I feel Lillian shift. My eyes quickly snap open, and suddenly I'm fully alert again. Lillian sits up and dangles her legs over the hammock. Is everything okay? I ask, curiosity blooming in my mind about where she's going. Lillian glances back at me, and a smile traces her lips, instantly settling my anxiety. "I'm okay, Anthony, just getting sleepy. Laying in the hammock with you is almost too relaxing," she says, still smiling. My laughter echoes across the night sky. "I understand what you mean. It's the first time I've felt at home in months," I respond. "Tonight was very nice, Lillian. I enjoyed spending time with you." "Me too," she says. "I'm going to go back and relieve Clara. I can't fall asleep out here and leave her with Sebastian all night." I meet her gaze carefully. "Can I go with you?" "I'd love to spend a night with you and our son," I say hopefully. "Not in a way you aren't comfortable with. Just being together. Like a family." I can hardly breathe, waiting for her response. "That sounds perfect," she says. I exhale loudly, nerves settling. We head back to the cottage and say goodnight to Carla, thanking her. Sebastian wakes for another bottle, and this time I feed him, staring at him in adoration. I can't help but feel like Sebastian and Lillian are my home. Lillian gets ready for bed while I rock Sebastian, singing to him softly. As soon as he's asleep, I lay him in the bassinet beside the bed, kissing him gently on the forehead. Lillian climbs in next to him, and I decide it's my cue to leave. I got to be here at bedtime, but maybe the best thing would be to at least sleep on the couch or something. I don't want to push my luck with Lillian. As I head out of the room, I hear Lillian's soft voice call out. "Anthony," she whispers. I quickly turn around, head back into the room, and bend down next to the bed to hear Lillian and not wake Sebastian. "Where are you going?" she asks. I notice the blankets beside her are pulled back in invitation, making my heartbeat quicken. I undress in a hurry, crawling in bed next to her. She snuggles up next to me. I'm home, I think, falling asleep instantly.
Chapter 44. Lillian. We're still settling in after a fantastic vacation when Leslie drives over to the safe house one day. I'm surprised to see her soon, but it turns out it's not exactly a social call. "Hey, sis, I thought you might want to know the latest." "What's that?" Leslie plunks her purse on the floor, takes off her coat and drapes it over a chair, then takes a seat at the kitchen table. I listen to her words while I heat a baby bottle over the stove the old-fashioned way. "Your days of worrying about Dad are over, sis. As of today, I believe you're the last of his worries. Many people are on his tail right now. District attorneys, cops from several counties all want a piece of him. Jeff says the scuttlebutt around the law firm is. Donnelly was nearly apprehended a few days ago, so he's in desperate flight mode right now. He's not thinking about you at all." I turn off the burner. The bottle is ready. I test it. Safe. I sit down at the kitchen table. Sebastian is beside me in a cradle, and I give him his bottle as I gently rock him back and forth. The rocking is for me, not Sebastian. It's soothing my nerves as I try to take this all in about our father. Once Sebastian is settled, I go to the TV and turn it on to an all-news station, putting the volume on low, hoping for updates on what Leslie has said. A midday community event show fills the screen. Nothing. No breaking news at all. It must be a slow news day. I return to the kitchen and pour Leslie and me coffee. We sit down together, hashing it out. "I don't know, Leslie. Desperate men can do desperate things. The way Donnelly will see his predicament now is he'll have nothing left to lose, including risking his life to get what he wants. Who says I'm not the last on his list before he goes out in a hail of bullets?" Leslie takes a sip of her coffee, thinks for a moment, then puts her hand on my arm. "I know. I thought of that too. That's why I came over as well. To tell you, I'm tightening security around this house. And Anthony called me today. He's adding guards of his own too. I suppose my mindset is in the trust but verify mode." I nod. There's some relief knowing Leslie and Anthony are being proactive with the security, but I'd be lying if I didn't still worry, knowing the power Donnelly wields. Yes, I guess you and Anthony are right in how you're thinking and what you're doing. We're about as safe as anyone can be. It's been a godsend, too, you getting Clara here to help with Sebastian. Hey, it's been wonderful spending time with you, dear. You have no idea how much I adore little babies. And it's keeping me busy. I need that right now. Clara smiles and takes over feeding Sebastian as we continue to talk. Well, the way I see things, it's only fair. I get more than enough help from Mom. I can share. What do sisters do for one another if not help? It's deeply appreciated, sis, as there are so few people we can trust these days. A noise from the living room television draws our attention. We all shuffle out to see what it is, catching the tail end of the report. When his car fell off a cliff and into a river, police were close to apprehending Senator Donnelly after a high-speed chase that lasted several hours. No confirmation at this point, but Senator Donnelly is believed dead. Recovery efforts are ongoing. More details on the 6 o'clock news. All three of us stand there, glued to the screen as the words of the news anchor wash over us. An aerial image of the car, taken during the pursuit from a news helicopter, gives us the horrible sight. We hold each other tightly. Tears of joy and sorrow run down our cheeks. Donnelly has changed our lives forever, yet he's still our father and Clara's husband. We didn't wish this for the man, but to know his pursuit of me is over brings us all great relief. And if Donnelly was the one behind the attack on Anthony's lab, he may be safe now as well. This might all finally be behind us. Our enemies vanquished. My cell buzzes. It's a text from Anthony. Hey, sweetheart, I can't stop over tonight. I'm busy with other pursuits. Can Clara stay with you for the night? I promise I'll be home as soon as I can. Love, A. I ask Clara, and she gladly stays. I think she wants company too, after the upsetting news about Donnelly. We both call it an early night. Sebastian fell asleep easily, so we decide to take advantage of his downtime and have some rest too. I head to bed, carrying Sebastian in my arms, while Clara turns out the lights. Finally, peace and quiet. I didn't want it to come at the expense of Donnelly's life, but I'm cherishing it anyway. Good night, sweet prince, I whisper to the baby. I gently lay him in his crib and softly kiss his rosy cheek and fall into bed myself. Sound asleep before I notice my eyelids close and Clara climbing into bed with me. I fall asleep almost instantly, and it's several hours later when I wake with a start. Instinctively, I jerk my head towards Sebastian. He's sleeping soundly. I look over at the clock. It's 3 a.m. Why am I awake now? And then I hear it. Footsteps outside my room. I wake Clara and put a finger over her lips. We both sit up in bed, intently listening for sounds. I barely hear anything over my pounding heartbeat. Oh my God, please let it not be Donnelly. Maybe he didn't die. Maybe he's come for me and my baby after all. God, please, who is outside the door?
Chapter 45. Anthony, it's late, the middle of the night. I have no desire to return to my condo. It's an empty shell of a place without my family near me. I know I shouldn't disturb Lillian at this ungodly hour, but being without her physically hurts. As I get into my car and start the ignition, I make my decision. I hit the pedal to the metal and head over. I'm heading to Lillian's safe house, a place I call home. Reason isn't stopping what my heart wants, and I can't wipe the smile off my face the entire way there. Through traffic and at intersections, I feel like I'm floating on air. Just weeks ago, and for so many months prior, I was a lonely and heartbroken man. Now, I'm on top of the world. I have the love of my life, and my new baby to hold. I chuckle at my fears of being a father. Turns out if you love and care for your baby, that's all a child ever needs from their father. I know I can do that for the rest of my life, and be over the moon every moment of every day. I reach the quiet, dead-end road where Lillian lives for now. Out of sheer habit, I survey the area for strange cars or outside movement. The street is still and quiet. All the homes on either side are in darkness. I breathe a little easier knowing this. Putting more security around the safe house was a smart move by Leslie and me. I know it's working when there's nothing to see. My mind wanders away from security to the needs of the heart. I want to wake Lillian up and ask her to move in with me. I fear she'll say it's not the right time. But when is the right time for life-changing moments? I finally reach the house. I park a couple doors down for safety's sake. As I walk up, the first thing I notice is the guards Leslie and I assigned to secure the front door and perimeter of the property are nowhere in sight. My heart thumps. Adrenaline kicks in. My spidey sense is on alert. I'm not liking this one bit. I reach for my gun. It's in my concealed carry holster, but I know it's merely a last resort, for nothing creates an unwanted stir like gunfire in the dead of night. I skulk down behind some bushes, trying to get the lay of the land before I move in. In several blinks of my eyes, the house, which had sat quietly, now has two black silhouettes approaching the side door. By the size and shape, they look to be two hulking men. One is bending over the lock while the other one stands watch. It takes no rocket scientist to tell they're trying to break in. No time to think. Time to act. I slink up the drive and high-kick their heads before they have time to react. Both are out cold. Who knew my endless karate lessons with Mike Stone would pay off? I run back to my car, key open the trunk and fashion cuffs out of rope and bungee cords I usually use for rock climbing. I know the culprits might eventually come to, but they're not going anywhere after I lasso them calves in a rodeo. After I get the two cuffed, I examine them more closely. These guys are outfitted like hired thugs. I find no ID on their persons, nothing to trace them. Only two balaclavas, two sets of black gloves, and a lock-picking tools in a leather wraparound kit. Professionals? Donnelly's men? Is the bastard still alive? And if he is, he's still got the balls to go after Lillian even while the rest of the world is after his butt. Unbelievable. I recheck to make sure the men's wrists and ankles are secure, and my attention goes to Lillian and the boy. I key open the door and quietly walk in, assuming all are still fast asleep. I walk upstairs, pacing in the hallway to listen for signs of disturbance. The house is silent, and I debate whether I should walk into her bedroom just to make sure everyone is okay. What if there were more men than the two I caught? To my surprise, the bedroom door swings open, eliminating the need to decide. Lillian is awake and in front of me, dressed in a robe. Her expression is one of joy and relief seeing me and no one else. Oh, thank God it's you. I was afraid. Well, you know, why are you skulking around acting like a burglar? I don't want to alarm her or ruin the smile on her face, but my need to protect my family outweighs my need to placate her joy. Lillian, get dressed. Get Sebastian ready. Quickly pack a few things for you both. Only enough for overnight. And do it fast. Why? What's going on? Please, darling, don't ask any more questions. We have to get out of here. This place is no longer safe. I got here in time to see two men trying to break in. My guess is more men are on their way. Quickly now. Move. Lillian runs and gets dressed and swiftly packs. I scoop up Sebastian and give the same instructions for Clara. There's no time to lose. Within minutes, all three of us are out the door. I nab Sebastian's car seat from Lillian's vehicle. In no time we're set, and I'm hitting the throttle. Not a block down from the house, three black SUVs pass us. I purposely don't speed so they don't target my car. We'll be out of the neighborhood before they even notice the safe house is empty. On the freeway, when things quieten down and we can all breathe, Lillian is the first to speak. Anthony, are they coming for me? Yes, sweetheart, they are.
Chapter 46. Lillian. Oh, Anthony. Is it Donnelly? His men? Is he still chasing after me? I thought he was dead. I'm scared stiff. Not just for myself anymore, for Sebastian, and for everyone around me. I know, I did too. But listen, it'll all be okay. I'm taking us to a good friend of mine, one of the Inferno Club members. We'll be safe there. I nod, but I'm unsure about Anthony's pals from the club. I always thought Inferno was just an after-hours place where men can drink, talk smack, and be men. Getting one of the members involved in this deadly serious case seems a flimsy move at best. All I can do is trust Anthony knows what he's doing. Sit back and relax, ladies. Bruce's place is across town. I check on Sebastian. He's sound asleep. Thank God. Close to an hour later, Anthony pulls up to Bruce Fordington's home. It's an impressive mansion and a large estate. The car's headlights coming up the long drive alert the residents within, and before we three get out, there are lights switching on everywhere inside the home. Man, I'm so sorry for bothering your family like this, Bruce. But I didn't know anywhere else I could bring my family where I knew they'd be safe. Bruce shakes Anthony's hand and helps carry in our overnight and baby bags. Hey, Jeff and Leslie are good friends of mine. You know that I'm not exactly in the dark with everything that's been going on. And I'm certainly not about to leave Leslie's little sister out in the cold as an easy target for a maniac. Yes, Bruce is right. Welcome, everyone. Please make yourself at home. We're thrilled to help. Jennifer, Bruce's wife, is very accommodating to us all. She shows me a back bedroom where I can put Sebastian down, and Bruce helps drag in the little bassinet I brought. Not more than a half hour later, Leslie and Jeff show up at Bruce's too. The looks in their eyes show the panic we all feel. Jeff walks up to Bruce, and they shake hands. Their expressions are deadly serious. Hey, man, I've already sent my men to Lillian's safe house. They got back to me. It's been trashed, Bruce tells Jeff. I shake and instantly feel cold. I see Clara, and her eyes are filled with fright. I'm scared stiff too, but more so for little Sebastian than myself. They were looking for the USB drive? Asks Anthony. I'd imagine. What else would they be after? I've had enough of this. Donnelly's game is making my family sick with worry, making me angry as hell. I'm going to make sure Donnelly goes away for good. I have a few favors to call in. Anthony walks away and starts dialing on his cell. We all sit in an uncomfortable silence. Jennifer tries to soothe me, rubbing my arm. I feel too numb to even acknowledge the gesture. Clara murmurs that she's going to lay down in the bedroom and keep an eye on Sebastian. And I know she's really just too upset to listen to anymore. Anthony comes back to the group just a few minutes later, shock painting his face. Made a call. Turns out the police retrieved Donnelly's body from the river an hour ago. Whoever is after Lillian, well, it's no longer her father, that's for sure. I stand up, utterly confused, and stare into Anthony's eyes. Then who is trying to hurt me? A barrage of gunshots seem to answer the question. Anthony throws me to the floor. Bruce and Jeff do the same with their wives. Windows everywhere are shattering. I cover my head. Shards rain down on us from everywhere. The reports are fast. The sounds deafening. I yell out, "What's going on?" Suddenly, I can't decide if it's a blessing or not that I left Sebastian in the back bedroom with Clara. He's not here in the midst of this danger, but I also wish I had him in my sight. "Anthony, it's high-powered," says Bruce. "Guys, get the women into the far bedrooms. I'll head to the gun room to get you armed." Bruce retrieves handguns and offers a 9mm to each one of us. Jennifer and Leslie lock and load like they've done it 1,000 times before. I take the weapon Bruce hands me, but I don't have a clue what to do with it. Thankfully, the women show me. I can't believe it's all come to this. In minutes, the sound of shots are coming from all around the house. The attackers, whoever they are, have the place surrounded. The men are yelling out orders to one another, but for me, my hearing is muffled, and time is standing still. Come on, Lillian, follow me. Jennifer leads me back to the bedroom where Sebastian and Clara are. I am relieved to finally have eyes on him, to at least know he is okay. She hides us in the walk-in closet behind a rack of clothes. I look down at my baby and miraculously, he's still asleep. I keep a soother close by in case he wakes and starts crying. I sit there in the dark with my baby. Clara waits stiffly beside me, and we wait in tense silence. My senses slowly come back to life. I hear the men call out to one another, and more shots. It feels like it will never end. The house fills with the odor of gunpowder, and the air paints a hazy blue. I cover Sebastian's nose and mouth with his baby blanket, preventing him from inhaling the noxious fumes. Oh my God, who are these people? I get they think I still have the real prototype and are after me for it. We don't even have the data anymore to negotiate our safety. Will this nightmare ever end? My mind's eye zips back to that night on the island in the first attack. Then, it was only my life. And Anthony's we had to worry about back then. Now it's an entire household of Inferno members and their wives and, most crucially, the baby boy I'm cradling in my arms. Tears well in the corner of my eye, but I refuse to break down. I keep the gun at my knees just in case.
Chapter 47. Anthony. I duck behind the sofa, grab my cell, and in between shots, I call the general. We need reinforcements, and we need them now. We're outnumbered and outgunned, and those gunshots are only feet away from Lillian and my boy. Killian, come quickly. We're under attack at Bruce's place. It's the mercenaries. They've located us. On my way. Killian abruptly hangs up. Bruce, Jeff, and I go from room to room in the mansion, anywhere where there are outside windows to the grounds. We fire when we're fired on, winding our way through the main rooms of the house and keeping well away from the back bedrooms where the women are. Finally, through crouching and crawling, we make it to the kitchen. We dive behind the counters, overturn the sitting room chairs, and duck beside and under the window ledges, firing into the inky night. All we see facing us when we are brave enough to look outside are muzzle flashes and tree limb and bush movements. No bodies can be discerned. The lights are still undamaged and lit throughout the home, but they are only making us easy targets. As a result, the three of us shoot out each light one by one. It's too dangerous to reach for the switches. While we wait for Killian's cavalry to arrive, the cover of darkness is our only friend. My cell phone rings. It's Killian. I'm here. What access is safe? I'm shocked he's arrived so soon, but I have no time to question why. My spidey sense starts tingling, something about Killian sending off a little warning, but I refuse to acknowledge it. Back door via backyard. Into the kitchen. We'll cover you. On my way. As soon as I get off my cell, the gunfire from outside mysteriously stops. We three hunker down behind the kitchen counters, stunned by the abrupt silence. There's a pounding at the back door. I crawl over, reach up, and turn the knob. Killian walks in, upright. I stare up at the overly calm man. What the hell, Killian? Get down! Nah, you stand up. Those guys outside. They're my men, Anthony. You're surrounded. But I think you already knew that. Your first mistake is calling me, I guess. Killian smiles and yells out, Hold your fire! He saunters into the sitting room next to the kitchen and plunks down into a chair. His face boasts a smarmy grin. Killian, what the hell? It's you? How in the hell can you do this to us? To me? To Lillian? After all we went through at the facility. Oh, my little buddy. That was a lark, wasn't it? Back in the bunker. I've been playing you and Lillian the entire time. It's laughable you hadn't caught on to me until now. What? Did I arrive too soon after your call? Yes, I guess I did, seeing as I was already here on Bruce's property firing at you. Bruce, Jeff, and I get up. Bruce grabs a flashlight out of a kitchen junk drawer, so we have some light in the room to read Killian's expression. Nobody mentions the women still hiding in the house, And I certainly don't talk about Lillian and my baby being here. What the General doesn't know for sure, the safer for everyone concerned. We take seats in the sitting room with Killian. 3 henchmen stroll in and stand with guns at port arms at each doorway. I figure the best plan is to get Killian talking, to bide us some time until I can figure a safe way out, at least for the women and Sebastian. Yes, quite the lengthy joke, Killian. I'll say you should have gotten an Academy Award for your performance at the bunker. I bought your concern hook, line, and sinker back then. Killian nods and softly chuckles. Then he raises his head and stares straight at me. That data, Anthony. You know, it should have been mine that very night if things had gone my way. But what do you decide to do? You destroy the data, sneak it off on USB. Now I have to chase you for it. Months. You've been making me chase you. Poor you, Killian. I wink at Bruce and Jeff. They know what I mean. We jump up. Each of us fires a headshot at the guards. We dive behind the chairs. Bruce and Jeff aim for the other 2 guards approaching from the front of the house, while I take aim at the General. Killian ducks down behind his chair. Bullets fly until our clips run out. I fly towards Killian and fall on him in a quarterback sack move, throwing right crosses against his cheek. Killian retrieves a buck knife. We fight for it. The General gets the better of me, and he stabs me in the gut. Killian straddles me. He raises the knife in the air for the coup de grace. I see the blade glint in the dim light. I know I'm going to die. The blade comes down. I shut my eyes. A single blast. It's a gunshot. I open my eyes in time to see Killian rock off my hips and fall to the carpet. I roll away and look over. There's a nice clean hole with a single red rivulet pouring down his face. Killian is dead. Headshot straight between the eyes. I look up to see who did the deed, assuming Bruce or Jeff got back to me. Through the blue gun smoke haze and the dull light, the person standing before me isn't my buddies. It's lighter, leaner, and far more aquiline. It's Lillian, my love.
Chapter 48. Lillian, I can't take it anymore. I know the smart move, the move Anthony would want me to take, is to stay in the closet with Sebastian until this nightmare is over. But what if our men are overpowered? The gunshots from outside draft the ones from within. Am I just to sit and wait for them to find me and kill my baby? The will to protect Sebastian and find Anthony is too great. I swaddle Sebastian and carefully place his soother in his mouth. He's still sleeping, but I have to make sure he won't make a sound when he wakes. I place his tiny body in Clara's lap. She looks numb, but nods anyway. She is in the corner of the closet, hiding behind the lower rack of clothes. I rearrange some shoe boxes and luggage as if to make a wall, protecting them both. I pick up the gun from the floor and look at it in my hands. It's heavy and it scares me to death. I figure out how to set it back. I hear a click. I pray that means it's ready to shoot. I'm having a dissociative experience, like I'm in my own thriller movie. I only hope it has a happy ending for us all. I look through 2 pieces of luggage at my slumbering boy and whisper, Sebastian, keep sleeping through all this. No mommy is here, and everything will be all right. I'll be back soon, and so will Daddy. I promise. I cross my heart, my baby love. Clara reaches out to put one hand on my arm, a gesture of comfort. Then we exchange a nod, both recognizing it is time for me to go. I crawl out from under the rack of clothes, and I silently pray for my boy's safety and pray I didn't just lie to Sebastian. I have to believe all will be well, that we will return to our precious baby boy, or I wouldn't have the courage to leave and fight for our lives. The gunfire assaulting the house, which had mysteriously stopped for a time, starts back up. Maybe the gunmen are reloading. It sounds like it's all coming from the back of the house, near the sitting room and kitchen. Good. Far enough away from the bedrooms. I don't think about the danger of flying bullets. My passion to protect my family usurps all. I run towards the god-awful noise. I hold the loaded gun out in front of me, jerking it left and right at every sound. As I make my way down the hall, all the bedrooms are quiet, still, and bathed in black. I know Jennifer and Leslie are in them somewhere. I don't call out. It's best they stay hidden, in case Sebastian doesn't have me and needs them. I reach the front foyer. No one there. I hug the wall, heading toward the kitchen. Gunfire, flashes of light, the stench of gunpowder. I peer out into the dull light. No one there either. I get on my knees, hug the baseboard, and peek my head around the corner. Oh my God! It's Killian. He's on Anthony. A blade. No. I jump up, squint, and pull the trigger. The report deafens me. I fear I've missed. I hear a thump. Through the haze, I see Killian fall and Anthony rise, groaning in pain. I run to him and see blood flowing. I see the guards, dead, all around us. I run to the kitchen for towels, come back and stuff them into his wound. Oh my God, Anthony. Are you hurt bad? Side stab more than front. Blood, but don't think bad. Missed vitals. Anthony puffs between words. I know he's in pain and downplaying the wound. I pray he's right. He grabs me and kisses me hard. You saved us, sweetie. Killian is dead. Headshot. How in the hell did you manage it? Beginner's luck? I smile. What about the others outside? Jeff and Bruce are handling it. Their security contingents are on their way. So I was wrong. We were wrong. It was Killian all the time. My father had nothing to do with the attack. Looks like it. Killian pulled the wool over all our eyes. Anthony, I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I've loved you right from the start, just like you said about me. I would have never betrayed you. I had that USB, and I stomped it to pieces. Running away was the only way I knew to protect you from me. In between pangs of pain, Anthony spits out words. Lillian, I adore you. I know your letter was a ruse to get me away from you. I always had faith in you. You worked at the facility out of love for the work alone, not for the money it would bring. You're not built that way. One of the many reasons I love you so much and want to give you the world. Oh, Anthony. We embrace and kiss each other fiercely. Maybe this still isn't the right time, but are you willing to marry me now? Anthony looks up at me with loving, hopeful eyes. Yes, completely yes. More gunshots. I cover Anthony and drag him behind the sofa. All clear. Anthony leans out and sees Jaden blowing imaginary smoke from his massive .44. Well, of all the men in all the world. Yep, here at last, pal of mine. Bruce called me in for backup. The traffic was bitchin'. But I'm here now, which means you won't find any more bad guys out these doors. At least, none alive. I get Anthony up off the floor and on the couch, and we both flash grateful smiles. I lean into Anthony and whisper, I guess your Inferno gang isn't so bad after all.
Chapter 49. Anthony, it's been 2 weeks since the incident, and I'm finally sleeping better at night. I think Sebastian and Lillian sleeping beside me is helping with that factor. I open my eyes and glance at the crib next to our bed. Sebastian snoozing peacefully, filling my heart with joy. I stare at the ceiling, finding peace in Lillian's soft snores. It's so nice to have them here with me again. I can't imagine having to make it even 1 hour, not being able to see that they're safe. I know everything is over now, but there's still a bubble of anxiety when I think of all we've been through. Today's the day of Lillian's Inferno test. It's another thing to be nervous about. I can't help but wonder who will be in charge of it. I know how hard these tests can be on the women, and I have plenty of reason to be protective of Lillian. She's been through enough already, so I hope they take it easy on her. I slowly rub the sleep out of my eyes and glance at the clock on my nightstand. Its glowing letters shine bright against the dark room. 4 a.m? Just when I thought my sleep was finally getting back to normal. I carefully roll out of bed, trying not to wake Sebastian or Lillian. My joints pop as I stand, and I can't help but feel old. I quickly locate a pair of sweats and a shirt folded on the dresser from the night before. I glance back at my sleeping family again before silently slipping out of the room to go to the kitchen. My jaw feels tense, and I try to rub the stress out of my temples while making coffee. The large recliner in the living room welcomes me as I settle into it, slowly sipping my piping hot coffee. I check my phone like I do most mornings, intending to read the news. I wonder what they're saying about me today. When the screen lights up, I'm surprised to see a message from Samuel. "Hey, Anthony, I wanted to reach out and tell you not to worry about Lillian's test today." A small amount of relief washes over me. Samuel must be in charge. This must be his way of saying he'll take it easy on her. Oh, thank God. Time goes by in a blur. Soon Lillian and I are getting ready, and Clara shows up to watch Sebastian. Before I know it, we are in the car, headed to Inferno. I notice Lillian's leg tapping, her heel bouncing off the floorboard as she stares out the window. I quickly reach over and place my hand gently on her thigh. Lillian glances at me, and I flash her a reassuring smile. "Hey, don't stress this. You're going to do amazing, no doubt," I say, a ring of confidence in my voice. Lillian doesn't appear to be so sure, though, as I momentarily watch her chew on her lip. After a moment, she breaks the silence, confirming her anxiety. "I hope so. I mean, what if I don't? What happens then?" I momentarily stare into her soft eyes, my hand wrapping around hers. I squeeze her hand, trying to offer reassurance. "You don't need to worry about that, darling. There's no doubt in my mind you'll pass the test," I say. Within minutes, we park at Inferno. Despite my calming words to Lillian, the stress and anxiety fills me again. Even if Samuel is in charge, being here is all too real. I guess I finally understand how Bruce and the others felt. You're powerless to whatever they decide to do. Hand in hand, we make our way through the building doors, heading downstairs. As soon as the elevator doors open, Samuel greets us. "Good morning. I'm glad you could make it." He offers his hand and I grasp it in a firm handshake. "Good morning, Samuel. I trust that you're doing well," I reply with a quick nod. Samuel grins at me for a moment. "About as well as things can get. How's the kiddo?" "Growing like you wouldn't believe. It's insane," I answer. Samuel lets out a small laugh as he checks his wristwatch. "Well, it's that time. Lillian, are you ready?" he asks, the tone in his voice shifting to serious in a matter of seconds. Lillian glances at me, a slight frown shaping her perfect lips. I offer her a reassuring nod and she quickly turns her attention back to Samuel. "Ready as I'll ever be, I suppose," she says. Samuel nods at her before turning his attention back to me. "Anthony, you know how this works. Hang out here and as soon as she's done, we will send her out to you." I nod at him. Soon I'm alone in the quiet hallway. I can't help but pace up and down the hallway, my hands jammed into my pocket, fumbling with the small box inside. I begin thinking I made a mistake trusting him when he said it would be easy. Before I know it, though, Lillian and Samuel are back. She smiles at me. Stress instantly washes from me, knowing her smile is a good sign. I was in charge today and decided that no test was needed. Pushing out your big-headed kid was hard enough. "Congratulations, Anthony," he says as he offers out his hand. We shake, then I release him and turn my attention to Lillian. Shock fills her face as I drop to a knee, pulling the small box out of my pocket. I open it to produce an ornate silver engagement ring. Lillian beams, tears rolling down her cheek as she stares at the large diamond I spent so many hours picking for her. "Lillian, you are a unique woman. You took a fool like me and helped grow me into a better man. I would love nothing more than to spend every day of the rest of my life with you. I know you already answered this, but I thought you deserved an actual proposal. Lillian, will you marry me?" More tears stream down Lillian's face. "I'd love nothing more, Anthony." We embrace, and our lips meet in a passionate kiss. "I love you, Lillian," I say when we break apart, sliding the ring onto her left hand. Lillian beams at me. "I love you too," she says happily. Samuel drags us both to the bar where we can toast and celebrate with the others, but Lillian is the only one in the room I even notice.
Chapter 50. Lillian. Tonight is our engagement party at Inferno. I can't decide if I'm excited or nervous. Going to the club always makes me feel fidgety, but this is a special night. Anthony has arranged for Clara to watch Sebastian for us. I'm so grateful that Clara is so helpful. If you think about it, I am the child that her husband had with his mistress. I'm the product of an affair. The fact that she isn't bitter or hateful to me is really almost mind-blowing, but she isn't. She never once has made me feel guilty about who I am or reminded me that I'm a mistake. She loves me and Sebastian the way she loves her real daughter, even if sometimes I don't think I deserve that. We drop Sebastian off with Clara. Knowing he will be in good hands, then we head to Inferno, where some of our guests are already waiting. "Lillian, you're here." Jennifer hurries up to me and gives me a huge hug. She's such a kind, sweet woman that it's hard to imagine she's the same woman I saw firing a gun so easily on that awful night. "You look gorgeous." She and Bruce walk us through the club to the downstairs, to a large room set up for our party. Jeff comes up, drink in hand, to give me a hug. "Congratulations, you two." "Anthony, want a drink?" "Not yet. Thanks." Anthony takes my hand, and we begin making the rounds. He gives name after name. Some of them are familiar faces, of course. I'll never forget Bruce, Jennifer, and Jaden after what they did for me. Most of them, however, are brand new. There's Christoph, a former NASCAR driver. Joseph, who does something in aviation. Lane, who runs a fashion brand. Soon, all the names and faces jumble together in my brain. I just hold my drink and smile at them, hoping I won't have to guess their names. Dinner is delicious. I have grilled salmon and mashed potatoes. After dinner, I make the rounds with Anthony, speaking to our guests. "Tom, right?" He smiles. "You'll eventually remember everyone." His Scottish accent is thick and warm, friendlier than I expected. As the night goes on, I start to relax. We all begin to laugh and talk, and I realize that Anthony's friends at Inferno aren't just members of the same club. He trusts their opinions as if they were his family. But then I think back at just how loyal they seem to be. Samuel delivered my baby in an emergency. Bruce and Jeff risked their lives for me and Anthony. When I consider what family means to me coming from a man like Donnelly, I know these people at Inferno aren't family. They're better.
Chapter 51. Anthony. Today is finally the day I'm getting to marry my best friend. In all my life, the thought of marriage never crossed my mind. But since Lillian and I crossed paths, I found myself unable to bear the thought of living without her. These past few months have been trying. If a relationship can survive the issues thrown at us, it can survive anything. I can't wait to make her mine for real, and have Sebastian's parents finally joined as one. I dress in my favorite tux, and butterflies rise when I think about seeing Lillian. I wonder what she's going to wear. She looks beautiful in everything, but I'm excited to see her choice. Bruce busts in the door behind me. "Are you ready yet or what?" he says. I see him holding my son in the mirror behind me and turn. "Oh, look at you, little man. Your small tie makes you look so handsome. Are you ready to go help me marry your mommy?" I ask the baby. Sebastian giggles as I tickle his sides before Bruce and I head into the hallway. My heart is nearly beating out of my chest. We decided to have an intimate ceremony with only a few members of the Inferno there and their wives. When I walk in, the altar is covered in beautiful green ivy, and string lights surround it. Bruce stands beside me, still holding Sebastian as he coos at the lights above him. The music sounds and I see the doors open, revealing Lillian. Leslie is walking with her, and my heart nearly stops when she steps into the light. She's so gorgeous she's practically glowing. Her lace train flows delicately behind her as she walks toward me. Her dress has an accentuating sweetheart top, and the lace radiates off her skin beautifully. She smiles at me sweetly and steps beside me. Sebastian coos at the sight of his mom, and she waves at him before grabbing my hands. Leslie stands behind her as the ceremony starts. Samuel steps out. We decided to have him officiate because we wanted it to be an intimate ceremony, and Lillian had a special preference for him. "Hello, everyone," Samuel says. "We're gathered here today because these two want to get married. They already have this cute bundle of joy and still like each other enough to get married, so I guess it's pretty solid." Laughter fills the air around us, and I can't stop smiling. She's so beautiful, and I'm the luckiest man in the world to stand here with her like this. I can't believe she's choosing me. We're smiling at each other as Samuel continues. "I'm so glad we're all here to help these two solidify their bond forever. It's extraordinary that Anthony found someone who settled him down enough to be a family man," he jokes. "But we all know you two have been through hell together since you met, and it's amazing to see where you are now. Everyone in this room is grateful to be a part of your journey, and we can't wait to see what the future holds for you both." Lillian wipes a tear from her eye, and love radiates between us. "You've taken so many leaps together already, but I have to ask you both, are you ready to take this next leap into marriage?" We look at each other and nod. "Yes," escapes our lips with ease simultaneously. Samuel laughs and continues. "Wonderful. Now do you, Anthony, take Lillian to be your lawfully wedded wife? Do you promise to love, comfort, honor, and keep her in sickness and health, to have and to hold from this day forward, as long as you both shall live?" My heart swells as I say the magic words. "I do." Samuel turns to Lillian. "Now do you, Lillian, take Anthony to be your lawfully wedded husband? Do you promise to love, comfort, honor, and keep him in sickness and health, to have and to hold from this day forward, as long as you both shall live?" "I do," she says, and I can hear the shakiness in her voice as she responds through her tears. Samuel flips to his next cue card. "A ring is an unbroken circle with ends that join together, representing your union. It is a symbol of infinity and of your infinite love. From this day forward, when you look at these rings on your hands, you will be reminded of this moment and of your commitment and the love you now feel for each other. So Lillian, even when he's driving you nuts, look down at your ring and remember these things." Laughter echoes through the room again, and my heart quickens as Bruce hands me the box holding our rings. "Anthony, place the ring on Lillian's finger and repeat after me. Lillian, I give you this ring as a symbol of my love, with the pledge to love you today, tomorrow, always, and forever." I repeat after him, sliding the ring on her finger, and she does the same. It's almost official. We're nearly one. Well, by the power vested in me by whatever certification I got online before this, I now pronounce you man and wife. Anthony, you may kiss your bride." My hands rest on the sides of her face, pulling her into me until our lips meet. It's a whole new feeling kissing my wife. Holy crap! We did it! We're married, I think, turning and raising our hands in the air proudly. Everyone cheers and we grab Sebastian before jogging down the aisle, ready for our new adventure together as a family.
Chapter 52. Lillian. Anthony and I walk into the house carrying Sebastian and a few gifts from the reception. Leslie and Jeff offered to take care of the rest of the cleanup and grab the last few things, so we could duck out early to get Sebastian in bed on time. Walking into the house like this feels strange, knowing it's ours together now. I know we've been here doing the family thing, but it's official now, and the best feeling in the world. It's my first time where I genuinely feel I can call it our home. Sebastian finally has the perfect little bedroom setup, and I think tonight is the perfect night for him to try it out. Mommy wants some alone time with Daddy tonight, bud. I start to get him in his pajamas. Anthony walks in with his bottle and we feed him, rocking him to sleep. Then we lay him peacefully in his crib, turning on the white noise machine. We walk out quietly. I grab the new baby monitor and we walk to our bedroom. I plug it into the outlet under my bedside table and watch it momentarily as Anthony unzips the back of my dress. It falls to the floor and he kisses my bare neck. Goosebumps rush across my skin at his light touch and the suspense of what I know he's leading to. I let him turn me toward him and kiss down the front of my torso as I watch the screen. I have to make sure he's okay and sleeping peacefully, or I won't be able to focus. Anthony undoes his tie and throws it in the pile of my dress on the floor. His shirt and slacks follow. He steps toward me again, pulling me into him. I can't believe we did it. We're officially married. It's such a great feeling after everything we've been through. He smiles at me. I know, it almost doesn't feel real yet, I say, glancing at the monitor again. He seems to be taking to his crib well, and I can focus on my new husband. He pushes me backward until I hit the mattress behind me. What do you want, Mrs. St. Clair? He whispers, inches from my face. His question sends chills down my spine. I want him so badly it's messing with my ability to think straight. I want Mr. St. Clair to show me how much he loves his wife, I respond seductively as I slide onto the bed. He smiles deviously and crawls toward me, stopping once he reaches my thighs. Let's find out what happens for our lovers, shall we? We need that happy ending. Find this and all the other glorious details over at TylaWalker.com. Using code SAVE40 yields you a great deal on all the unabridged juicy content. Now back to our story.
Chapter 53. Anthony. Lillian and I fly off to our honeymoon. We plan to stay at least a week, just having fun and paying attention to each other. I am happier than I would have ever imagined I would be. I'd always thought I would stay single and cynical of love. Then I met Lillian and we began getting to know each other. As they say, the rest is history. We're relaxing in our room, just enjoying each other. I give a bottle of water to Lillian, then we talk about our dinner plans. I was thinking we could go to a 5-star restaurant I know. It is absolutely delicious. What do you think? I gaze at Lillian, then smile. What's the name of the restaurant? Domenico's. It specializes in seafood and pastas. Pastas? You have me there. Yes, let's go there. Lillian turns around to look at the bed. Huh? I thought I heard him. Her eyes have a sad look in them. I miss him, Anthony. So much. He's right at the stage where he's trying to learn new things every day. Then I realize that I miss my little boy just as much. One more week, Anthony. This is your honeymoon. Lillian wipes a tear away. Can we go home tomorrow? I know we have another few days here, but I need to hold my little boy in my arms. Her chin quivers and she tightens her mouth against tears. I miss him too. Yeah, we can go home early. I'll change the date of our return tickets. Thank you. Lillian's smile is wavery, and her dark brown eyes are iridescent with tears. I take her cheek in my hand. You miss him like I do. We're going home. I call the airport to tell them to prepare our plane for a trip back to Vegas tomorrow. Yeah, we love Spain, but we miss our baby more. Lil, what time do you want to start for home? As soon as we've eaten our breakfast, please. I nod. That sounds good. Then I return to the airport manager. 10 a.m., please. It will be ready and fueled for you, Mr. St. Clair. Thank you. I hang up, sit down, and take Lillian into my arms. I love you and Sebastian so much. I'll be just as happy to see him as you. She looks at me. Now her smile is a little steadier, and it has her unique glow in it. Thank you so much. I just miss his sweet little voice and his giggles. And his teething. Lillian laughs. Yes, I miss even that. I have an idea. Before dinner, let's go to a baby store and find gifts for him. Teething rings, especially. Lillian nods. Yes, and some clothes for him. She gets up and puts a sweater over her camisole top. She's wearing tight jeans and she is so sexy. Is it still cool outside? I go to the balcony and stand just outside the window. Yeah, kind of. Take a light jacket as well. After we put our shoes on, we leave. At the store, we find clothing in Sebastian's size. We also buy outfits that are a little bigger so he can grow into them. As for the teething rings, I buy at least 6. 6? That many? Have you felt how hard he bites down on your finger? He's going to bust a teething ring. Let's get more. You're right. We make the most of our last few hours on our honeymoon. We take a long walk, holding hands and enjoying the scenery. Every so often, we stop to make out like we are teenagers again. Then we go to the restaurant I suggested. It's even nicer than I remembered, and Lillian's eyes go wide at just seeing the glamorous outside. Oh my gosh! Lillian's voice is a whisper. This is wonderful. A hostess appears in front of us and guides us to our table. In her Spanish-accented voice, she tells us our server will be with us. We enjoy our meals and return to the hotel. In bed, we make love one last time. Then we lie cuddled together, ready for the morning to come so the 3 of us can be back together as a family.